Synopsis. One strange morning, young Obito wakes up with memories of a future he never lived, one filled with pain and chaos. Alongside those memories, a masked figure named Toby appears in his mind, cheerful and bizarre. As Obito tries to understand his new reality, he's pulled into a journey that might change everything he thought he knew about himself. Chapter 1. The sun casts a warm glow over the bustling streets of Konohagakure. Little Obito, with his black hair tousled and his blue shorts flapping in the wind, dashes around the village, his laughter echoing through the air. His pure smile seems to light up the surroundings. Obito. Obito, dear. Grandma, when will Dad and Mom return? He chirps, his voice full of hope. The wrinkles on Grandma's face deepen as she sports a bitter smile. She crouches down, pulling Obito into a tender embrace. Her voice, laden with sorrow, cuts through the air. Oh, sweetheart, they won't be coming back, they won't be returning, Obito. But why, Grandma? Where are they? Tears well up in Grandma's eyes as she struggles to find the right words. They're gone, Obito, they won't be with us anymore, they've left us. Gone. But they promised to come back. Mom said she'd make my favorite curry. Grandma's voice trembles as she utters the painful truth. I know, dear, but sometimes, things don't go the way we want them to. Your mom and dad, they gave everything for the village, they're heroes, Obito. No, Grandma. I want them back. I want them to tuck me in at night and tell me bedtime stories. Grandma, with an almost heart-wrenching cry, holds Obito tighter. I wish they could, my love, I wish they could, but they'll always be in our hearts, watching over us. Remember the love they had for you, and let that guide you, Obito. Obito buries his face in Grandma's embrace, the weight of loss settling over him. The vibrant streets of Konohagakure seem to dim as the reality of his parents' sacrifice begins to shape his understanding of the world. That's the first time Obito learns of the meaning of war. The first rays of sunlight filter through the window, waking Obito from his restless sleep. His eyes open to the familiar scene, a vivid memory etched in his mind. It's that dream again, the day he learned of his parents' demise. The day everything changed. The boy sits up, his expression carrying the weight of that revelation. Though his smile, as always, remains ready to surface. He glances at the timepiece by his bedside and realizes the significance of the day. It's the graduation ceremony at the Ninja Academy. Today marks a pivotal moment in his journey. I can't be late, he mutters to himself, determination flickering in his eyes as he prepares for the day ahead. He can still roughly recall the ninja entrance ceremony when he, like now, woke up quite late. Dressing swiftly in his ninja attire, Obito checks his clothes, ensuring everything is in place. The determination he feels is palpable, a stark contrast to his carefree demeanor of the past. Oh man, I really cannot screw up this time. Obito glances at the sun looming over the village. Its light evidently spreads to the village. He curses under his breath. Come on, Obito mutters to himself, urging his legs to move faster. The sensei is not going to be pleased. As he dashes through the narrow alleyways, a stray cat hisses at him. Obito sidesteps it skillfully. Out of the way. He scolds the feline, not slowing down for a second. Obito leaps over a low fence, his heart pounding in his chest. He spots the academy in the distance. No, he chants like a mantra, pushing his body to its limits. His mind races with excuses he could use. Just as he reaches the academy grounds, Obito's eyes widen. The entrance gate is closed, and he skids to a stop. What now? Obito groans, panic etched on his face. He scans the area for an alternative route. With a determined look, he spots a tall tree near the gate. Obito's eyes narrow as he assesses the situation. Guess I have no choice, he mutters, preparing for a daring move. Obito sprints towards the tree, channeling chakra to his feet. He propels himself upwards, landing gracefully on a branch. Balancing carefully, he contemplates the distance between him and the gate. Here goes nothing, Obito whispers, taking a deep breath. He springs from the tree, soaring through the air. As he descends, time seems to slow down. The ground approaches rapidly. Obito braces for impact, hoping to land without attracting too much attention. Thud. He lands near the entrance, stumbling slightly but managing to maintain his composure. Phew, Obito sighs in relief. He straightens himself, adjusting his goggles. Just as he regains his balance, the academy door creaks open. Obito freezes as the guard peers out, a stern look on his face. This is intolerable, Obito. You again, TSK, the graduation ceremony just ended and you missed it. Obito gulps, his eyes darting for the right words. Well, you see, I was, caught in a, time-space jutsu. Yeah, that's it. The guard narrows his eyes, unimpressed. Save the excuses for next year, Obito, now get out. Obito is then kicked out from the academy grounds. As Obito stands just outside the ninja academy, the emptiness of the surroundings amplifies his sense of failure. The once bustling place is now silent, and the weight of disappointment hangs heavy in the air. Obito runs a hand through his unruly hair, frustration evident on his face. Ah shit, I screwed up big time, he murmurs to himself, a mixture of regret and frustration in his voice. The reality of his missed opportunity settles in, and Obito's shoulders slump. His mind races with thoughts of what could have been. Obito's gaze wanders around the deserted academy grounds. The wind rustles through the trees, carrying the echoes of his own self-critical thoughts. It feels terrible for him to know that the chance he had to prove himself has slipped away. But Obito is not one to dwell for too long. But who is Obito? He is the master of self-deception. With a surprising resilience, he lets out an optimistic laughter, as if trying to convince himself that everything is not lost. Ha! It's not like I cannot graduate again next time. The way he speaks, and self-justify himself suggests just how truly ignorant Obito is of the system of the Ninja Academy. It will make another person sigh as to how irresponsible and easygoing Obito can be. He begins to walk away from the academy, hands on his waist, his steps echoing in the empty courtyard. Obito's spirit, though momentarily crushed, starts to rise again, fueled by his determination to try again. Obito looks up at the imposing Hokage sculpted in the mountain, their stern faces gazing down at the village. His eyes trace their features, and then, in a moment of whimsy, he can't help but envy the vast blue sky above. Abruptly, a tap on his shoulder startles him, and his heart skips a beat. Obito whirls around, and there she is, Rin Noera, his crush. His cheeks flush, and his mind races. Hi, Rin-chan, Obito stammers, a nervous smile playing on his lips. How are you doing? Rin smirks, her eyes dancing with amusement. With a proud grin, she reveals a document to Obito, who squints at it, still processing the situation. The document confirms what he couldn't believe: his graduation. Surprise, surprise, Obito. Looks like you made it after all. I guess you're not as hopeless as everyone thinks. Wait, what? But the guard kicked me out, said I missed the ceremony. I am done for. Rin chuckles, shaking her head. Well, he might have been a bit too hasty, the results came in late, but you did pass, congratulations. Obito's initial shock transforms into pure joy. I passed. I can't believe it. He takes the document from Rin, staring at it as if it might vanish. Rin pats him on the back. Believe it, Obito, you're officially a ninja now. Obito, teary-eyed with a mix of relief and gratitude, looks at Rin with a heartfelt expression. Thanks, Rin-chan, you're a lifesaver. He approaches her with an almost worshipful demeanor and extends his arms for a hug. Rin, caught off guard by Obito's emotional display, blushes at the unexpected gesture. You idiot, what are you doing? She exclaims, pushing against Obito's jaw with her palm, creating a small gap between them. As usual, Obito, seemingly oblivious to the atmosphere, doesn't realize he overstepped. He earns a whack at the back of his head from Rin, who seems both embarrassed and annoyed. Sorry, Rin, he demurely apologizes, rubbing the back of his head. I just got a bit carried away, but seriously, thank you. Rin rolls her eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips. You're hopeless, Obito-kun, but you're welcome, just, be less dramatic next time, okay? Obito nods, grinning through his teary eyes. Got it, Rin. Obito's face lights up with a wide, ear-to-ear smile as he checks the document that officially declares him a genin. The weight of anxiety and uncertainty lifts off his shoulders, replaced by a sense of accomplishment. Hey, Rin, where do I get the head protector? I mean, I need that cool thing to complete the whole genin look, right? Rin chuckles at his enthusiasm. You'll have to get it from the instructor, Obito, it's a symbol of your new status as a genin, after all. The head protector, huh? Can't wait to get my hands on it, it's like the proof that I'm officially a ninja now. Rin grins at Obito's excitement, recognizing the genuine enthusiasm in his voice. Just make sure you don't trip over your own feet on the way there, okay? Obito playfully rolls his eyes, very funny, Rin, I'll be the most graceful ninja ever when I go get it. Obito can't help but giggle as he looks at the name embedded at the bottom of the document: Obito Uchiha. His own name written in the document is an affirmation of his identity as a genin. The sense of accomplishment lingers, and for a moment, everything feels right. Kakashi. I don't mesh well with this guy. Moreover, Kakashi's name is on the topmost seriously. That somehow pisses me off. Obito grumbles, feeling a surge of rivalry or perhaps frustration. The dynamics of their uniquely awkward relationship seem to bother him, even if just on paper. He adjusts his goggles perched on his head with a huff. Rin sighs, glancing at Obito, and then calls out to a nearby tree. Kakashi-san, please come here and don't leave this guy hanging. Kakashi, hanging upside down from a tree branch, looks unfazed. His feet are firmly attached, and he raises an eyebrow at Rin's call. What do you want? Obito, ever the playful troublemaker, remarks childishly, what a show-off. The three of them, a peculiar trio, start to bicker with a familiarity that suggests it's a routine. Rin shakes her head at their antics. Can't you two behave for a moment? Kakashi coolly remarks, I don't like him either, but I have no choice, we're in the same unit, and I have to pick up his slack. I'll surpass you soon enough, Kakashi. Just you wait for my sharingan. I'm going to be the next Hokage, just watch. Kakashi raises an eyebrow, seemingly unimpressed. Sure, dumbass. What? Who are you calling dumbass? Oi, I am talking to you, dumbass. Rin, caught in the middle of their banter, rubs her forehead. This is seriously getting on my nerves. For what seems like the nth time, Rin lets out an exaggerated sigh. To a casual bystander, the three of them might appear as just a bunch of kids hanging around, trading banter and bickering. Yet, the reality is far different. These young individuals are shinobi, destined for a life of conflict and strife. In the eyes of those who understand, they are not just children, they are ninjas, soon to be thrust into the harsh reality of war. Rin looks at Obito and Kakashi, her gaze filled with a mixture of weariness and concern. The weight of their training and future responsibilities lingers in the air. From the shadows, overlooking the three is a young man with blonde-yellow hair. He has beautiful blue eyes and an amicable smile. He is none other than Minato Namikaze of the Yellow Flash. Someone who knows war quite well, and the three kids soon to be in his charge will learn of the meaning of war too, just like the way he did. If not now, then soon, he muses, his voice carrying a somber tone. This is what it means to be a ninja. At the tender age of 9, these young ninjas will be exposed to violence and taught the skills needed for survival in a world filled with danger. Sabotage, espionage, combat, and even the art of taking a life. These are the harsh lessons that await them on their path as a ninja. Despite the innocence in their interactions now, the path they're on will soon lead them to confront the harsh truths of the ninja world, where their skills will be put to the test in ways they can't yet fully comprehend. Chapter 2. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the familiar streets of Konoha. Obito strolls with purpose, his strides confident and his eyes fixed on the path ahead. 3 years have passed since he first became a genin. And while the journey has been challenging, Obito finds solace in the memories of his beloved sensei, Minato Namikaze. As he walks, Obito's thoughts drift back to the days when he was just starting as a genin, the days of the bell test. A small smile plays on his lips as he recalls Minato's calm demeanor and the lessons imparted during that defining moment. Ah, Minato-sensei, you always knew how to push us to our limits, Obito reflects. The bell test was tough, but it taught us teamwork and strategy, but seriously. Obito's memories come alive, and for a moment, he can almost hear Minato's voice echoing in his mind. Remember, success comes to those who work together, cooperation is key, echoes Minato's voice in Obito's mind. Obito chuckles softly, appreciating the wisdom that still resonates within him. Teamwork, huh? We did manage to surprise him that day. The streets of Konoha are alive with the hustle and bustle of daily life. Obito continues his walk, the memories fading as quickly as they came. Time flies, 3 years as a genin and still standing, not bad, considering everything, Obito muses. As he rounds a familiar corner, Obito's gaze falls upon the Hokage monument in the distance. His stride slows, and a sense of pride wells up within him. After some time, he returns at a brisk walk, heading to where the rest of Team Minato should be waiting. However, Obito's brisk pace slows as he notices an old lady cautiously making her way across the bustling street. He instinctively quickens his steps, weaving through the crowd to reach her. "Allow me to help, ma'am," he says with a warm smile as he notices the old lady's grocery. He lifts the groceries up and helps the old lady cross the street. The old lady, struggling to navigate the busy street, looks up at him with a grateful expression. Slowly, she accepts Obito's outstretched hand, finding support in his youthful strength. "Bless your heart, young man, it's not as easy for me to navigate these streets anymore," she remarks. "No worries, ma'am, I'm here to make sure you get across safely," Obito reassures. As they make their way across the street, the traffic roars around them. Obito keeps a watchful eye, guiding the old lady with care. Suddenly, the distant sound of hooves grows louder, and a horse charges unexpectedly, threatening to trample them. In an instant, Obito reacts, swiftly pulling the old lady to safety just in a nick of time. Oh my goodness. That was too close. Just part of the job, ma'am, gotta keep you safe, Obito says with a smirk. Clutching Obito's arm, the old lady expresses her gratitude. You're a real hero, young man, thank you for being there. Blushing modestly, Obito responds, it's nothing, really, just doing what's right. With the danger averted, Obito continues to assist the old lady across the street, navigating the remaining obstacles with newfound vigilance. The two share a brief moment of relief before parting ways on opposite sides of the road. God bless you, dear, take care, the old lady calls out. You too, ma'am, if you ever need help again, don't hesitate to ask, Obito replies. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting long shadows across the village of Konoha. Obito wipes sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, having just assisted an old lady in carrying her groceries, and crosses the streets. Thank you, young man, you're a lifesaver. The old lady beams with gratitude. No problem, ma'am. Gotta run now. Watching the old lady continue on her way, steps lighter thanks to his assistance, Obito is satisfied with the small act of kindness. He resumes his journey through the lively streets of Konoha, and then he realizes he still has a meeting he must partake in. Ugh, right, Minato-sensei and the others. Obito's figure strides confidently through the crowded streets. He wears a long-sleeved blue uniform, the fabric adorned with a vivid orange collar and trimmings that catch the eye of those around him. The jacket, fastened by two buttons at the collar, proudly displays the distinguished Uchiha clan crest at the back. A crisp white belt cinches his waist, and shinobi sandals protect his feet as he moves with purpose. A standard Konoha dark blue forehead protector is securely tied around his forehead, symbolizing his allegiance to the village and his rank as a genin. But it's the distinctive pair of goggles resting atop his head that adds an extra flair to his ensemble. The goggles boast orange lenses and are connected to ear protectors, hinting at a readiness for any challenge that may come his way. This confident and determined figure is none other than Obito Uchiha, a name often mocked in gossipy circles. The reason is that Obito is quite the troublemaker. Obito is seen as a troublesome child who is an attention seeker. He will say words like he shall become the next Hokage and does more annoying stuff, calling them pranks or whatnot. While he just sincerely wants to be acknowledged and be seen, the stigma of being an inept Uchiha has left him with only shunning and mockery. It is a complicated matter, something that Obito doesn't think much about. Late again, and it's Sunday. Obito mumbles to himself, frustration etched on his face. He quickens his pace, maneuvering through the bustling crowd with ninja-like agility. As Obito races toward his destination, his thoughts race even faster. Rin's gonna be so annoyed if I'm late, again, and Kakashi will pick me apart. He clenches his fists, determined to make it on time this time. He turns a corner and spots the familiar faces of his teammates up ahead. Rin and Kakashi are engaged in a conversation, but as Obito approaches, they notice the urgency in his expression. Obito! You made it. Kakashi, ever the stoic one, raises an eyebrow. Barely, what held you up this time? Obito catches his breath, panting slightly. My bad, I have a legitimate reason. Kakashi sighs, a hint of annoyance in his voice as he cuts Obito off. We can't afford to be late, Obito, sensei's waiting. Obito nods, determination in his eyes. I know, let's go, guys, no more delays. After graduation from the Ninja Academy, each genin is assigned to a jonin to form a team of their own. In Team Minato, the only exception is Kakashi since he is already a chunin by this point. This speaks greatly of Kakashi Hataki's genius. These teams complete missions as a unit, and they serve as the standard military format of Konoha. Obito is assigned to Team Minato, and for the past 3 years, he has been doing missions with his sensei and the others from rank D, C, and hopefully soon, AB. The gang walks together, Kakashi leading the way with his usual calm demeanor. Rin walks beside Obito, and her frustration finally reaches a breaking point. Obito. Seriously, can't you ever be on time? Sensei's going to be mad again. Obito, a hint of defensiveness in his tone, replies, Rin-chan, I swear, I have a good reason this time. Rin, half angry and half disbelieving, clenches her fist and remarks, don't tell me you're helping an old grandma again. How did you know? Kakashi, ever the stoic one, interjects with a dry remark, idiot. Rin sighs, her frustration giving way to defeat. Obito, if you're going to make excuses, at least try making more convincing ones. It becomes apparent that Obito's credibility with his peers is not great. The gang continues on, the banter fading as they approach the training ground reserved for Team Minato. Minato is already there, smiling patiently. Took you long enough, let's get started, he announces with a smile, and the gang gathers around their sensei, ready for whatever challenges await them. First, congratulations for surviving the past 3 years. I have seen your growth, determination, and willpower, and now an opportunity lies before you. The Chunin exams is near. I know you are familiar with the bell test. Let's do it again. I want you to show me how far you have improved for the past 3 years. We're ready, sensei. This time, we won't let those bells escape our grasp. Kakashi smirks, his mask hiding it, but clearly, there is a hint of competitiveness in his tone. Last time, we learned a lot. This time, we'll show you what we're truly capable of. Sensei, get ready to be impressed. We're not the same genin you tested years ago, we are going to set a new record this time. Minato chuckles, a proud glint in his eyes. I'm looking forward to it. Remember, teamwork is crucial. Now, let the test begin. Minato has seen the growth of his students closely in the front row seat, so he knows how much stronger they have become. The reason he wants to do the bell test again is so that he can reaffirm his students' confidence. As expected, it is Kakashi who comes to Minato first. Minato's reflexes kick in as he swiftly catches Kakashi's senbon needles mid-air, a calm smile playing on his lips. Nice try, Kakashi, but you'll have to do better than that. Meanwhile, Rin's well-executed kick at the back of Minato's knee forces him to momentarily lose balance. As he slumps, Kakashi seizes the opportunity, lunging forward in an attempt to grab the elusive bells. However, Minato effortlessly regains his composure, evading Kakashi's grasp. Minato chuckles, quick thinking, Rin, but you're not going to catch me off guard that easily. Obito, not one to be left out, charges forward with determination. You can't escape, sensei. He declares, launching a series of kunai towards Minato. The yellow flash, however, easily dodges the projectiles, maintaining his focus on the 3 determined genin. Kakashi, undeterred, tries a different approach. You've taught us well, sensei, but this time, we won't let you outsmart us. With a swift movement, he creates a diversion, allowing Rin to attempt another angle of attack. Minato remains composed, enjoying the challenge presented by his skilled students. Impressive teamwork, but you'll have to coordinate better if you want to win this, he teases, dodging Rin's attempt to snatch a bell from his waist. The test continues, a dance of skill and strategy, as Minato revels in witnessing the growth of his once inexperienced students. The air is filled with excitement, determination, and a strong sense of camaraderie. Inwardly, Minato is crying with joy. He has grown very proud of his students. Minato's eyes narrow as he watches Kakashi, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He's well aware of Kakashi's penchant for sneak attacks and vicious tactics. Kakashi, true to form, swiftly produces a kunai, the metal gleaming dangerously in the sunlight. Without hesitation, he hurls it toward Minato, who reacts instinctively. Minato skillfully parries the kunai, a fluid motion that showcases his impressive reflexes. As he slides backward, his gaze never leaves Kakashi. In a quick sidestep, he effortlessly maneuvers around Rin, throwing off Kakashi's rhythm and causing a momentary hesitation. Rin, seizing the opportunity, calls out urgently, Obito, do it. She even goes so far as forcibly dislocating her knee so that she can run to Minato much faster despite being in an unfavorable posture and location herself. Minato glances behind him, spotting Obito already in the middle of his hand seals. Anticipating an incoming fire release, Minato readies himself to dodge, bracing for impact. To his surprise, Obito's jutsu takes an unexpected turn. Instead of fire, a subtle transformation envelopes him. The air bursts into smoke briefly, and Minato realizes that Obito has executed a transformation technique. Obito grins slyly as he shouts, Transformation Jutsu. Cascading long crimson hair, upturned eyes, and conservative clothes in front of Minato is his girlfriend, Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina pouts, her voice softening, Darling, I am pregnant. Minato loses his calm for a moment, his eyes widening as he literally gets a nosebleed. What pregnant? Kakashi, standing nearby, smugly comments, Sensei, we have been studying you for the past 3 years, and we have learned your greatest weakness, so forgive us for using this weakness. Huh? Since when? Minato's eyes trace Kakashi's movements, who have long retreated for some distance. Sigh, I am outwitted by you guys rather splendidly this time. Kakashi plays with the bell in his hand, looking at it casually. You see, I knew you'd let your guard down the moment Obito transformed into someone close to you. Obito, still in Kushina's form, chuckles. Looks like we've got you, sensei. Minato, recovering from his shock, narrows his eyes at Kakashi. You little brat, using my personal life against me? Kakashi grins beneath his mask. It's all fair in ninja training, sensei. Now, shall we continue with the exercise? Minato sighs, wiping away the blood from his nose. Fine, but this is a low blow, Kakashi-kun, a really low blow. He grins ear to ear as if the mischief is not in any way a concern to him. It is so easy being handsome and cool, you can almost get away with everything. Rin comments, her curiosity evident. Sensei, when is the marriage? Minato choked on his spit, caught off guard by the unexpected question. He raises his hand in surrender, a sheepish grin on his face. Whoa, let's take it easy, Rin, I surrender, I've seen what you guys are capable of. Kakashi smirks while Obito and Rin exchange amused glances. Rin raises an eyebrow, waiting for an answer. So? She probes. After Minato regains his calm, he clears his throat and shifts the focus away from his personal life. Alright, enough about my love life, let's talk about the performance today. Kakashi, your strategy was good, but remember to coordinate with your team more efficiently. You guys work very fluidly, but I know you can still do better. Kakashi nods, seemingly unfazed by the diversion. Got it, sensei. Minato turns to Obito and Rin. And you too, nice teamwork on the transformation jutsu, however, timing is key. Obito, try not to give away too much information with that sly grin of yours. Obito grins again, unrepentant. It's a work in progress, sensei. Rin nudges him playfully, adding, we're getting there. For the duration of the day, Minato trains the three of them with zealousness. He picks off their flaws, corrects them, and teaches them applicable knowledge. Minato observes Obito as he works hard on improving his fire release technique. Focus your chakra more evenly, Obito, you're losing control in the middle of the jutsu, remember, precision is crucial in a real battle. Obito nods, determined to get it right this time. Got it, sensei. Minato then proceeds to methodically give advice on the ninjutsu of the others, and one by one, he helps his students to progress with their abilities. Later in the day, Minato gathers the team for tree climbing practice. Now, this may seem boring, but it's one of the most essential skills as a ninja, he explains. Chakra control is the foundation of our abilities, let's start. Obito inwardly groans but follows Minato's instructions. He focuses a fixed amount of chakra on the bottom of his feet, attempting to climb a tree without using his hands. The concentration on his face is evident. Minato observes closely, providing guidance. Control the flow, Obito, too weak, and you'll lose your footing, too strong, and you risk damaging the tree, find the balance. This is too easy. The academy has taught us this already, isn't it? What is this? Minato grins, then explains, this here is a senjutsu tree, something I plucked from Mayaboku. The senjutsu tree has the ability to absorb chakra and weaken individuals who come into contact with it. At first, I was thinking of you guys training water walking on a simulated sea, but this is many times better. Huh? Minato-sensei plucked a tree. Kakashi hums with deadpan eyes, as expected of the yellow flash he is strong but where even is Mayaboku. As Obito struggles to maintain the right chakra flow, attempting for the second time, Minato turns his attention fully to the others. Kakashi, Rin, don't neglect this practice, it may seem basic, but it lays the groundwork for more advanced techniques. Precise chakra control can make the difference between success and failure on the battlefield. Minato tirelessly guides his team, ensuring that each member improves their skills and understands the importance of mastering the basics. The day finally ends, and Obito, with a mix of weariness and excitement, returns home. His grandma, a warm presence in the cozy house, is already in the kitchen, preparing dinner. The aroma of the food fills the air. Grandma. I'm home. He kicks off his shoes at the entrance rack, a routine he's been following for years, and makes his way to the dining table. The sight of the spread makes his stomach growl. Itadakimasu. He exclaims, clasping his hands together before reaching for a chopstick. However, his eager attempt is met with a swift slap on the hands. Grandma, with a playful scolding tone, reminds him to wash his hands first. Obito, slightly embarrassed, complies without protest. With freshly washed hands, he takes his place at the table. As he digs into the delicious meal, his grandma, a mischievous glint in her eyes, brings up the topic of a particular girl related to Obito. Obito, dear, where's Rin? When are you two going to start dating? Obito, caught off guard, blushes deeply. Grandma, it's not like that, he stammers, trying to hide his embarrassment. Come on. His grandma chuckles, enjoying the moment. The warmth of their home and the playful banter make the evening even more special for Obito. Unknown to Obito, this will be the last time he will have a normal dinner. Chapter 3. In this world, wherever there is light, there are also shadows. As long as the concept of winners exists, there must also be losers. The selfish desire of wanting to maintain peace causes wars and hatred is born to protect love. The moon hangs in the ink-black sky, casting an eerie glow over the desolation below. Obito Uchiha stands at the pinnacle of madness. His eyes ablaze with the malevolent power of the sharingan, and oppressive power of the rinnegan. White horns stretch from his forehead, and his wrinkly spiraling scar exposes itself. No longer wearing a mask. No longer faking a name. No more lying. The air is thick with the stench of death, as a mountain of lifeless bodies sprawls at his feet. His gaze pierces the darkness, reflecting the twisted depths of his soul. Obito's mind, once a battlefield of conflicting emotions, is now consumed by a relentless storm of hate. The very fabric of reality seems to quiver in the presence of his malevolence. The moonlight dances on the silver strands of Obito's hair, like a macabre serenade to the chaos he has wrought. His laughter, a haunting symphony, echoes through the desolate landscape, resonating with the torment of those who fell before him. Obito's hands, stained with the blood of friends and foes alike, clench into the 10-tailed staff, while the truth-seeking balls orbit around him. He breathes in the air and feels the secretive thrill pulsing in his veins. He unknowingly smiles. A bitter wind sweeps across the battlefield, carrying with it the mournful cries of the fallen. Obito's gaze remains fixed on the horizon, where the ruins of battles have scarred the earth. His lips curl into a twisted grin, revealing a mockery of humanity that sends shivers down the spines of any who dare to witness his malefic presence. The moonlight intensifies, casting an otherworldly glow upon Obito's form. He stands as a harbinger of despair. A living embodiment of the darkness that can consume even the noblest of souls. The world trembles in the face of his madness, for Obito Uchiha has become a force of nature, a cataclysmic god of death whose very existence defies all that is good and just. In the swirling depths of Obito Uchiha's mind, the boundaries between past and present blur like ink on water. The memories, once clear, now dance in a distorted waltz, playing on an endless rewind. His heart, burdened by the weight of sorrow, beats out a rhythm of pain that echoes through the corridors of his consciousness. And thus, his memories recede further back into the past. I'm not gonna let someone who's a jerk to his friends talk about my sensei that way. A young man with blonde hair, and resolute blue eyes as clear as the sky cries out in fury, defending the only person Obito has considered his true friend. Obito grins, his heart as if poked by needles on its every surface. The montage continues with the haunting image of Obito standing alone on a battlefield, surrounded by the fallen. The air is thick with the stench of death as he gazes upon the lifeless bodies of comrades who once shared laughter and dreams. The faces of friends lost in the chaos flash before his eyes like fleeting shadows, each one a poignant reminder of the cost of war. I'll be the pillar that supports the bridge called peace. If you attack Konoha, I will have no choice but to fight you. In the end, my goal is to be the bridge to peace, and I will. Blue hair, and ferocious eyes, a beauty unique to such as her. Konan's words reflect the determination that fills her eyes, a dream shared with her fallen friends, Yahiko and Nagato. And to Konan's fiery words, Obito responds coldly, "You're still saying such naive things. I'm no longer a part of that world. I learned a long time ago, it's useless. That peace that you speak of is just a breeding ground for hatred. I'm going to create a new world, a world without dreams or ideals." Suddenly, the scene shifts to Obito's childhood, a time when innocence painted the world in vibrant hues. Laughter resonates in the air as he messes with Kakashi and Rin, sharing dreams of becoming a powerful ninja and protecting their loved ones. But the colors dim, replaced by the grayscale of reality, as a bittersweet smile plays upon Obito's lips. The promise of those carefree days shatters like fragile glass, leaving behind the shards of broken dreams. "You're amazing, Obito, I believe in you," Rin once told him, such sweet, sweet words. Acknowledgement. Trust. Yes, Rin is like that. While it may come as cheap if others hear it, to Obito at that time, it means the world to him. The montage presses on, revealing the pivotal moment when Obito sacrificed himself for Kakashi. The crushing weight of the falling debris, the searing pain of crushed limbs, and the echo of Rin's anguished scream create a symphony of agony. The world collapses around him, mirroring the collapse of his own aspirations and the irrevocable fracture of his spirit. "Kakashi, take care of Rin." These words come out of Obito's mouth as he feels the weight of the rubble pressing on the right half of his body. "Sorry, I love you guys." As the rewind continues, the image of Obito's masked face emerges, concealing both his identity and the depth of his suffering. The mask becomes a metaphorical barrier, shielding him from the judgment and sympathy of those who might see the fractured soul beneath. But in the solitude of his mind, the mask crumbles, revealing tear-streaked cheeks and eyes clouded with unshed grief. "I am in hell." Embracing Rin's cold dead body, Obito realizes how fucked up the world is. He looks closer at Rin's body with his bleeding eye. Inside this strange nightmare, Obito finds Rin's broken body. The mask warps away from his face to reveal the right side is covered with blood from his new Mangekyo. The montage crescendos to a heart-wrenching climax, showcasing Obito's descent into darkness. Obito wakes up abruptly, his shirt clinging uncomfortably to his skin. He takes a moment to gather his senses, the remnants of a strangely vivid nightmare still lingering in his mind. The details flood back. Like long-forgotten memories resurfacing. His cheeks feel wet, and as he touches them, his blurry eyes confirm the presence of tears. Obito is crying. He curls up in his bed, the fabric of the blanket twisting in his grip. The young 11-year-old howls in misery, the weight of his sobs echoing in the silent room. The anguish is palpable as he tussles with the blanket. A physical manifestation of the turmoil within him. It's as if someone has just died, and in Obito's mind, the grim truth is that many have. His cries are raw, the pain evident in every sob. Obito's voice breaks the heavy sobbing, the words escaping his lips aloud. What is happening? Why do I feel so hurt, so much? The questions linger in the air, unanswered, as if he doesn't matter. As the weight of the unanswered questions presses on, Obito succumbs to a state of listlessness. His mind, exhausted from the emotional tumult, begins to withdraw. The grip of weariness tightens around him, and slowly, like a fading echo, he recedes into a state of numbness. Exhaustion comes to embrace him, cradling him in its arms. The transition from sudden wakefulness to sleep is seamless, a surrender to the solace that slumber may offer. Obito's consciousness slips away. And shortly after, he succumbs to the oblivion of sleep, leaving the haunting questions hanging in the quiet room. Wada! Wake up, dumbass! Obito opens his eyes, startled awake by the loud shouting. To be or not to be? That is the question. No, 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 let me redo it, Toby or not Tob. Yes. That's the question. Obito rubs his eyes, trying to make sense of the eccentric performance. As his vision clears, he takes in the sight of the speaker. A male figure in black robes adorned with patterns of red cloud stands before him, and a distinctive orange mask spirals over the right eye, capturing his attention. Who? Who are you? This is trespassing. Say, nice to meet ya, ya meat of sack, please call me Toby. And we are going to have lots and lots and lots of fun. K-ha-ha. Eh. Ha. What? Undeterred, Toby continues, referring to himself in the third person. Don't worry, Toby is a good boy. The flamboyant and eccentric energy radiates from Toby, leaving Obito to grapple with the surreal nature of the encounter. Oh, oh. Toby has a surprise for you, meat of sack. Brace yourself for the thrill of a lifetime. What is going on? Who are you? Toby knows what you need. Laughter. K-ha-ha. Let the comedy show begin. With a swift motion, Toby produces a handful of confetti from seemingly nowhere and tosses it into the air. The atmosphere shifts from puzzling to outright absurd as Toby strikes exaggerated poses, all the while maintaining his flamboyant demeanor. Okay, Toby, what's the deal here? Why are you so weird? And what's up with all this drama? Oh, the theatrics. It's just Toby's way of spreading joy. Laughter is the best medicine, you know. Ha. Well, Toby shyly fidgeted with his fingers and made a cutesy voice. You look kind of sad and down, so Toby thought I'd cure you with the magic of fun. Hey, do you want to hear a joke? No, Obito crawls back from the overly energetic Toby. I'd rather not. Okay, listen to this, Toby is going to make a joke. Toby fakes a cough. Seriously, please stop, Obito begs. Did you know? When you concentrate really, really hard, you can actually feel your brain freezing. Chapter 4. Toby's laughter echoes through the room, a booming sound that reverberates off the walls. He finds his own joke uproariously amusing, a mirthful display that makes the air quiver. If you concentrate real hard enough, Toby says between chuckles. You can actually feel your brain freezing. Obito, still in his bed, raises an eyebrow at the absurdity of the latter's words. He narrows his eyes and seriously contemplates the possibility. Maybe there's a hidden punchline he's missing. With a thoughtful expression, he attempts to follow Toby's advice and concentrates, really putting in the effort. Get it? The brain freezing thing. Obito, breaking his intense focus, looks at Toby with a puzzled expression. No, he admits, shaking his head. I don't get it at all. Ha ha ha. Of course, you don't. You are a dumbass after all. Toby, an eccentric figure, looms in the room. His tall stature and the distinct outline of a grown man suggest an adult beneath the mysterious facade. Obito, uncertain about Toby's intentions, eyes him warily. In a swift motion, Obito opens a cabinet, snatches a kunai, and hurls it directly at Toby. To Obito's bewilderment, the sharp weapon simply passes through Toby's form as if he were made of mist. Kahahaha. Dumbass. Yeah, you hear me right. That's what you are. A dumbass. Obito cringes at the sheer childishness of Toby's response. The air is thick with tension as Obito wonders what this eccentric character could possibly want from him. Just what do you want from me? Finally, the realization hits Obito like a lightning bolt. The pieces fall into place, and he recalls the nightmare that has haunted him, the vivid memory of the orange-masked figure. A shiver runs down Obito's spine as he stares at Toby. Who exactly are you? No, what are you? Ha. You don't really get it, don't you? The mocking tone in Toby's words hangs heavily in the air, leaving Obito to grapple with the unsettling truth that begins to dawn on him. Obito understands, but he doesn't want to understand. Toby's laughter abruptly ceases, and his tone takes on a serious edge. The hole in his mask glows red, revealing a sharingan, 3 tomo glaringly obvious. Think harder, Obito, he urges, his words carrying a magnetic pull. Ask yourself, who are you? Obito, caught off guard by the sudden change, furrows his brow in deep contemplation. I don't know what you're talking about, he replies, his confusion evident. Toby, maintaining the intensity in his gaze, seems to understand something profound but resists acknowledging it. You have the answer within you, he asserts cryptically. Feeling a surge of uncertainty, Obito throws a random question into the tense atmosphere. Are you Madara? He asks, hoping for some clarification. Toby's response is enigmatic, and he smirks behind the mask. Madara, HM. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not, does it matter? The red glow in his sharingan intensifies, adding an eerie touch to the atmosphere. Do you really think I am he? Well, I do have a handsome mug and a rather intense final boss aura, so maybe I really am Madara. For a slight moment, Toby returns to his goofy demeanor. Toby's severe tone cuts through the air as he responds, we did call ourselves Madara once, but no, I am not. I will explain it to you in a way that you can understand. I am a ghost from the future, and I am haunting you, Obito Uchiha. Obito's breath becomes short, a sudden realization dawning upon him. His mind races, recalling short snippets of the nightmare that have sprung up in his brain recently, memories that feel like distant echoes from a future yet to unfold. Did we really do that? Did we cause so much pain, suffering, and hate to the world? Toby loses the severity in his tone, and the red glow of his sharingan fades. He responds with a twisted sense of pride. Yeah. We did all of that. Aren't we great? We are awesome, right? So, Obito-chan, if you don't feel like repeating it all, you better work hard, okay? With labored breathing, Obito absorbs Toby's words with the sudden awareness that whatever that nightmare is, real or not, it is real for the Toby that stands before Obito. Kakahaha. Toby doesn't really know what to say. Your pea-brain won't understand Toby's greatness after all. Obito falls to one knee, feeling his head beginning to spin. Toby, adopting an awkward and playful manner, chimes in, oops, it looks like time is up. I will be going now. Toby's figure retreats to the walls, phasing through them as if being absorbed by the very structure of the room. As Toby disappears into the walls, Obito senses his chakra reaching its limit. The world around Obito blurs, and he hears distant shouting. From his peripheral vision, he sees his grandmother forcing her way into his room, her hand holding a key. Panic is etched across her face as she hurries to Obito. Obito falls asleep. And once more Obito begins to reseed into his mind. A dream sequence plays in his head. Who is our little baby? It is you, Obito. Hey. No monopolizing the kid's time. Husband. I am the man of the house, dearest, I get to decide what I want. Shut up, you fool. Blurry faces, silhouettes, and the past. Obito wakes up groggily to find his grandmother hovering over him, a worried expression etched on her face. Obito, dear, you need to rest, she says, gently wiping his forehead with a damp cloth. You have a high fever. Obito squints, trying to make sense of his surroundings. What happened, Grandma? He asks, his voice raspy. His grandmother sighs, her concern evident. I heard shouting, crying, and laughing from your room. It unnerved me, so I forced my way in. Obito glances around, noticing the slightly ajar door of his room. The memories of his bizarre encounter with Toby flood back, sending a shiver down his spine. What was that all about? He wonders aloud, more to himself than his grandmother. His grandma, still fussing over him, replies, I don't know, dear, but you better rest and recover. It's not good to overexert yourself. Obito nods, feeling a mixture of confusion and exhaustion. As he closes his eyes, the enigmatic laughter of Toby echoes in his mind, leaving him with lingering questions about the surreal events that transpired. Obito, still feeling the effects of the strange encounter with Toby, finds himself in bed, the weight of his fever pressing down on him. His grandmother, looking deeply concerned, sits beside him. "Obito, sweetheart, are you doing okay?" she asks, her voice filled with worry. "Maybe we should take you to the hospital." Obito glances at his grandmother, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I don't know," he mumbles weakly, his throat dry and scratchy. His grandmother reaches out, placing a hand on his forehead to check his temperature. "Your fever is quite terrible," she remarks, her brow furrowed. Obito musters the strength to look back at her. "Grandma, what's happening to me?" His grandmother's eyes reflect a mix of concern and curiosity. "Since when did you awaken your sharingan?" she inquires. Obito, confused, tries to recall. "I don't know, Grandma, what do you mean?" Worry deepens on his grandmother's face. She reaches for a hand mirror nearby and holds it up for Obito to see. "Obito, your sharingan has been open for some time now," she explains, pointing to his eyes in the reflection. "I don't know how or why, but it's there. I will try reaching for your uncle, maybe he can help." Reflected in the hand mirror is Obito's sharingan with one tomo. Obito is in disbelief. As Obito's grandmother leaves the room, muttering about calling his uncle for assistance, Obito remains in bed, feeling a sense of unease. The room is quiet, save for the distant sounds of his grandmother's movements, perhaps attempting to go out and find Obito's so-called uncle. Suddenly, Toby reappears, phasing through the wall with a mischievous grin on his masked face. Obito shoots him a glare. "What the hell do you want now?" Obito snaps, irritated by Toby's sudden appearance. "Ha ha ha. You really are a dumbass, Obito. Enough with the insults, what's going on? Why are you here again?" Toby, still chuckling, becomes more serious. "You must have awakened your sharingan when you received those memories from the future, that's the only explanation." "Memories from the future? What are you talking about?" Toby, now wearing a more serious expression, explains. "The encounter we had, the visions of pain and suffering, you received memories from a future where you played a significant role, it triggered your sharingan, that's an awesome cheat. This is new, isn't it?" Obito absorbs the information, a knot forming in his stomach. The bizarre connection between Toby, the future memories, and his awakened sharingan starts to unravel in his mind. But to be honest, Obito knows it already at the back of his mind, and he just doesn't want to acknowledge it. As Toby scolds Obito for the prolonged use of his sharingan, he warns, "You keep this up, and you might just end up dead from chakra depletion, dumbass." "How do I stop it, then?" "I don't want to die." Toby chuckles behind his mask. "Well, there are two methods, Obito. The easy one is to calm down and think happy thoughts, it's the most roundabout way, but it works. The harder one is to reduce your thoughts to zero or nothingness. Treat your sharingan like a muscle. By not using it, you stop using it." Obito, willing to try anything to prevent the potential danger, takes a deep breath and follows Toby's advice. He focuses on calming thoughts, pushing aside the visions that triggered his sharingan. Quickly, the intense red glow of his sharingan fades away, leaving Obito relieved as he checks his eyes in the mirror. Toby, seemingly satisfied with the result, vanishes into thin air. "Remember, I'll only appear when you're not using that sharingan of yours," his words echo in Obito's mind. Obito, left alone in the room, contemplates the strange relationship between Toby, his sharingan, and the mysterious future memories. "You have to be kidding me." He should be excited now that he has awakened his sharingan, but he is not. The side effect, that is Toby, is a very disconcerting matter. Feeling a bit more stable after following Toby's advice, Obito rises from his bed. He searches for his grandma and finds her already in her changed clothes, ready to go out. "Grandma," Obito calls, trying to sound casual. "I'm fine, there's no need to bother anyone from the Uchiha main household." "Are you sure, dear? You were quite ill." "I'm a natural, Grandma. I figured out how to turn off my sharingan, it must have been the cause of my fever, but now I'm fine, I should be able to recover for some time." "Well, if you're sure, just take it easy, okay? And if anything feels off, let me know." Obito reassures her with a nod, hiding the complexity of the situation beneath a facade of calm. As his grandma heads out, Obito remains alone, contemplating the mysteries surrounding his sharingan and the strange encounters with Toby. Chapter 5. Kakashi Hatake wakes up in the soft morning light filtering through his bedroom window. He stretches his limbs. Feeling the satisfying pop of his joints as he works out the stiffness from a night of rest cracking his neck with a practiced ease, he sits up and swings his legs over the side of the bed. With purposeful strides. Kakashi heads to the kitchen. The enticing aroma of sizzling bacon and brewing coffee fills the air as he expertly prepares his breakfast. The clatter of utensils against pans echoes through the quiet apartment. He flips the eggs with a swift flick of his wrist, a testament to his ninja reflexes. Sitting down to eat, Kakashi savors each bite of his meal. The rhythmic ticking of the clock on the wall provides a steady background beat to his solitary morning routine. With efficiency, he cleans the dishes, leaving the kitchen spotless. A light shower refreshes him, water droplets cascading down his lithe frame. He towels off quickly, not wasting a moment. Kakashi picks up his attire for the day, a long-sleeved anchor gray shirt with a zipper running down the front. A green scarf wrapped snugly around his neck, and slate-colored shorts that allow for freedom of movement. His feet slip into blue sandals, completing the ensemble. The familiar weight of his mask settles over his face, obscuring his features from the world. Kakashi gazes at himself in the mirror, a silent acknowledgement of the ninja he has become. Alone in his apartment, he adjusts the Hiate headband on his forehead, a symbol of his village loyalty. Despite the solitude, Kakashi moves through the routine with the ease of someone accustomed to such a lifestyle. The sun slowly rises from the horizon, casting long shadows on the buildings. The crunch of gravel underfoot announces Kakashi's arrival at the training grounds. Minato-sensei and Rin are already present and engaged in conversation. Minato smiles warmly and waves him over. "Kakashi, good to see you, we've got a lot to cover today," Minato says, gesturing to an open space for training. Kakashi nods in acknowledgement, his eyes are focused and alert. "I'm ready, sensei." Rin, however, wears a worried expression as she speaks up. "Sensei, it's been the third day in a row that Obito hasn't shown up, I'm getting really concerned." Minato's expression softens, and he places a reassuring hand on Rin's shoulder. "Rin, I understand your concern, I spoke with Obito's grandma yesterday, it seems he's come down with something really nasty, she's taking care of him, so there's nothing to worry about, Obito just needs some time to recover." Rin relaxes slightly at Minato's words, but concern still lingers in her eyes. "I hope he gets better soon." Minato nods in agreement. "We'll manage for now, Kakashi, let's focus on our training today and give Obito the time he needs to recover." Kakashi gives a silent nod, understanding the importance of prioritizing their teammates' well-being. The trio then shifts their attention back to the training grounds, ready to make the most of the day despite the absence of their comrade. But Kakashi doesn't really care about Obito being sick. He is an objective person. If the other is sick, then he just needs to recover, and when he does, then that's good. The Senjutsu tree's special effects are about to expire. I want you, Rin, to make the most of it while you can. Practice with the tree, and harness its disadvantages to improve your skills. As a medical nin, it should help you with your chakra control. Minato's words elicit a spirited response from Rin. "Yes, sensei." As Rin readies herself for practice with the Senjutsu tree, Minato beckons Kakashi aside. They move a short distance away from the training area, engaging in a hushed conversation. "Kakashi, I need you to focus on something important," Minato begins, his tone serious. Kakashi raises an eyebrow, curious. "What's going on, sensei?" Minato sighs before responding. "It's about you being a Chunin already. The Chunin exams are approaching, and Obito and Rin are aiming to advance. For them to succeed, you need to be cautious in your actions. There will be overseers during the exams, and if you intervene too much as a member of Team Minato, it could influence the results for Obito and Rin negatively. I am just saying, give them a chance to shine for this exam. Why don't I just not participate then? I'm already a Chunin." Minato shakes his head. "It doesn't work that way. The Chunin exams are designed for 3-member teams. You're getting extra consideration because of your abilities. But it's crucial for Obito and Rin's advancement. Teamwork is a major criterion, and your involvement is necessary. It is not like they can just find a third person." Kakashi grimaces, his frustration evident. "Being a babysitter wasn't part of being a Chunin. I'm here to train and improve myself. This is the training grounds, isn't it?" Minato chuckles lightly. "I know, Kakashi, but this is part of the responsibility that comes with being a Jonin." The way he says Jonin suggests a hidden meaning. You're not just here for yourself, you're here for your team, it's a chance for them to grow, and you're a key part of that process. Moreover, Minato grins slyly, think of it like this. If Obito and Rin raise their rank, then we'll be able to get higher difficult tier missions. Even a rank A mission won't be too far from our reach. Kakashi rolls his eyes, but he nods begrudgingly. Deep down, he understands the weight of his role, even if it means putting up with what he considers babysitting. Still, the term Jonin does catch his interest. The upcoming Chunin exams are about more than personal achievements, they're about the cohesion and success of Team Minato. Every new genin team operates according to these principles. That's why it is led by a jonin leading a group of genins. Jonins, after all, more than their combat prowess, also possess excellent leadership and observation abilities. Minato leans in, his voice low and serious. Kakashi, HQ is considering removing your Chunin qualifications if we don't see satisfactory results in terms of teamwork during the Chunin exams. Removing my Chunin status? That's a bit extreme, don't you think? Minato smirks, his eyes glinting with sly amusement. Well, here's the interesting part, if you show exceptional leadership and teamwork during the exams, they might reconsider you for Jonin rank qualifications. Jonin? That would make me the youngest Jonin ever if it happens. Minato nods. Exactly, it's a rare opportunity, Kakashi-san. HQ is giving you a chance to prove yourself not just as a skilled ninja but as a leader. If you shine in the Chunin exams, Jonin status might be within your reach. Despite the gravity of the situation, Kakashi can't help but mutter childishly, this is too much of a drag. Minato chuckles. Well, sometimes, the path to greatness isn't the easiest one. Embrace the challenge, Kakashi, it's an opportunity that doesn't come around often. Kakashi exhales, his demeanor shifting back to a more composed state. I'll do what needs to be done, sensei, Jonin or not, I won't let my team down. Minato nods approvingly. That's the spirit, Kakashi, let's make this Chunin exam a turning point for you. Yes, Kakashi adds. I won't let my team down as long as it is for the sake of the mission. Minato is momentarily speechless. He has always known that Kakashi is not the flexible kind. Sigh yes, as long as you understand what the HQ wants, but truthfully, Minato hopes that what Kakashi understands is Minato's intentions instead. As Kakashi contemplates the weight of his responsibilities, a realization dawns upon him. So, the Chunin exam isn't just about promoting more Chunin, it's a test for me, he states with a mix of curiosity and understanding. Minato nods solemnly, confirming Kakashi's deduction. Yes, Kakashi-san, the higher-ups want to evaluate your leadership and teamwork abilities. You're in a unique and sensitive situation, especially given your lineage. Kakashi furrows his brow, seeking clarification. What do you mean? Minato sighs, choosing his words carefully. You're the son of Tsukumo Hatake, a highly skilled but controversial ninja. The stories surrounding his actions and subsequent disgrace are still fresh in people's minds. Having you in the limelight, especially if you don't perform well, wouldn't be good for Konoha's image. By perform, I don't mean your abilities from ninjutsu, taijutsu, etc. Kakashi's expression remains unreadable, though a flicker of concern crosses his face. So, this is about protecting the village's reputation, not just testing my abilities. I understand, it really is a mission. Minato nods again. Exactly. The higher-ups are cautious, and they see the Chunin exams as a way to gauge not just your skills, but how well you can handle the spotlight. If you excel, it's a win for you and for Konoha, if not, then you drop a rank. Kakashi absorbs the information, his mind racing with the implications. I see, so, I need to not only prove myself but prove it in a way that will showcase my leadership more than just my abilities. I accept the mission, Kakashi declares, his voice steady and determined. I'll lead my teammates in the Chunin exams, and I'll make sure they showcase their best qualities. Minato's lips curve into a wry smile at Kakashi's choice of words. It's not exactly a mission, Kakashi, consider it more of advice for your career. How you handle the Chunin exams will play a significant role in shaping your path as a ninja. Kakashi nods, understanding the gravity of the situation. I get it, sensei, I won't take it lightly, I'll do what needs to be done. Minato places a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. I have confidence in you, Kakashi, lead your team well, and make the most of this opportunity. It's not just about the exams, it's about building the foundation for your future as a ninja. After the session of training, Kakashi and Rin walk home together. They both seem equally tired, and Rin can't help but express her curiosity. You know, Kakashi, what's it like? Being so capable and all, your training sessions with Minato-sensei seem intense. Kakashi looks at her and replies, don't envy or pity me, Rin, I asked for this kind of training from Minato-sensei. Envy or pity? No, Kakashi-san, it's neither, it's a genuine concern from your teammate. Pity and envy are for hypocrites. I genuinely care about you. You are surprisingly outspoken today. Kakashi raises an eyebrow, prompting Rin to explain. Rin shakes her head, grinning. Yeah, I am usually timid, but for the past 3 years, I have seen what you can and cannot do. I see the hard work you put in, and I just want to make sure you're okay. You push yourself so much. Smirking, Kakashi responds, I can handle it. Because Kakashi is wearing a mask, Rin cannot see him smirking, but somehow she can tell. Smiling for some reason, Rin says, I know you can, Kakashi-san, you can handle it. I believe in you, but it's okay to take it easy sometimes, you don't always have to be the toughest one. Kakashi nods and adds, I appreciate the concern, Rin-san, but I have my reasons for doing things this way. Rin raises an eyebrow, asking, reasons? Kakashi looks ahead and explains, yeah, I have goals, and this is the path I chose to reach them. Well, just don't push yourself too hard, okay? We're a team, and we're here for each other, though me and Obito might not be as capable as you, if there is a kunai that you cannot parry or dodge, we'll catch them for you. Kakashi grows silent and comments, you are kind in a strange way, just like Minato-sensei, but please don't catch any kunai for me, I don't mind Obito doing it though, he can rot and die for all I care. Laughing, Rin responds, maybe I've picked up some wisdom from Minato-sensei, but seriously, take care of yourself, Kakashi-san, we're not just teammates, we're friends, and I will forget you dissing Obito just now, so you better listen. Kakashi nods and says, I hear you, Rin-san. And as I said, I hope you listen, Rin emphasizes stubbornly. Chapter 6. Shortly after Rin and Kakashi separate, Kakashi decides to check on Obito. His lithe figure blurs as he runs in a direction that he has in mind. Obito has been absent for the third time, and while it doesn't really worry him, he acknowledges that it might affect their team in the Chunin exams. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the landscape as Kakashi swiftly moves through the familiar streets. His senses are sharp, and the rhythm of his steps reflects his ninja training. The village is gradually quieting down as evening approaches. As Kakashi runs, he glances at the sunset and realizes that the night is about to set in. The sky is painted with hues of orange and pink, a serene backdrop to his solitary journey. The thought of Obito's absence recently lingers in his mind, a subtle concern masked by his stoic exterior. The Chunin exams are approaching, and Minato-sensei's words about prioritizing Obito's health echo in Kakashi's mind. While he may not express it openly, the idea of his team facing challenges without their full roster does bother him. Kakashi looks around as he arrives at Obito's address. Only now Kakashi realizes that the address is quite far on the edge of the Uchiha compound. The Uchiha clan is a privileged family. And even its outer members outside of the main household get to enjoy the advantages of being Uchiha. But Obito's residence being this far from the fringes of Uchiha territory implies Obito's family is not so well liked within the clan. Clans. They are complicatedly annoying. Obito? This is Kakashi, I wish to talk. The door swings open, revealing Obito's grandmother, a kind and gentle woman with silver hair that frames her weathered face. Kakashi meets her gaze with a respectful nod. The old woman smiles warmly, recognizing the young shinobi. Ah, Kakashi, dear, it's been a while, she greets him, her voice carrying a mixture of warmth and concern. Kakashi returns the greeting with a small but polite smile. The reason for the old woman's familiarity is that she has met Kakashi and Rin once or twice already. In Kakashi's case, the first time she met her was when she delivered Obito's lunchbox to their training ground. Even to this moment, Kakashi cannot believe that a person can actually forget their lunchbox. Yes, it has, ma'am, is Obito around? Kakashi inquires, his tone measured. He can't help but notice the wrinkles etched on her face, evidence of the passage of time. Obito's grandmother's smile fades slightly, and a hint of worry creases her brow. No, dear, he hasn't returned yet, it's the third time, she admits, her concern deepening. That boy had a fever recently, I was so worried for him, so I talked to Minato-sensei, I told Obito to rest, but he really is persistent. He slips by me every time. I guess he really wants to train, and if that's the case, then I should just let him go to Minato-sensei. Kakashi's brow furrows imperceptibly. He's aware of Obito's occasional disappearing acts, but 3 times this week is unusual, even for him. A subtle sense of unease begins to tug at the edges of Kakashi's thoughts. Training? Him. Honestly, he cannot see it in Obito. The goofy smile, stupid jokes, and his loud mouth. In fact, Kakashi cannot even associate Obito with the Uchiha. I see, well, I just wanted to check on him, we have the Chunin exams coming up, and it wouldn't do well for our team if he's absent. Kakashi explains, choosing his words carefully. He glances past Obito's grandmother into the dimly lit interior of the house. The elderly woman sighs, a mix of understanding and worry in her eyes. I know, Kakashi-san, Obito's a good boy, but sometimes he just wanders off without a word, I hope he's not causing too much trouble for you. Kakashi offers a reassuring smile. No trouble at all, ma'am, we're a team, after all, I'll keep an eye out for him, please let me know if you hear anything. Obito's grandmother nods appreciatively. You're a responsible young man, Kakashi-san, I hope he comes back soon, how about you stay for dinner? No, thank you, but I have to go, as Kakashi turns to leave, he can't shake off the thought of Obito actually ditching ninja training to play and mess around instead. He walks away and turns to a corner. He counts internally for 10 seconds. After counting, he peeks from his hiding spot and sees Obito's grandma to be gone and inside the house again. At this point, Kakashi has decided to track Obito. Kakashi moves like a shadow, his footsteps nearly silent as he approaches the backside of Obito's residence. According to Obito's grandmother, the young Uchiha had sneaked away, leaving behind the possibility of traces. Kakashi's keen eye and ninja instincts go to work as he begins his investigation. He crouches down near the base of the house, examining the ground for any sign of disturbance. It doesn't take long for his trained senses to pick up on subtle irregularities. There. Near the window on the elevated second floor, the dust seems to have been disturbed. Kakashi narrows his eyes, deducing that this is the point where Obito made his escape. Standing over a patch of grass below the window, Kakashi visualizes Obito's movements. He envisions the leap, the trajectory, and the landing. With a swift and almost imperceptible motion, he mimics the jump, landing gracefully as if he were Obito himself. His gaze shifts around, scanning the surroundings for any clues. To his left, there's a cluster of shrubbery. Kakashi's sharp eyes catch a subtle indentation in the foliage, a small disturbance that suggests Obito's passage. He kneels down, inspecting the area with a meticulous focus. "So, what are you doing, Obito? And where are you going?" Kakashi moves with purpose, his steps light and deliberate. The path leads him through the shadows, weaving between buildings and into the outskirts of the village. Finally, Kakashi arrives at a makeshift training ground. He perches on a branch, carefully hiding his presence. Kakashi observes silently as Obito continues his training, his gaze hidden behind the cover of a leafy branch. Obito's breathing is haggard, rough, and short, indicating the intensity of his efforts. Scattered beneath him are several kunai and shuriken, evidence of his practice session. Kakashi notes the determination in Obito's movements, the way he picks up the weapons and retrieves the bunch embedded in the target boards. "Damn it," Obito mutters to himself, frustration evident in his voice. He runs a hand through his sweat-drenched hair, a sign of the exertion he's putting himself through. Kakashi remains silent, absorbing the scene below. Obito glances at the target boards, each one marked with the aftermath of his training. "I can't believe I'm not as good as Sasuke or Itachi," he admits, a tinge of disappointment in his tone. "No matter how hard I try, I can't seem to replicate them, but that's understandable." Kakashi's brow furrows imperceptibly, his thoughts swirling with a mix of surprise and concern. He hadn't expected Obito to harbor such insecurities, especially regarding his Uchiha counterparts. But a question lingers: who is Sasuke? Or Itachi? If they are famous, Kakashi should know them. The moonlight filters through the leaves, casting a soft glow on the training ground. Kakashi remains hidden, watching over Obito. Judging by the dirt, the messy clothes, and the disturbance caused by the terrain, Obito must be practicing for some time. He is about to leave, deciding to let Obito on his own when suddenly, an interesting scene occurs. Obito's eyes turn a shade of red. It is the Sharingan, a single tomo Sharingan. Kakashi is surprised as this is the first time he has seen Obito use it. Kakashi narrows his eyes, recognizing the distinctive hue of red piercing through the darkness. The Sharingan. A single tomo glows ominously in Obito's eyes, a sight Kakashi had never witnessed before. Obito grips a kunai tightly, his movements becoming more precise, and more controlled. The frustration that marred his face earlier transforms into a focused determination. Kakashi, hidden in the shadows, remains still. The moonlight accentuates the crimson glow of Obito's Sharingan, casting an eerie ambience over the training ground. The kunai in Obito's hand flashes with lethal intent as he hurls it towards the target boards. The precision is impeccable, each strike hitting the mark dead center. A mix of shock and curiosity washes over Kakashi's usually impassive features. "So, you've been hiding this, Obito," he murmurs to himself, his eyes narrowing as he continues to observe. Or did he just awaken it recently? Kakashi cannot tell. The way Obito moves, and assimilates his jujutsu has a certain touch of experience to it. Though Kakashi has yet to confront a Sharingan user, he can tell that Obito is moving with the grace of a veteran. When a person uses a technique they are not used to, there are short moments of hesitation, awkwardness, or lag. But Obito? He is so fluid in his movements that Kakashi realizes this is no longer the same Obito he knows. Kakashi recalls the moments when Obito would boast that he would surpass Kakashi easily in no time once he awakened his Sharingan. The pit of Kakashi's stomach twists in disgust in a sense. Kakashi discriminates against highborn people like the Uchiha. Tsukumo Hatake is somewhat of a highborn, too, in the sense he has created a household name for himself, but he is someone who rose from the ranks from being a commoner, just like Minato Namikaze, to distinguishing himself as the legendary White Fang. Though Kakashi doesn't show it, there is also a prickly side to him of disliking something that he doesn't like. While he may not show it because of his personal philosophies, he has his own biases too, for example, with the clans. In the quiet darkness, Obito moves with precision, a shadow dancing through the night. A spark of light illuminates his hand as he unleashes a couple of shurikens, followed swiftly by another throw. A kunai completes the trio, sailing through the air with practiced grace. The two shurikens spin at different intervals, creating a mesmerizing display born from precise calculations. The shurikens collide as expected, causing one to change its trajectory and strike a hidden target board at a difficult angle. Meanwhile, the other shuriken speeds up, and the kunai follows suit, closing the distance with this shuriken. Obito doesn't miss a beat. He hurls another kunai into the mix, striking the first kunai and altering its trajectory. 3 more difficult target boards are hit simultaneously. It all occurs within merely a full second. Obito, however, seems dissatisfied with his own performance. "Man, my shuriken jutsu really sucks," he mutters to himself, a mix of disappointment and self-deprecating humor in his tone. Unbeknownst to Obito, Kakashi, hidden in the shadows, observes the entire spectacle. Obito's casual remark about his shuriken jutsu doesn't escape Kakashi's notice. A subtle twitch in Kakashi's eye, almost unnatural in its intensity, betrays his surprise. Inside Kakashi's head, he is already ranting a lot. "Your shuriken jutsu sucks. Then what about mine? Or Rin? This show-off is actually hiding his abilities. Am I actually a genius? Or is this guy the genius?" However, Kakashi is a quiet person, so he keeps his thoughts to his own. He remains silent, contemplating the unexpected skill he just witnessed from his teammate, who, despite his own assessment, seems to have a level of finesse that catches even a usually composed Kakashi off guard. Kakashi has always been labeled a genius, but in Kakashi's heart, he doesn't see himself as one. He objectively analyzes Obito's feat. It is certainly flashy, and deadly. But Kakashi can do just as much. Altering the trajectory of projectiles is within his capabilities, and even without a Dojutsu, he will manage just fine. But the difficulty of Obito's feat doesn't lie in his precision, but the speed. If it is Kakashi, he will need a good 1.5 to 1.2 seconds to perform the same feat. For Kakashi, who specializes in speed and efficiency, he can easily kill multiple targets in 0.8 seconds with a well-timed series of ninjutsu combined with shuriken jutsu. Obito, what is going on with you?" Suddenly, Obito strikes a victorious pose. "Ha! Not bad, if I do say so myself," and then he grins. "What are you? Bipolar?" Kakashi cringes at how random Obito can be. Chapter 7. Obito stands in the moonlit night, victorious after his intense training session. He strikes a confident pose, admiring the precision of his kunais and shurikens hitting the target boards. "Ha! Not bad, if I do say so myself." The moon hangs above, casting a silvery glow on the training ground. Obito wipes the sweat off his forehead, feeling the tangible progress in his skills. His efforts are paying off faster than he anticipated, and the satisfaction is evident in his expression. But then, a subtle shift in the air catches his attention. His activated sharingan detects a presence at 7 o'clock. Obito's eyes narrow, and he calls out into the night. "Who's there? Show yourself." A tense moment passes, and Obito remains on guard. Suddenly, the presence vanishes like a wisp of smoke, leaving Obito alone in the moonlit stillness. He senses the emptiness around him, a frown forming on his face. "What the?" he mumbles, perplexed. Obito considers pursuing the mysterious visitor, but exhaustion washes over him. He lets out a sigh, deciding it's best to let the peeping figure go for now. "Guess they're not in the mood for a chat," he mutters to himself, lowering his guard. With a shrug, Obito turns away, acknowledging his fatigue. The night remains silent, save for the rustling leaves and the distant howl of a nocturnal creature. "But man, my limbs are aching." Obito picks up the pace as he retrieves his kunais and shurikens. The makeshift training ground that he is in, is the one that he has built and improved for the past 3 years. He personally has cut the grass, removed the trees, and seized the space. It is a place where he can unwind and train on his lonesome without disturbance. The reason for the making of his personal makeshift training grounds is mostly because using the official training grounds costs him Rio, and he rather save his money. There are allocated training grounds for ninjas where they can train and request resources, but they cost money. Minato-sensei has requested a training ground for the next month, solely shouldering the cost for it, so the thought of it makes Obito uncomfortable that he has been absent for the past 3 days. Tomorrow, he must make amends and rejoin the team's training. As Obito picks up his projectile weapons, the sound of clapping echoes through the night. He whirls around to find Toby by the swings, an unsettling smiling gaze on his masked face. It's the ghost of Obito's future, the embodiment of what he might become. Well, if it isn't the master of shuriken jutsu, Toby says with a mockingly exaggerated applause. Obito narrows his eyes, a mix of annoyance and curiosity playing on his face. What are you doing here, Toby? Toby chuckles behind his mask. Just here to witness the great Obito Uchiha in action, but I have to say, your shuriken jutsu could use some work. Obito clenches his fists, a defensive edge in his voice. I don't need your commentary, and your standards are broken. I am a genin. Oh, lighten up, Obito, I'm just here to help. Moreover, what if you are a genin? Do you want me to praise you for throwing some metal stuff with lackluster killing intent? Bah! Help! From you? I doubt it, all I hear is complaining. Toby grins beneath the mask. You doubt everything, but think about it, I've got a shortcut for you. Inherited muscle memory from your future self. Just trace the moves, imitate them, and voila, your combat abilities will be on par with mine in no time. Inherited muscle memory? You're talking nonsense. I am already doing that by referring on the inherited memories in my head. Toby shrugs casually, call it what you want, but it's the truth. I've seen your future, Obito, and let me tell you, it's impressive. With a little effort, you can surpass even the great Toby. Obito smirks, dreaming. Toby, that's all you're doing, and you are not great, you are a clown, an alter ego born from the future Obito's disguise. Toby tilts his head mockingly, call it what you will, but remember, I'm you just better, stronger, and more cunning. Take my advice or don't, it's your choice, but deep down, you know I'm right. Toby adds, you won't return to your peak strength anytime soon, so you should know better. His words are filled with implications. Obito will inevitably lack many things if he so decides to diverge and take another path in this timeline. The loss of Manjikyu's sharingan, not to mention the Hashirama Senju's cells that will be transplanted to him by Madara, will prove to be a great deduction to his strength. Toby's words linger in the night air, and Obito finds himself conflicted. The memories of his future self. The darkness he glimpsed, the path he had taken under Madara's influence, they all weigh heavily on his mind. His eyes narrow as he studies the masked figure before him, a distorted reflection of what could be. Obito takes a step forward, the moonlight casting shadows on his determined face. I don't need your shortcuts, you should also know better that we cannot repeat that dark future. I'll forge my own path. Toby chuckles, the eerie sound echoing in the silent training ground. Stubborn, as always, you can deny it all you want, but deep down, you know the truth, the power you could wield, the strength you could attain. Lacking power is a sin, and without it, you cannot achieve anything. Obito shakes his head, dispelling the intrusive thoughts. I won't be swayed by your promises or the twisted destiny I glimpsed, I'll choose my own fate. Toby's gaze intensifies as he leans against the swings, the mask hiding whatever expression lies beneath. Fate is not chosen, it chooses you, dumbass. Obito's fists clench, determination fueling his resolve. I've seen where that path leads, I won't let it consume me. You're just delaying the inevitable, but good. I like that spirit. But say, weakling, what can you achieve with that measly little talent of yours? Ignoring Toby's taunts, Obito turns away, picking up his projectiles. The moonlight glints off the cold metal, and Obito's mind races with conflicting emotions. Toby's masked face contorts into a mocking grin, though unseen from the mask, his tone says it all. You know, Obito, if you want to awaken that Manjikyu sharingan of yours, maybe you should experience the joy of watching Rin die in your arms again. It worked once, right? You find that amusing, do you? You bastard, you are me, how dare you say that? Toby's laughter echoes in the night. Oh, come on, lighten up, it's just a joke, or maybe not, who knows what the future holds. Obito grits his teeth, choosing to ignore Toby's provocations. He refocuses on picking up his kunais and shurikens from the target board so he can resume his training. However, Toby is not done teasing. And to perfect that Manjikyu sharingan of yours, you'll need a little extra boost. Hashirama Senju's cells, my friend, your body can't handle the strain without it. What if we go grave digging tonight? Hey, we can do it tomorrow too. You are the dumbass, and what am I going to do with the first Hokage's corpse? It is not like I can transplant his cells, there has to be another way. You're always looking for another way, aren't you? What about getting hitched with Orochimaru? Whoa. That's solid proof plan, right? Have him transplant the cells. Obito, ignoring Toby's ominous words, mutters under his breath, I'd rather not get involved with him, he is a snake literally and metaphorically. As I said, there must be another path. Another path? Obito, you're living in a dream. What resources do you have? You're just a neglected outcast within the Uchiha, treated like a shadow. Even if you awaken that sharingan of yours. Do you really think the Uchiha will send a mentor your way? They'd rather focus on their precious inner circle assets. Obito remains silent, his jaw clenched, as the harsh reality of his situation sinks in. Toby's words cut deep, highlighting the isolation and lack of support he faces within his own clan. Toby, undeterred by Obito's quiet demeanor, presses on. Face it, Obito, you're on your own, the Uchiha won't give you the time of day, let alone the resources you need, your dreams of finding a different path are nothing more than wishful thinking, let's do some villain stuff. Obito looks away, his gaze fixed on the moonlit training ground. The frustration and anger smolder within him, but he keeps his thoughts to himself. Toby's words have struck a nerve, forcing him to confront the harsh truth of his position. Toby rises from the swing, his footsteps echoing in the quiet night as he paces around. You're playing a dangerous game, Obito, destiny is a tricky thing, and defying it comes with consequences, be careful what you wish for. Obito, still engrossed in his training, glances at Toby with a furrowed brow. Shut up, you are noisy. Toby chuckles ominously. Bold words, dumbass, maybe it would be better for you to die now than to bring about the tragedy that awaits. Suicide. Is that really the better choice? Toby tilts his head, his masked gaze fixed on Obito. I don't know, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, the threads of fate are complex, you might end up causing more harm than good. Is this what you're really thinking, Toby? How about the opposite? How can you be certain I won't do more good than harm? Toby's response is cryptic, I'm not the one you should be asking, you should ask yourself these questions. Obito meets Toby's masked gaze, frustration evident in his eyes. You're infuriating, do you even care about anything? Toby cares about the inevitable, and what is its opposite if not avoidable? If what is certain can be reversed, then this Toby will be more than happy to be of assistance, after all, Toby is you. Obito pauses in his training, leveling a piercing gaze at Toby. You know, for someone who claims to be a part of me, you've been pretty hard to understand, I've been going in and out of the hospital for the past 2 days, even had a Yamanaka medical nin check my memories, nothing, you're like a ghost. Well, I am a ghost from the future. You really think some random Yamanaka ninja can find me that easily, Obito? Kehaha. Dumbass. Obito narrows his eyes, a barbed tone in his voice. Then what are you? A manifestation of my darkest thoughts. From what I understand, you are born from the inherited memories as my split personality, aren't you? And at some point, aren't you going to usurp me? Split personality? Yes, usurp. No, think of me as a guardian, Obito, a self-defense mechanism your brain conjured up to protect you. Protect me? From what? Your twisted advice. Toby grins beneath the mask. No, Obito, from the harsh realities you refuse to face. A split personality is the mind's way of shielding itself. I'm here to help you, whether you like it or not, whether I like it or not. Dumbass, do you think I wanted to be here? Protecting me by suggesting suicide? Doesn't sound like protection to me. Toby's laughter reverberates through the night. Oh, Obito, you're missing the point, I won't take over, I'm not here to usurp your mind, I'm here to ensure you do the right thing. Obito's eyes narrow in contemplation as a different theory forms in his mind. What if you're not a result of split personality, Toby? What if the Obito of the future has cast a powerful spacetime ninjutsu, allowing his consciousness to travel back to the past? What if you're the future me, trying to change the course of events? Toby, caught off guard by this unexpected hypothesis, remains silent for a moment. The masked visage betrays no emotion as he processes Obito's words. Obito presses on, his voice carrying a mix of uncertainty and curiosity. Maybe that's why you're so elusive, why you don't appear in my memories, and even a Yamanaka ninja cannot detect you, you're not a defense mechanism, you're a time-traveling version of me. Toby finally breaks his silence, a sardonic chuckle escaping from behind the mask. Time travel, Obito. You've been reading too many scrolls, you think I'm the future you, trying to change things. If that is the case, that would have been better, because that will mean he would want to protect this life more than you ever will, not because you inherited his memories, doesn't mean you own them. Obito, undeterred by Toby's words, continues, it makes sense, you're here to guide me, protect me from the mistakes I made in the future, that's why you made me see those memories, that's it, isn't it? Obito. You really think I'm your future self? That's a stretch, Obito, distort your own memory, expand your own delusions, and you will only suffer. Obito's gaze remains fixed on Toby, a determined glint in his eyes. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but it's a theory worth considering, if you're truly here to help, then who else could you be? Time travel. Really, Obito? You've got quite the imagination, you're reaching for the stars with that one. Obito, his theory challenged, narrows his eyes but remains silent, waiting for Toby's response. Toby's laughter subsides, and he looks at Obito with a smirk. You're not entirely wrong, though, while I can't rebuttal your wild theory, there's actually a scarier possibility you haven't considered. Obito raises an eyebrow, intrigued and cautious. What are you talking about? What if, Obito, we're not in the past or the future? What if we're just in a dream, caught in a powerful genjutsu so illogical that we can't even question whether it's fake or real? Obito's gaze hardens as he processes Toby's words. A dream? That's your third theory? You're just mocking me now. Obito begins to sweat. Toby grins behind the mask. Think about it, Obito, the world around us, the events unfolding, it's all so surreal, maybe we're just puppets in someone else's dream, living out a story that doesn't make sense. Obito's frustration grows, his voice tinged with irritation. This is no time for jokes, Toby. Uncomfortable, isn't it? In a world where reality itself might be an illusion. Good luck with that, maybe the truth is stranger than any theory you could come up with. The infinite Tsukuyomi is a powerful genjutsu that has been the centerpiece of Madara Uchiha's plan for the world. Something that the future Obito has believed to be necessary for the sake of true happiness. This memory about infinite Tsukuyomi has also been inherited by little Obito, so he knows what Toby means, and that it is not entirely baseless. Obito sighs, a mixture of frustration and resignation in his voice. You're a real pain in the ass, Toby. Toby suppresses a chuckle, the masked face giving away nothing. Well, I'm here to keep things interesting, so, what's your plan now? Obito looks at Toby, determination in his eyes. Short term, I need to pass the Chunin exams with flying colors, I can't afford to fall behind. Why bother? Kakashi will carry the whole team anyway. Obito scowls at Toby's dismissive remark. It's not just about Kakashi, I need to leave an impression on the higher-ups this time, it might be useful someday. What's your long-term goal, Obito? This is just me, but I feel like the Chunin exams aren't a big deal anyway. Obito's eyes flicker with a mix of determination and weariness. Survive the Kanabi Bridge incident. Toby nods, acknowledging Obito's straightforward response. Survival, a simple yet crucial goal, but you know, survival sometimes requires more than just strength, moreover, there is Madara behind the scenes, who actually knows how far is his reach. Obito narrows his eyes, recalling the lessons from the future Madara Uchiha. I know the importance of schemes, of playing the game, but I won't blindly follow someone else's agenda, moreover, I have you should know how far is his reach exactly, don't you? Toby smirks, a glint of amusement in his eyes. You've learned well, Obito. Toby resumes his seat on the swing. All these grand plans of survival and independence, Obito, but let's be real, it's all too difficult with your current strength. Obito glances at Toby, a spark of irritation in his eyes. I'll get stronger, I'll find a way. Toby laughs, an offending edge to his voice. Strength, my friend, isn't just about physical prowess, the sharingan, for instance, requires more than just training, it needs opportunity, the kind that comes with experiencing despair, sadness, loss. Obito furrows his brow, the weight of Toby's words sinking in. I'll find opportunities without resorting to that. Toby leans forward, his masked face inches from Obito's. Opportunities for the Uchiha mean experiencing heavy mental stress, it's the only way the Sharingan awakens, so, what's your plan, Obito? Kill your grandma? Kill Rin? How far are you willing to go? Obito recoils at the suggestion, a mix of anger and disgust in his eyes. I won't resort to killing the ones I care about just for power. Toby reclines on the swing, a satisfied grin on his face. Then, my other self, you'll have to find another way, but mark my words, strength comes at a cost, and sometimes that cost is higher than you're willing to pay. Obito looks at Toby, a determined glint in his eyes. I need a mentor, someone who understands the path I want to take, someone who can guide me, and I've decided, Toby, it's going to be you. Me? You want me as your mentor? You really are full of surprises, Obito. Obito nods, conviction in his voice. I've learned from the best, or the worst, depending on how you see it, and I need someone who knows the ropes, who can teach me the skills and strategies necessary to survive. Survival, yes, but how do you plan on awakening your Manjikyu? It's not like you can just kill someone close to you, as I suggested before. Obito smirks, a touch of cunning in his eyes. There are other ways, Toby. I can reawaken it by being subjected to a powerful genjutsu. The Yamanaka clan specializes in the mind too, so I can involve one of them to help me if any genjutsu user won't be as cooperative. Toby chuckles, a mix of surprise and approval. Bold move, Obito, using the Yamanaka's mental prowess to trigger the Manjikyu. It might just work. Hey, you are making good use of your inherited memories already, trick question. Are you Obito still the Obito who your grandma knows? Or that Obito has already been replaced by something evil. Say, an evil spirit. Obito sighs, that's not funny, shut up. And what's your plan if you suffer blurring and loss of vision? Without Hashirama Senju's cells, your Manjikyu becomes half useless. Obito smirks, confidence in his response. Simple, I'll learn Sage Chakra. Sage Chakra, Obito? You really are an ambitious dumbass. Obito scowls at Tobi's laughter but remains undeterred. It's not impossible, I've seen it, I just need to find a way to access Sage Mode. Stupid. Tobi laughs. Yeah, you saw it, but you never experienced it. Dumbass. Tobi wipes away fake tears of laughter, still chuckling. Oh, Obito, you're a special kind of genius, good luck with that, genius of idiots, I'll be watching your progress with bated breath. Obito rolls his eyes at Tobi's sarcasm but can't help but feel a spark of irritation. I swear, fuck you. Chapter 8. The sun hangs high in the sky, casting small shadows across the training grounds. Asuma Sarutobi, a genin with a deceptively lazy demeanor, crouches behind a dense thicket of bushes. His tall frame is partially concealed, but his fair olive skin stands out in the dappled sunlight. Asuma peers through the leaves, keeping an eye on his teammates who are searching for him. He wears a white jacket with a dark green collar. The fabric rustling softly as he shifts his weight. The chainmail shirt beneath it glints occasionally, hinting at the hidden strength beneath his seemingly casual exterior. His voice, low and nonchalant, cuts through the quiet rustle of leaves. What a drag, I can't believe they actually expect us to train on a day like this, look at the heat and the sun. Ugh, relaxing is training too. A twig snaps nearby, prompting Asuma to freeze. He glances over his shoulder, making sure he remains hidden. His eyes narrow slightly, but there's a subtle amusement in them as if he finds the entire situation mildly amusing. The lazy drawl returns as he mutters to himself, hiding is so much easier than all this training nonsense, why put in effort when you can just, not? He smirks, a brief glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Asuma. Where are you? Asuma rolls his eyes and mutters, troublesome, he contemplates staying hidden a little longer, relishing in the art of evasion. The white jacket, a stark contrast to the foliage, hides him well, especially with how bright the sun is. As a member of the Sarutobi clan, and the only son of the third Hokage, there are kinds of certain expectations other people hurl at him that he will be the next Hokage or something. But Asuma strongly denies such motions. If it is Asuma, he prefers not to become the Hokage for he knows that it is just an annoyance. For example, his father was past his 40s already when he finally succeeded in impregnating his wife, that's crazy. No thanks. He mumbles to himself, dismissing the notion with a knowing nod. Becoming Hokage is not a destiny he yearns for, in fact, he actively rejects it. For Asuma, his ideal life is one without the weight of the village's future on his shoulders. This is far more appealing. Asuma moves through the trees with the grace of a seasoned shinobi, the branches serve as a silent path for his agile strides. The forest echoes with the rustle of leaves as he hears familiar voices calling out to him. Asuma. Hey, where are you, man? Kurenai joins in, her voice carrying a note of annoyance, don't make us come looking for you, Asuma. He snickers to himself, reveling in the subtle rebellion that has become his recent trademark. Though he often presents a mature front, there's a mischievous, almost childish streak that surfaces from time to time. The thrill of evading his teammates adds an extra layer of amusement to the game. This is training. Asuma convinces himself. If Kurenai and Aido don't find him, then that means they need more training, meaning more hide and seek. Jumping effortlessly from one tree to another, Asuma feels the wind tousle his hair as he distances himself from Aido and Kurenai. The voices grow faint, blending with the rustling leaves and the distant sounds of the forest. Come on, Asuma. We don't have time for this. Asuma grins, savoring the freedom of the moment. However, he knows better than to rely too heavily on luck. His thoughts shift to Kurenai, a competent sensory-type ninja who can track even the subtlest movements. Better not push my luck too far. He mutters to himself, acknowledging the potential threat to his little escapade. Thus, he increases his pace. With a final leap, he disappears into the foliage, leaving behind only the fading echoes of his teammates' voices on the breeze. Asuma navigates through the dense foliage, searching for the perfect hiding spot when a peculiar sight catches his attention. In a small clearing, a kid lies face down in the dirt. Seemingly oblivious to the world. Curiosity getting the better of him, Asuma lands lightly on the ground, surveying the scene. Glancing around, he recognizes the area seems to be one of the village's training grounds, though it looks somewhat neglected. Shoddy place for training, he comments under his breath, eyeing the overgrown grass and scattered leaves. His attention shifts to the prone figure, and Asuma raises an eyebrow. Without hesitation, he crouches down and taps the kid's shoulder. "Hey, kid, you okay?" he asks, his tone a mix of concern and amusement. "Obito? What are you doing here?" The prone figure mumbles in response, "5 more minutes, Grandma." Asuma chuckles, realizing the kid is none other than Obito Uchiha. "Who is your grandma?" "Come on, Obito, wake up, this is no place for a nap," he calls, shaking his head. Obito groans, his voice muffled by the dirt. "Just a few more minutes, Grandma, I'm resting." "Resting, huh? In the dirt? You've got some strange habits, kid." Obito's response is a sleepy mumble, "It's comfy, and you are the kid." Asuma continues to survey the training ground. His gaze sweeping over the neglected area. He deduces that Obito must have been training here tirelessly, perhaps to the point of exhaustion. A hint of pity creeps into Asuma's expression as he contemplates the toll it must have taken on the young Uchiha. As if on cue, Obito stirs, shaking off the remnants of sleep and pushing himself up from the ground. Asuma watches as Obito rubs his eyes, looking around in mild confusion before locking eyes with Asuma. Obito tilts his head, squinting up at the sky. "What time is it?" he asks, his voice carrying a hint of weariness. Asuma checks the time, glancing at the position of the sun. "It's 1 o'clock past noon," he replies casually. Obito's eyes widen in sudden realization, and a look of panic washes over his face. 1 o'clock. "I'm late," he exclaims, shooting up to his feet. Asuma raises an eyebrow at Obito's sudden outburst. "Late for what?" he asks, his curiosity piqued. "Sensei's going to kill me. We were supposed to meet for a mission at noon. Why didn't anyone wake me up?" Asuma smirks, enjoying the spectacle. "Well, you did choose to take a dirt nap in the middle of a training ground. Not the most conventional wake-up call, I suppose. Moreover, maybe you got it mixed up. Chunin exams are coming up, and from what I heard, Team Minato is a seeded team, so what mission?" Obito shoots him a glare as he scrambles to his feet, hastily brushing off dirt from his clothes. That's just sleep-talking. Gosh, my dreams are so vivid it is annoying. Yeah, Chunin exams are coming up, I remember now." Asuma decides to tag along with Obito, finding the Uchiha's frantic reaction rather entertaining. The pair make their way to Obito's house, and as they approach, Asuma notices the stern expression on Obito's grandmother's face from a distance. Obito opens the door, bracing himself for what's to come. "Hey, Grandma, I'm Obito Uchiha. Do you have any idea how worried I was? You were supposed to be back hours ago. Look at you. You're covered in dirt, and you've probably skipped meals again. Honestly, what am I going to do with you?" Asuma smirks, amused by the interaction between Obito and his grandmother. The older woman then turns her attention to Asuma, giving him a scrutinizing look. "And who might you be?" Asuma offers a casual nod. "Asuma Sarutobi, Oba-san, thought I'd drop by and make sure Obito doesn't cause trouble. I saw him sprawled on the training ground, sleeping." Ugh. Obito avoids his grandma's eye contact. Obito's grandmother softens a bit. "Well, thank you for looking out for my wayward grandson. Why don't you stay and have lunch with us?" Asuma's stomach rumbles audibly, betraying his hunger. "I wouldn't say no to that," he replies with a grin. Seated around the table, Asuma watches as Obito devours his lunch with a level of enthusiasm that borders on primal. The Uchiha attacks his food like a ravenous beast, prompting a disapproving glance from his grandmother. "Obito, slow down. You're not in a feeding frenzy." Asuma, in contrast, maintains a moderate pace, savoring each bite. The old lady glances at him with a nod of approval, appreciating his more refined table manners. As the trio enjoys their meal, the plates gradually empty, and Asuma, staying true to his education, efficiently and masterfully devoured his portion without looking disgraceful. Obito, however, finishes first, abruptly pushing his chair back and darting towards the door. "Obito! Where do you think you're going?" Asuma stands up, patting his stomach with a satisfied grin. "Don't worry, ma'am, I'll make sure he doesn't get into too much trouble, he's in good hands." The old lady looks at Asuma, her eyes softening. "Oh, thank you, dear, he's a handful, that one." As he heads towards the door, Asuma pauses, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Oh, almost forgot something," he says, turning back to the table. He swiftly grabs the remaining bits of food on Obito's plate and his own, savoring the excuse. Can't let this go to waste, right? With that, Asuma heads out, his stomach now content. The old lady watches him with a bemused expression, appreciating the unexpected, yet good-natured, fella. Obito's grandma comments, "Strange kid, and to think he is actually Hiruzen-san's kid." Asuma easily traces Obito's path as the Uchiha hops from one rooftop to another. The telltale signs of a reckless runner on the roofs make it almost effortless for Asuma to follow. With a powerful leap, he lands beside Obito, keeping pace effortlessly. "What's the rush, Obito?" Asuma asks, glancing at the determined expression on the young ninja's face. Obito looks at Asuma, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I'm gonna kick Kakashi's ass today." Asuma blinks, taken aback by the sudden declaration. He pauses, then bursts into laughter. "You're going to what?" "I'm serious. Kakashi's been getting on my nerves, and today, I'm finally going to show him who's boss." Asuma shakes his head, still chuckling. Obito, you might want to reconsider, Kakashi's not an easy one to take down, besides, isn't he your teammate?" Obito grumbles, teammate or not, he needs to be put in his place. Asuma raises an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "Well, good luck with that, let me know how it goes, I'll be watching from a safe distance." As they continue running across the rooftops, Asuma can't help but find the whole situation amusing. Asuma and Obito arrive at the designated training ground reserved for Team Minato, and the scene unfolds before them. Rin and Minato engage in an intense taijutsu spar, their movements precise and swift. Kakashi, a bit further away, is engrossed in experimenting with his ninjutsu techniques. Asuma prepares to jump over to Minato-sensei's direction, ready to join the training session. However, before he can make a move, Obito unexpectedly grabs his wrist. Asuma shoots Obito a quizzical look, confusion etched across his face. "What's the deal, Obito?" Asuma questions, his curiosity evident in his tone. Obito's grip on Asuma's wrist tightens, and he points towards Kakashi in the distance. "Look at Kakashi," he whispers, his eyes narrowing. Asuma shifts his gaze to Kakashi, who is immersed in his ninjutsu practice. Suddenly, it clicks for Asuma. Obito grins slyly, his eyes glinting mischievously as he turns to Asuma. "Hey, Asuma, you curious to see what Kakashi's up to over there?" Asuma frowns, suspicion etched across his features. He knows Obito well enough to recognize that trouble is brewing. "Obito, I don't think it's a good idea to peek at someone else's training, it's dishonorable." "Come on, Asuma. It's not like we're stealing his techniques or anything, just a little harmless observation." "Harmless observation, huh? I'm not convinced." Obito leans in, adopting a persuasive tone. "Trust me, it's worth it, Kakashi's experimenting with a jutsu that's got the potential to reach A rank." "A rank? Really? What kind of jutsu are we talking about here?" Obito chuckles, enjoying the intrigue he sparked. "Close combat, sharpness, and speed, that's the focus, it's something special, and I thought you might want to witness it." Asuma hesitates, still unsure about the ethical implications of their little espionage. "I don't know, Obito, it just doesn't feel right." Obito grins, pushing his persuasive skills a step further. "Think about it, Asuma, if we get a glimpse of this jutsu, it might give us an edge in our own training, besides, Kakashi won't even notice." Asuma sighs, giving in to Obito's convincing argument. "Fine, but just a quick look, and if we get caught, it's on you." Obito laughs, clapping Asuma on the back. "You won't be disappointed, in fact, we can just go there, and ask him for a sparring, wouldn't that be easier?" Asuma gulps. As a youth, and a young master of sorts, Asuma being a privileged young man is a fact, and this is reflected in his rebellious, or lazy moments. But, at this moment, as he peers at Kakashi's silhouette, engrossed in a lightning release jutsu, curiosity gets the better of him. He mutters to himself, "Alright, Obito, you got me curious." Despite his flaws, Asuma is undeniably a combat enthusiast. The prospect of witnessing Kakashi, a true genius at work, stirs a fire within him. As he watches the lightning crackle and dance, Asuma's eyes narrow in contemplation. "He's definitely onto something big," Asuma remarks, a spark of excitement in his voice. "Say what you want about Kakashi, but the guy knows how to push the boundaries." Obito grins, enjoying Asuma's genuine interest. "Told you it was worth it, didn't I?" Asuma nods, a competitive gleam in his eyes. Yeah, let's just hope he doesn't catch us spying." As they continue to observe, Asuma can't help but think about the possibility of facing Kakashi in combat. The idea sparks a thrill, a desire to test his own mettle against the renowned genius of the Hatake clan. "Imagine going head-to-head with Kakashi," Asuma muses, a smirk playing on his lips. "Now that would be a battle worth remembering." Obito chuckles, sharing in the anticipation. "You've got that right, Asuma, go on, spar with him." When Asuma looks over at Obito, Obito is already gone. "Huh? Where did he go?" Asuma's eyes return to Kakashi. He is really thinking very hard as of this moment on what to do. In the end, he decides to walk to Kakashi. From the thicket of leaves and branches, Obito patiently waits for the show to begin. News. I hope you like my interpretation of Asuma in his youth. The clothes and appearance are canon. My personal touch is this: Asuma possesses traits reminiscent of his future students. Like Shikamaru, he can be lazy and smart. Like Choji, he is a foodie. Like Ino, he can be mischievous and has an outspoken personality. News. Spoiler: I plan to expand the setting of the Sarutobi clan, specifically clans in general, which is most likely canon anyway though unconfirmed, and many of my inputs will be from deducing the original scenes from Naruto. It is acknowledged that the Sarutobi are a privileged class, however from deducing the scenes in Naruto, the more accurate description is that they were semi-privileged during the Warring States period, Tobirama's and Hashirama's time. During Hashirama's time, the Sarutobi were only a retainer clan to the Senju. Though there is a class system in the Land of Fire, it is not expressly adapted within Konoha. I think the reason for this is Hashirama's sense of justice. The way he with Tobirama groomed Hiruzen has led me to strongly believe this, though there might be more political motives, for example, having someone close to you lead next. Admittedly, a class system exists implicitly in the form of clans. After Tobirama's rule as Hokage, isn't the natural development as history knows it is to create a dynasty? But no, the Senju did not exactly create a dynasty. Though their influence has been deeply rooted and remains affecting the following generations, the Senju have faded and hidden from the world after Tobirama's time. Still, from another perspective, it can be seen as a dynasty of teachers and pupils, which is just less bad a dynasty than any. The point I wish to express is that I am planning to delve into the more political side of the Naruto universe. I love interacting with readers and enjoy the creation process, so if you think that there is a perspective to this that is interesting to discuss, feel free to say it. Spoiler. Chapter 9. Kakashi takes small, calm breaths, feeling the crackling energy of lightning chakra within him. It's a potent force, unpredictable and formidable. To channel it effectively, he focuses intently, balancing the fine line between control and chaos. In the midst of his concentration, he senses an approaching presence, an unwelcome interruption to his training. Busy with studying, experimenting, and crafting a new jutsu, Kakashi's irritation flares as he glances up to see Asuma approaching at a leisurely pace. The annoyance is evident in Kakashi's gaze, his usual composure disrupted by the intrusion. Yo, Kakashi. Working on something interesting, I see. Kakashi, keeping his annoyance in check but still visibly bothered, responds tersely. Trying to. What brings you here, Asuma? Asuma, maintaining his easygoing demeanor, grins. Well, I heard you've been holed up here for quite some time, figured I'd drop by and see what the great genius is up to. Kakashi, with a measured sigh, relaxes his muscles, acknowledging the interruption. Just perfect timing, as always. Asuma chuckles knowingly, recognizing he has successfully disrupted Kakashi's concentration. Come on, Kakashi, loosen up a bit more, though your muscles are relaxed, it is relaxed in a way that will allow you to smoothly respond to anything as if. Excuse me then, Kakashi, though reluctantly, relents. I feel like you are here to pick a fight. Kakashi raises an eyebrow, the irritation still simmering beneath his calm facade. Asuma-san, I'm in the middle of something important, what brings you here other than disrupting my training? Asuma, twirling one of his trench knives casually, smirks. I heard you've been delving into some serious ninja business, couldn't resist checking it out, you know how it is. Kakashi maintains his professional tone. Is there something specific you need, Asuma-san? Only picking up on Kakashi's annoyance now, Asuma grins sheepishly. Ah, my bad if I'm ruining your zen moment, just wanted to catch up and maybe, you know, have a little friendly spar. A spar, huh? I'm not really in the mood. Asuma assumes a more serious demeanor. Come on, Kakashi, it's been a while since we tested our skills against each other, I promise not to take too much of your precious time. He is clearly undeterred by Kakashi's reluctance. Kakashi eyes Asuma for a moment, and decides this is a good opportunity as any in finding a different kind of sparring partner. Fine, but I will make it quick, I've got work to do. That's the spirit. Don't hold back, Kakashi, let's make this interesting. Kakashi addresses Asuma without looking at him. Asuma, I'm busy, one last chance, go away. Come on, Kakashi, you can spare a few minutes, what's got you so engrossed, anyway? Moreover, you got my fighting spirit up, so it will be a shame if we don't do this. Kakashi is slightly annoyed, but he finally turns to face Asuma. I don't have time for distractions, whatever it is, it can wait. Asuma, grinning, raises an eyebrow. You know, I've got this feeling someone sent me here, just to stir things up a bit. What do you mean? Who is it? Asuma, casually twirling a trench knife, smirks. Oh, nothing, just curious about what you're up to, that's all, I am just saying, I ain't a snitch but Obito kind of dragged me here. Curious? You. Tobi peeking at someone else's training? That's disconcerting. Anyways, you say Obito dragged you here, where is he? Asuma laughs, acknowledging Kakashi's point. Alright, my bad, I just wanted to see what you are cooking up. If you want to know where is Obito, then you have to beat me up first. Kakashi, unamused, folds his arms. Well, I'll deal with Obito later and watching my training without permission. Not the best idea. Asuma, realizing his misstep, offers a sincere apology. Sorry, Kakashi, I didn't mean to overstep, can you forgive a curious old friend? Fine, Kakashi takes a deep breath and regulates the circulation of air in his lungs. But don't expect me to reveal anything, my experimental jutsu is far from finished. Kakashi, his irritation momentarily set aside, enters a swift fighting stance and draws a kunai. Crouching low, he watches Asuma carefully, ready for any movement. Asuma smirks, adopting a focused expression. You know, Kakashi, I've been working on a little project of my own. With a burst of speed, Asuma charges at Kakashi. Their weapons clash as Kakashi's kunai meets Asuma's trench knife. To Kakashi's surprise, a distinct vibration resonates from Asuma's weapon. Kakashi narrows his eyes, sensing an unusual force. What's with that vibration? Asuma grins, pushing harder. Ah, just a little enhancement I added, makes things interesting, doesn't it? The cutting force from Asuma's trench knife catches Kakashi off guard. He hastily retreats, narrowly avoiding the unexpected attack. The tension escalates as both ninjas assess each other, anticipating each other's next move. Asuma, grinning, taunts Kakashi. Come on, Kakashi, don't be so timid, you've got to be more aggressive if you want to keep up. Kakashi, still assessing the situation, finally recognizes Asuma's tactics. Chakra blade. Asuma raises an eyebrow, impressed by Kakashi's quick deduction. Got it in one, Kakashi, sharp, isn't it? Kakashi analyzes the situation, word for word as if testing to see whether his own deductions are right or wrong. Enhancing the cutting power of your trench knives with chakra, clever move, close combat must be your specialty now. Asuma chuckles, twirling his trench knives. You catch on fast, but what about long range? His words confirm Kakashi's reasoning and prove that this might be a more difficult fight than he expected. Kakashi, deciding to test Asuma's abilities, swiftly throws a kunai at him. Asuma effortlessly parries it with one of his enhanced trench knives. See, Kakashi. It won't be that easy. Kakashi, adapting to the situation, throws a kunai at Asuma once again. Simultaneously, he hurls two shurikens from the left and right, ensuring a multidirectional assault. Asuma, undeterred and displaying incredible speed, fearlessly charges forward. With precise movements, he parries the kunai hurtling towards him. Observing Asuma's agility, Kakashi recognizes the chakra blade as more than just a technique to enhance cutting power. Chakra augmentation technique, amplifying attributes, he notes to himself. No wonder his speed is off the charts. Asuma smirks, confident in his augmented abilities. You're not bad, Kakashi, but you'll have to do better than that to catch me. Kakashi, analyzing the situation, prepares for the next move. Knowing that the spar has just become a test of skill and adaptability. Calculations and precision dance in Kakashi's mind as he factors in Asuma's exceptional speed. Exactly at the nth microsecond, his shurikens subtly slow down, changing trajectories with a calculated finesse. Swiftly, Kakashi retrieves an explosive tag and 3 senbon needles from his pouch. Asuma, sensing the shift in momentum, feels the pressure building as he keeps a watchful eye on Kakashi, hands poised on his own pouch. As Asuma closes in, just 3 meters from Kakashi, the manipulated shurikens alter their courses, converging on Asuma. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi releases the senbon needles. Thin and elusive, they pose a challenge even for a seasoned ninja. Asuma, sensing the incoming threat, reacts with unbelievable precision. In midair, he rotates and nonchalantly kicks the flat sides of the converging shurikens as if they're inconsequential. Simultaneously, with an almost unbelievable margin, he evades the senbon needles, showcasing an uncanny ability to navigate the deadly array with millimeter precision. Kakashi, watching Asuma effortlessly handle the altered trajectory of the shurikens and evade the senbon needles, clicks his tongue in annoyance. The challenge has only fueled Kakashi's determination. Without hesitation, Kakashi fearlessly advances, closing the gap between them. Asuma, wielding the chakra blade, is momentarily surprised by Kakashi's audacity. Kakashi, with a kunai in hand, thrusts towards Asuma. As Asuma prepares to parry with his chakra blade, Kakashi skillfully retreats, ensuring that Asuma's weapon won't make contact with the kunai. Asuma, recognizing Kakashi's tactical maneuver, smirks. You're not holding back, are you, Kakashi? Kakashi, not missing a beat, responds with a wry smile. You started it, Asuma, let's see who can keep up with who. The spar intensifies as the two skilled ninjas engage in a dynamic taijutsu battle, each trying to outmaneuver the other with swift and calculated moves. Kakashi, fluid and nimble, executes a swiping motion with his left hand. However, Asuma anticipates the move and effortlessly ducks low, avoiding the intended strike. Seizing the opportunity, Asuma counters with a sweeping leg kick. Kakashi, displaying his agility, lightly jumps into the air. Swiftly, he kicks with his left leg aiming for Asuma's face. Asuma, quick to react, blocks the incoming kick with his arm. Not discouraged by the blocked attack, Kakashi flips gracefully in the air, landing in a crouched position. Undeterred and sensing an opening, Asuma rushes at Kakashi. Getting impatient, Asuma? The chakra blade is a focus-consuming technique, after all. As Asuma unleashes the chakra blade, Kakashi leans slightly backward, narrowly avoiding the ethereal blade passing by his throat. Seizing the moment, Kakashi pounces forward, surprising Asuma with a swift palm attack that propels him backward. Asuma, recovering from the push, asks with a smirk, "What was that sissy move, Kakashi?" Kakashi, maintaining his cool demeanor, simply replies, "Just a distraction." It dawns on Asuma as the realization sets in. Distraction for what? But before Kakashi can respond, Asuma feels a sudden jolt. His eyes widen as he realizes there's an explosive tag on where Kakashi's palms strike exactly connected. The explosion follows, and Asuma falls to one knee, feeling the impact. Kakashi, looking at the aftermath, comments, "Thankfully, it's not military grade, just for training purposes, or else, you would be dead." Asuma, slightly singed but alive, grumbles, "You really know how to make training interesting, Kakashi." Maintaining his calm demeanor, Kakashi watches over Asuma and declares, "I think it's safe to say I've won this round." Asuma, despite the apparent defeat, laughs heartily and shakes his head. "Hold on, Kakashi, it's a tie." "A tie? I clearly got the upper hand." Asuma, still chuckling, points towards Kakashi's neck. "Check again." Confused, Kakashi touches his neck and feels a slight incision, so small that he couldn't initially notice it. Holding his fingers, he realizes there's blood. Momentarily dazed, Kakashi looks at his blood-stained fingers. Asuma, with a satisfied grin, explains, "You see, my chakra blade can extend, you just got beheaded by me." Kakashi, processing the revelation, blinks in surprise. "But I'm still standing." Asuma interrupts, "It's training, Kakashi, I don't actually have to behead you to prove a point." "Yeah, I know," Kakashi grumbles childishly. Chapter 10. A young girl of average height slumps flatly on the grass, regulating her breathing after an intense training session. Straight brown hair, cut in a chin-length bob, frames her face as she catches her breath. Brown eyes gaze determinedly at the wide blue sky, reflecting a mix of exhaustion and unwavering resolve. On either side of her cheeks, there are rectangular purple markings, adding a touch of uniqueness to her appearance. She wears a long-sleeved black top that clings to her form, providing a stark contrast to the light purple apron skirt that adorns her waist. Underneath the skirt, black shorts peek out, hinting at a practical and ready-for-action demeanor. The standard Konoha forehead protector is securely fastened, showcasing her allegiance to the village. A pair of sandals grace her feet, and red stockings climb up her legs, stopping at her thighs. Despite the weariness evident in her posture, there's a tenacity in her eyes that refuses to waver. A small, red bracelet on her left wrist adds a subtle pop of color. The sun casts a warm glow on the training ground, overseeing the girl's determination as she takes a moment to recover, surrounded by the echoes of her efforts and the rustling leaves of the hidden village of Konoha. This is Rin Noera and she has just hit her limit while sparring with Minato-sensei. Minato-sensei approaches with a cheerful grin, as he looms over Rin's exhausted form. Her sensei's blonde hair and blue eyes don't fail to make Rin think just how handsome and cool the jonin assigned to their team. Moreover, Minato-sensei is such a considerate and nice person. "Great job, Rin. You've been improving a lot." "Thanks, Minato-sensei, but honestly, I don't feel like I'm getting any better," Rin confesses, her expression unamused. "Well, you might not notice it, but trust me, you are," Minato diplomatically replies. "I've been adjusting my level during our sparring sessions. Whenever you show something new, gotta keep you on your toes, you know." "Adjusting your level, huh? I thought I was just not measuring up." Minato chuckles, trying to reassure her. "No, Rin, it's not that, you're pushing yourself, and that's what matters, besides, you're keeping me on my toes too, it's a two-way street." Rin lets out a tired sigh but cracks a small smile. "I just need a breather, I guess. It's frustrating not to see the progress immediately." "Progress takes time, Rin, moreover, you are a medical nin. We'll keep grinding on your taijutsu to increase your survivability, trust the process, and one day you'll look back and see how far you've come, just keep at it. Rin nods, appreciating the encouragement, as she wipes the sweat from her forehead. Thanks, Minato-sensei, I'll keep that in mind. That's the spirit, Rin. Now, let's get back to training, we're not done yet. Rin rises from the grass, determined to shake off the fatigue that clings to her muscles. She takes a deep breath, centering herself, and then assumes a combat stance. Minato-sensei matches her enthusiasm, his grin widening as he readies himself for another round. Come on, Rin. Show me what you've got. Rin narrows her eyes, focusing on her sensei as she launches into a spirited attack. Their movements blur as they exchange blows, the sound of clashing fists and kicks echoing across the training ground. Just as Rin gains momentum and starts to feel the rush of the sparring session, a voice interrupts their duel. Obito comes running towards them from the direction where Kakashi should be training. He shouts for Minato-sensei, urgency in his voice. Minato-sensei. We need you. Hey, Obito. Shouldn't you be resting? Didn't you catch a sickness? Are you sure it's okay for you to be up and about? How are you even here? I'm fine, Rin. This can't wait, it's urgent. What's going on, Obito? Is something wrong? Obito nods, urgency still evident. It's Kakashi, he is fighting someone. Rin recalls visiting Obito's residence yesterday, only to learn that Obito has been coming and going as he pleases. Though Rin really wants to give an earful to him now, there seem to be more urgent matters that need to be addressed. Obito nods apologetically at Rin, acknowledging her presence, but then he proceeds to talk to Minato-sensei. With urgency in his voice, Obito tells their sensei what this is all about. It is that Kakashi and Asuma are engaging in an unofficial duel to the death. Rin's face contorts, just why will they be dueling to the death? Rin looks at Obito suspiciously and feels like Obito might be perpetrating another prank just in the making. Chunin exams are near, and Obito messing around is just wrong. However, Obito seems too convinced, thus Minato immediately leaves for where Kakashi should be training now. I will be back, but stay here, okay? Obito, we'll need to talk after this. The two of them, Obito and Rin, watch as Minato-sensei disappears into the distance, their minds racing with worry for their teammates. Obito, seemingly bored and tired, sits on the grass. After a second or two, an awkward silence hangs in the air. Rin shifts uncomfortably as she sits on the grass, glancing at Obito with a puzzled expression. Unable to contain her curiosity, she finally breaks the silence. What the hell is happening, Obito? The last I heard from Minato-sensei, you were supposed to be resting because of illness, and now you're here, talking about Kakashi and Asuma fighting to the death. Well, you see, Rin, I'm perfectly healthy. Grandma might have exaggerated a bit, I've just been on a few little adventures lately. Rin squints at him, not entirely convinced by his theatrics. Adventures? Obito, we're in the middle of a serious situation, and you've been out playing around? Moreover, if this is just another tasteless prank, I swear I will have to give you an earful. Hey, don't worry. I've got everything under control, besides, I can't let a little sickness hold me back from the excitement of life. Rin crosses her arms, a mix of frustration and concern on her face. Minato-sensei was worried sick about you, and you're just out here goofing around while Kakashi and Asuma might be in a life-or-death situation. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. Obito's grin fades slightly, and he scratches the back of his head awkwardly. Okay, maybe I got a bit carried away, I may have kind of exaggerated, but don't worry, I'm here now, and Minato-sensei is reliable too, I promise. Rin sighs, shaking her head at Obito's antics. Reliable? You? Well, sometimes. Rin sighs for the nth time as she approaches Obito, gently clasping his cheeks. Obito, taken aback, falls silent and stares at her, his expression filled with a hint of panic. Inquisitive, he questions her about her intentions. What are you up to, Rin? Obito asks, his voice laced with uncertainty. Rin, wearing a smirk, instructs him to stay still. She proceeds to remove Obito's forehead protector with a sense of determination. As her palm makes contact with his forehead, she remarks, definitely not a fever. Concern etches her face as she probes Obito further. Did you even go to the hospital? Get a checkup? Rin's inquiry hangs in the air, met with Obito's continued silence, his eyes avoiding hers. Rin's worry deepens as Obito remains unusually silent, his gaze avoiding hers. She tightens her grip on his cheeks, searching his eyes for any sign of what might be troubling him. Obito, seriously, what's wrong? Rin asks, her voice filled with genuine concern. You're not usually this quiet, did something happen? Obito finally meets her gaze, but his hesitation is palpable. I thought you were going to kiss me, he admits, his words catching Rin completely off guard. I mean, I kind of wanted you to kiss me. What? Rin stammers, her eyes widening in surprise. She quickly removes her hands from his cheeks, taking a step back. Obito, that's not what I had in mind at all. Now it's Obito's turn to look perplexed. But you touched my face so gently, and it felt, I don't know, like something out of a romance novel. Rin can't help but chuckle nervously. Hey, Rin, why so quiet? Obito asks, as he tilts his head to the side innocently. What? Rin stutters. Rin is honestly weirded and surprised in a good way by how sudden Obito's words to her are. Does Obito have romantic feelings for her? No. No. They are like the best of friends, so that cannot be. Yeah, they are just friends. Romantic feelings? No. Rin is suddenly unsure. Rin curses under her breath, oh, gee. I'm just asking if you went to the hospital, she remarks, trying to keep the conversation focused on his health. Obito nods, yeah, I did. Rin, relieved, comments, good, so, what did the doctor say? Obito, with a mischievous grin, adds, well, I went to the psychiatric department to have my brain checked. Psychiatric department? Are you serious? I mean, are you crazy? Have you finally lost it? Obito continues to grin childishly, clearly enjoying the reaction he's getting from Rin. Yep, they said I'm perfectly sane, well, as sane as I can be. Rin can feel a surge of frustration building within her. She looks at Obito, who seems to be reveling in the situation. I feel like I'm being bullied, she mutters under her breath. Bullied? Nah, just a little harmless teasing. Rin, not usually prone to violence, feels an overwhelming urge to punch Obito at that moment. She takes a deep breath, trying to compose herself. And then, out of nowhere, Obito drops another bombshell. By the way, Rin, I like you. Rin freezes, her eyes narrowing at him. What? Obito, still grinning but with a hint of nervousness, repeats, I like you, like, more than just a friend. Rin's frustration is now mixed with confusion. Obito, this is not the time for jokes. Obito shakes his head, his grin fading into a more sincere expression. I'm serious, Rin, I've liked you for a while now, no, I think I have liked you since forever. Rin is left stunned, processing the unexpected confession. The air becomes thick with a strange tension as Rin grapples with Obito's revelation, her emotions swirling between frustration, confusion, and a hint of something she can't quite define. I like you, Rin, Obito confesses, his gaze meeting hers with sincerity. I cherish you, and at some point in time I want to fall in love with you. Rin is taken aback by the unexpected admission. She stares at Obito, his eyes filled with genuine emotion, and a small smile playing on his lips. At that moment, she realizes that this isn't a joke or a tease. The air seems to thicken as Rin processes Obito's words. She can feel a mix of emotions swirling within her: surprise, confusion, and a hint of something she can't quite put into words. The weight of Obito's confession hangs between them, and Rin finds herself grappling with her own thoughts. Obito continues to smile, his eyes holding a vulnerability that she hasn't seen before. I've been keeping this to myself for a while, but I wanted you to know, I care about you more than just a friend. Rin's mind races as she tries to make sense of the situation. She glances at Obito, his expression unwavering, his feelings laid bare. It dawns on her that Obito, her best friend, does indeed have romantic feelings for her. For a moment, silence envelopes them, the weight of unspoken words hanging in the air. Rin takes a deep breath, breaking the stillness. Obito, this is unexpected. Obito nods, his smile softening into understanding. I didn't want to keep it hidden anymore, I needed you to know how I feel, and while you may suffer because of it, all I can say now is sorry. Rin searches for words, her thoughts a whirlwind. And why are you sorry? Obito nods again, his eyes reflecting both hope and understanding. Because I know you will be conscious about it, whenever you see me, you'll remember this confession here. The way Obito expresses himself is very mature, in that he says words he means and neither stutters nor falters at the face of the person he likes. To put it more eloquently, Obito is speaking from the heart. But then, Rin runs. Escape it is, she must have decided subconsciously as the feeling of being cornered becomes apparent, and while her heart is pounding wildly, and Obito's forehead protector accidentally being taken away with her, Rin is blushing from her cheeks to ears, and she is as red as a tomato. Chapter 11. In front of Obito is a copy of himself, a shadow clone. It has been nearly a month since Obito's confession to Rin. Currently and for some time already, Obito has been working hard for the coming Chunin exams. His shadow clone in front of him stares back with intent, and similarly, Obito's sharingan focuses on the other. From the background, Toby's snarky comments resound. What the hell are you doing, man? It has been like almost a month. But seriously. Why so intent on shadow clone? Obito's split personality, Toby is growing irritable just more and more because of Obito's doggedness. In fact, Obito has been training only his shadow clone for the past few days, and despite learning it quite quickly, he only continues to research the said shadow clone instead of moving on to learning new jutsu. It is driving Toby insane. But Toby is already insane. The thing is, even the insane can be reasonable. Come on, Obito. You've been stuck in this loop for weeks now, the Chunin exams are just around the corner, and all you've been doing is obsessing over that shadow clone of yours. Obito's sharingan narrows as he defends his training choice. Toby, you just don't get it, the shadow clone is more than just a jutsu, it's a game changer. Imagine the possibilities in a real fight. I get it, it's a cool jutsu, but you need variety, man. You can't just rely on one trick. What if you face someone who can counter it easily? Obito smirks confidently. That's where you're wrong. I've been experimenting with different strategies and applications of the shadow clone. It's not just about the quantity, it's about how you use it strategically. And what if someone figures it out? You'd be left with nothing. Look, we need to diversify your skills. You're not just any shinobi, you have the potential to be great. Why limit yourself to just one jutsu? Obito finally breaks eye contact with the clone and turns to face Toby, a hint of irritation in his voice. Toby, you're underestimating me. It is almost funny seeing you so normal, so please go on, complain more. Toby narrows his eye at Obito's cynical remark, a mix of irritation and disbelief evident in his masked expression. Oh, come on, Obito. This has nothing to do with Tobirama or any Uchiha conspiracy, I'm just trying to make sure you're ready for the Chunin exams. You can't rely on one technique alone. Obito smirks, his tone biting with sarcasm. You act like I haven't thought this through. Tobirama might have created the jutsu, but that doesn't diminish its effectiveness. Please, I'm just being practical, cramming won't make me a better shinobi, and like I said, I have a plan. Toby crosses his arms, shaking his head beneath the mask. It's not about being the better shinobi, and I am not underestimating the shadow clone, it's about being well-rounded. What if you encounter someone who can counter it effortlessly? What's your plan then, genius? Obito waves off Toby's concerns dismissively. I adapt, that's the key to being a successful shinobi. And besides, I've been incorporating taijutsu and other techniques into my training. You just don't see it because you're too fixated on my choice of jutsu. Toby's frustration bubbles to the surface, and he retorts. You know, I'm trying to help you, there is only one day before the Chunin exams, you madman. You'll face opponents with diverse skill sets, and relying solely on a single jutsu might get you killed. Obito chuckles darkly, you're being a worrywart, but let me remind you, Toby, I'm not the same kid who got crushed by that boulder, I've learned from my mistakes. Toby rolls his eyes beneath the mask, muttering, stubborn to the core, just don't say I didn't warn you, Obito. It is truly madness. The current Obito has memories of a future version of him, who has learned a great variety of jutsus, not to mention practical, versatile, and powerful ninjutsus. It truly doesn't make sense for Obito for him to stubbornly play with his shadow clone. Toby doesn't understand it to a great extent. Am I not supposed to be the crazy one? As of this moment, Obito is using his sharingan and is staring intently at his shadow clone. There isn't really anything happening. If Obito is casting genjutsu to the shadow clone, Toby might understand this as Obito training his genjutsu, but that is not what is happening. Obito is simply staring at his counterpart like some madman. Toby, clad in his signature mask, threw a skeptical glance at Obito, whose lone exposed eye bore the weight of countless experiences. You got a library in your head filled with all kinds of jutsu, so I don't really understand your obsession with this shadow clone. If this is your trump card, then we are screwed. Toby remarks, his voice echoing through the training ground like a whisper of doubt. Obito, standing amidst the shadows of trees, tilts his head slightly, a sly grin playing on his lips. Who said that the shadow clone jutsu is my trump card? He replies, his voice carrying a cryptic undertone that leaves Toby puzzled. Toby's confusion deepens, and he raises a masked eyebrow. What is it then? He inquires, his curiosity battling with the skepticism that clings to him like a shadow. Obito's eyes gleam with a hidden wisdom as he speaks, each word dripping with an unspoken significance. It is you. You're going to have to explain that one, Obito, Toby demands, his tone a mixture of frustration and intrigue. I swear, you are the one going crazy this time. Obito chuckles, think about it, Toby. The shadow clone jutsu creates a duplicate, an extension of oneself. But what if the clone is not just a replication of skills and abilities? What if it embodies something deeper? Something rooted in the very essence of who I am. With swift movement, Obito proceeds to form his hand seals. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Edo Tensei. Seriously? You are going to use impure world reincarnation on a shadow clone? Edo Tensei. No, I am casting something like it but 1,000 more times smaller, and this? This is actually more of a genjutsu than a ninjutsu, so no, it is not exactly Edo Tensei. Suddenly, Obito's copy drops face flat on the ground. Slowly, the shadow clone rises, complaining. Fuck, what just happened, man? Toby looks at Obito, his original self. As an existence born from Obito's split personality, Toby is programmed to act in certain ways. For example, Toby slaps Obito across the face with an audible thud, leaving Obito stunned. What the hell was that for? Obito protests, his hand on his stinging cheek. Toby, his usual whimsical tone not missing a beat, replies, well, I just wanted to make sure I'm not dreaming, and if I'm not dreaming, then you must be dreaming, right? Dreaming? Why would I be dreaming? And why did you slap me instead of yourself? What kind of logic is that? Toby grins, enjoying the perplexity he has caused. Well, you see, if I slapped myself, it wouldn't confirm if you're dreaming or not. But slapping you, the original Obito, now that's a true test. If you feel the pain, you're not dreaming, simple as that. Moreover, as a shadow clone, won't I go poof if I slap myself? What if I die with the clone? Obito rubs his cheek again, his irritation growing. You could have just asked, no need for the dramatics. Where's the fun in that? Besides, I have to keep you on your toes. Can't have you getting too comfortable with your mysterious jutsu experiments. Fuck, so that's what has been happening. And that's why you are staring so much at your shadow clone. You bastard. Seriously, what kind of jutsu was that? One moment I'm faceplanting, and the next, I feel like I've been slapped. Obito grins mischievously, it's a little something I've been working on, a mix of genjutsu and a touch of the forbidden. With you as my trump card, I should be able to pass the Chunin exams. Well. This just got even weirder. I'm starting to like it. Hey, let's double team Rin. What the fuck? What do you mean by double team? You're enjoying this a bit too much, Toby, are you sure you're not malfunctioning? Who, me? Malfunctioning? Never. I'm just embracing the role, remember? Toby is a good boy, I swear on my goddess, Rin-chan. I cannot be saner than ever. And thus, the sane Toby proclaims himself as sane. While Toby may seem odd and overly energetic, he is sane. He is sane, right? I get to decide this new jutsu's name, let's call it, Slapdash Shadow Shimmy. I like, possess a shadow clone, and then I'll do some face slapping, yeah. Yeah, that's badass. No. The narrator takes it back, Toby is not sane, also, the new jutsu will be called Shadow Clone, Alter Ego. Chapter 12. The Chunin exams are divided into different stages. Yesterday, the written exams were proctored by a jonin. And while the questions are not really a challenge for Kakashi, keeping Obito in check is somewhat difficult. Kakashi cannot exactly point out what's the problem, but recently Obito seems to have become weirder in a strange way. Today, the Forest of Death survival part of the Chunin exams is about to commence. Genin from all sorts of teams has gathered around. Int. Chunin examination area, day. Kakashi and Rin stand amidst a crowd of eager genin, all prepared for the Forest of Death survival part of the Chunin exams. The atmosphere is tense. Kakashi mutters, Obito is late again, we can't afford any more delays. He crosses his arm as he looks around for Obito, expecting him to make excuses for his usual antics. This is getting too irresponsible, he adds while particularly annoyed. Rin whispers, Kakashi, don't let it bother you, we'll be fine. He might not look like it, but he is passionate about the coming exams. Look, he at least didn't cause trouble yesterday, right? Kakashi glances around and notices the eyes of fellow genin on him. He sighs, feeling a bit out of place. Though frustrated, Kakashi reins in his temper. I hate being here with all these kids, I'm already a Chunin. Rin with a comforting voice calls to Kakashi, they're just curious, and it is not so wrong of them to stare, you are a kid too, moreover, after all, it is disadvantageous for them to compete with a Chunin. Suddenly, Obito appears, running towards them with a carefree smile. Kakashi frowns. Annoyed, Kakashi calls out to Obito's behavior. Took you long enough, Obito, we're about to start the survival exam, thankfully, the proctor is not here yet. Obito is grinning. Relax, Kakashi, no need to rush things, life's short, you know. Obito-kun. What's up with that? Slinging from Obito's shoulder, and wrapped around his waist are chains. From each end of the chain are rather menacing-looking sickles. Perhaps, the reason Obito is late is because of the sudden change in weapon, but why now? Kakashi whispers to Rin, something's off about him lately, keep an eye on Obito during the exam. What is it, Obito? Is there something wrong? No, everything is perfect, I love you, man. Rin's lips twitch. Kakashi scratches the back of his head. And then too abruptly, Obito hugs Kakashi. Hey. Where are you touching? Kakashi is rather panicked but Obito's hold on him is quite strong. The most disturbing thing is Obito is touching weird places like the biceps, the shoulders, and everywhere. Kakashi uses a body contortion technique to slip from Obito. Obito disappointedly lets go, come on man, let me feel you a bit more. Kakashi is speechless. Rin remarks, that's not funny, Obito you dumbass. She facepalms as she cringes at the thought of when Obito made his confession with her back in the training grounds. Do you have a habit of confessing to every? While in mid-sentence, Obito suddenly ambushes her. Rin feels something soft touching her cheek. Huh? Rin is very perplexed. Just what? Obito stands beside her with a sly grin. Kakashi who has seen it cannot help but slump his shoulders. There is something definitely wrong with Obito and Rin too the both of them must have gone crazy together. What happened? Rin looks around and notices the other participants in the exam have their eyes all on Rin. They seem to have seen something. Rin touches her cheek and looks at Obito's mug. Kakashi being the stern and boring person he is enlightens Rin, like a ninja, he went and kissed you on the cheek should we file for sexual harassment, Rin? I have your back. I missed you too, Rin. Obito makes a peace sign. Oh come on this is bad for my health, Rin shakes her head, clenches her fist and surprise attacks Obito, but Obito simply dodges them. Don't dodge, you dumbass. Rin attempts to plant her fist at Obito but she fails to do so. The bickering continues. The sun hangs high in the sky, casting dappled shadows through the foliage surrounding the Chunin examination area. The genial chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze create a stark contrast to the growing chaos within Team Minato. The sense of camaraderie that is typically expected among teammates seems to be replaced by an eccentric energy, leaving many onlookers puzzled. It is Team Minato that is definitely the culprit from the sudden casualness that permeates the surroundings. In some sense, the antics that Obito has caused have helped the aspiring shinobi to relax a bit. From one corner under a tree, Asuma and his friends have gathered. He eyes Obito suspiciously, and then Rin. Hey, what's Rin's and Obito's situation like in the academy? Asuma leans on the tree, rather relaxed. Kurenai who is sitting on a thick branch uninterestedly replies. They are like the best of friends, honestly, they look cute together, but Obito can be so noisy sometimes. Rin is a quiet girl most of the time, but she is honestly outspoken when it is about Obito. Doesn't Rin have a crush on Kakashi-san? That doesn't make sense. Kurenai sighs, everyone has a crush on Kakashi. Even you. Asuma teases. No, Kurenai replies with severe seriousness. I don't do crushes, and what got you suddenly interested in the two of them, Asuma? Asuma rubs his chin with the non-existent beard. I recall Obito's skills in the academy are only so-so, teetering on inferior, right? So, you are interested in the Uchiha reject? Rado frowns. Just a feeling, but I suddenly feel like Obito will be an interesting opponent, Asuma grins. You must be joking, Rado huffs in annoyance not seeing Obito as even his match. Hearing Asuma's words, Kurenai's ears perk up. Are you going to take these exams seriously then? Asuma becomes quiet. It is an attitude problem of Asuma only to take things seriously whenever he feels like it. Unlike the Nara kids who are inherently lazy, Asuma is lazy and impertinent by choice. Asuma recalls his duel with Kakashi, and then Obito's meddling and involvement with it. With a chortle, Asuma stands up. No, I won't take these exams seriously just enough so that I pass. Every gathered team in the area are all genins perhaps with Kakashi as the only exception. But that doesn't mean the genins present in the exams are all weaker than Kakashi. In fact, this might be more challenging for Kakashi as he might be targeted. Moreover, there are also the seeded clan kids who should be competent enough to prove challenging for any foe. The murmurs in the Chunin examination area die down as an air of anticipation fills the space. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito halt their bickering, and even Asuma and his friends fall silent. The canopy of the forest seems to hush in reverence. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows, and the crowd parts instinctively. It's the venerable third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He walks with a measured grace. A stoic presence that commands respect. His long, flowing robes drape over his shoulders, adorned with the symbol of Konoha. Hiruzen's wise eyes, though aged, carry a spark of unwavering determination. Flanking the third Hokage on both sides are two Jonins, unfamiliar to Kakashi. These are likely elite ninjas chosen to assist in overseeing the Chunin exams. Their expressions are stern, revealing the gravity of their roles. As the third Hokage takes his place at the front, the forest falls into a profound stillness. His gaze sweeps across the gathered genin, their mentors, and the onlookers. The atmosphere becomes charged with the weight of his authority. Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a voice that resonates with decades of experience, begins his speech. Welcome, young shinobi of Konoha, to the Forest of Death survival exam. This stage is a testament to your skills, teamwork, and ability to adapt. It is here that the true strength of a ninja is forged. Kakashi, despite his usual nonchalant demeanor, can't help but feel a sense of reverence for the third Hokage. Rin and Obito, too, listen intently. Asuma and his friends exchange glances, realizing the gravity of the moment. As you navigate through the perils of this forest, remember the values of Konoha: perseverance, loyalty, and the indomitable will to protect our village. Hiruzen continues, his words echoing through the trees. May this exam bring out the best in each of you. Now, go forth and prove yourselves worthy of the title Chunin. With a nod from the third Hokage, the Jonins on either side take their positions, signaling the beginning of the survival exam. The tension in the air is palpable as the Genins, including Team Minato, prepare to face the challenges that lie ahead. The Jonin and proctor of the exam, Minato Namikaze of the Yellow Flash, steps forward and addresses the assembled Genins. His voice cuts through the stillness of the Forest of Death. Listen up, young shinobi, welcome to the second stage of the Chunin exams. This is the Forest of Death, and the rules here will test your skills and resourcefulness. Pay close attention. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito focus on their Minato-sensei, ready to absorb the crucial information. Minato authoritatively continued, in this stage, you'll engage in tournament battles with other three-man teams. Remember, losing a match doesn't necessarily mean you're out. Now, on to the rules. The Genin, Asuma, and his friends, along with the others, listen intently. Each team is issued a single scroll. Your mission is simple but challenging. Bring 2 scrolls to the designated area, the tower at the center of the Forest of Death. You can obtain these scrolls by either robbing them from other teams or finding them through treasure hunting. Asuma raises an eyebrow, intrigued by the strategy involved. The proctor continues. Clues for treasure hunting will be scattered randomly throughout the Forest of Death. Keep your wits about you, as these clues are your ticket to more scrolls. The path to victory won't be easy. And the forest is filled with both danger and opportunity. There will be 2 scrolls, namely the Scroll of Heaven and the Scroll of Earth. In order to pass, you must acquire both scrolls. Kakashi looks thoughtful, considering the implications of the rules. Rin and Obito exchange glances, silently preparing for the challenges ahead. Though they are students of Minato, they have not received special treatment and are only hearing this now. Each team will be provided with a map and a limited amount of supply at the supply station. The exam will occur for 2 days straight, Minato adds, pointing at the Jonin who just arrived and is carrying a lot of sacks. Finally, Minato is almost done. Remember, the Forest of Death is unpredictable, adaptability is key. Now, go out there and show us what you're made of. The Chunin exams have just begun. With those words, Minato steps back, and the Genins quickly disperse, their eyes reflecting a mixture of determination and uncertainty as they embark on the journey through the Forest of Death. Of course, not before they retrieve their share of the map and supplies. Well, Obito is a bit different. He went and ran for the Forest of Death immediately in an evident hurry. What the F? Kakashi runs after Obito quickly, half panicking. I'll follow, let me get the supplies first. Rin hurriedly adds as both Obito's and Kakashi's figures vanish into the forest. Ugh, what is Obito up to this time? Chapter 13. Obito, or rather in this case, Toby, is running around the Forest of Death. He jumps from one tree to another, leaving traps everywhere. This is the Chunin exams and Toby plans to pass with excellence. Maybe while at it, show his cool side to Rin. It is childish, but in this second life, Toby cannot be more unapologetically sincere. Though Toby is but a consciousness and is not really alive, his mind cannot be more alive than ever. Toby recalls his discussion with Obito before the exams. The plan is fairly simple. While Toby is participating in the Chunin exams, Obito will be doing something else. Toby grins mischievously as he swiftly moves through the Forest of Death, setting up traps with the precision of a seasoned ninja. Explosive tags dangle from strings, carefully rigged to be triggered by the slightest disturbance. Pressure plates hidden beneath the foliage wait to unleash a barrage of explosive surprises. Toby's creativity knows no bounds as he even incorporates classic pitfalls and snares along his path. After a series of acrobatic jumps and nimble maneuvers, Toby finally comes to a stop on a sturdy tree branch, catching his breath. His keen eyes scan the surroundings, watching for any sign of movement. In the distance, the familiar figure of Kakashi appears, moving effortlessly through the trees. Kakashi lands on the same branch as Toby, his expression a mix of annoyance and concern. "Obito, you can't just run off like that, we're a team, and teamwork is crucial in the Chunin exams," Kakashi chides, his eyes narrowing. "That's rich coming from you," Toby, still grinning, responds with unabashed innocence. "But Kakashi, I was just trying to showcase my skills and impress Rin, it's all part of my big plan, you know." Kakashi sighs, clearly unamused. "Impressing Rin won't help if you get yourself into trouble, we need to stick together. Speaking of which, where's Rin?" Toby's grin falters momentarily, realizing he may have overlooked Rin's absence. "Oh, right, impressing Rin, huh? You have gone crazy, you are definitely performing admirably, Obito. She's securing our supplies from the starting point, so that's about that." Toby grins at Kakashi, mischief dancing in his eyes. "Hey, Kakashi, did you memorize the path I took while chasing me through the trees?" Kakashi, raising an eyebrow, replies, "Of course, that's only natural, people tend to get lost in the forest and even ninjas are no exception, it is important to always memorize the routes taken." Toby chuckles, a sense of pride evident in his voice. "Well, if you followed my trails, you might have noticed I left a little surprise for you along the way, some explosive tags here, a pressure plate there, you know, the usual." Kakashi, now more intrigued, comments. "I did see them, your trap-setting skills are surprisingly advanced, when did you learn to do that?" Toby beams, reveling in the acknowledgement. "Ah, a ninja has to have a few tricks up his sleeve, Kakashi, been secretly honing my skills, Minato-sensei and Rin probably have no idea." As he boasts, Toby is setting another trap, the kind that suddenly swings logs from nowhere. Kakashi raises an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Secret training, huh?" Toby nods with a playful glint in his eyes. "You haven't seen the half of it, Kakashi, just wait until the Chunin exams are over, I've got more tricks in store, and I am definitely going to beat your ass during the tournament setup." Kakashi observes Obito, nodding apathetically. "Good idea, you have to have big dreams if you want to succeed in life." For what Kakashi's instincts are worth, he is slowly gaining an understanding of what has changed to the Obito in front of him. The most obvious change is definitely the element of being unhinged. Toby is actually just a unique shadow clone who possesses the personality and memories of an alternate and demented version of Obito. Of course, Toby doesn't tell this to Kakashi. "With the amount of traps I created, we should be able to impede half of our competitors, aren't I great? I am thinking, I should set up more traps." Kakashi crosses his arms, his gaze intense as he surveys the forest before them. Toby watches him closely, noticing the subtle calculations in Kakashi's eyes. It's clear that Kakashi is double-checking and simulating potential strategies in his mind. With a sly grin, Toby decides to one-up Kakashi by offering his own suggestion. "How about this, Kakashi? You team up with Rin and scale along the river, meanwhile, I'll continue spreading traps in the most likely routes that the others might come through, that way, we cover more ground and increase our chances of success." Kakashi considers Toby's proposal for a moment, then gives a nod of approval. It seems like a solid plan. As they prepare to execute their strategy, Kakashi takes a moment to share crucial information with Toby. "By the way, I've got the Scroll of Earth," he says, holding up the scroll in question. "We just need to secure the Scroll of Heaven, and once we bring both scrolls to the tower, we'll pass this stage of the exams. Let's make sure we execute this flawlessly." Kakashi, after a moment of contemplation, adds another layer to their strategy. "Obito, I want you to safeguard the Scroll of Earth," he says, looking directly at Toby. "Rin and I will fake that we're carrying the scroll, keep it hidden and make sure it's secure." Toby raises an eyebrow, finding it rather peculiar that Kakashi is entrusting him with such a significant responsibility. After all, Obito is usually known for his more carefree and irresponsible nature. "Why the sudden trust in me?" he questions, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Kakashi offers a rational explanation. "Your skills with running, especially evident in the recent chase, show that I can trust you with this. Just keep the scroll safe and hidden, and we'll rendezvous later, don't overexert yourself in making traps." Toby frowns, feeling a mix of annoyance and disbelief at the unexpected responsibility bestowed upon him. "Oh, come on, Kakashi, you're leaving me with the heavy lifting." "Screw that," Toby retorts, his irritation evident. "Moreover, you get to be with Rin, I want to be with Rin." Ignoring Toby's protest, Kakashi swiftly hurls the Scroll of Earth to Toby, who catches it with a grumble. Without further explanation, Kakashi takes off, disappearing into the forest, perhaps heading back to Rin. Toby, left alone with the precious scroll, mumbles a frustrated remark. Just my luck. Watching Kakashi vanish into the dense canopy, Toby places the scroll of earth securely in his pouch. In these exams, Toby faces a unique challenge. He doesn't have the luxury of using ninjutsu or genjutsu, being just a shadow clone. Any excessive loss of chakra, and he'll simply dissipate into thin air. The difficulty intensifies. Toby realizes he must navigate the perilous task of not getting hit even once during a battle. The very idea amuses him, and he can't help but snicker at the thought. This is going to be challenging. Toby mutters to himself, contemplating the trials that lie ahead. That Obito, his slave driver, really knows how to make Toby work hard. I am going to score with Rin this time. I am definitely showing my cool side. So have patience, Toby. Patience is a virtue, me. Toby psyches himself as he runs off and creates more traps along the way. This is the Toby way. This is the simp way. All too suddenly, a kunai whizzes through the air towards Toby. Reacting with swift but awkward movements, Toby manages to dodge the projectile by tilting backward at a 90-degree angle. As the kunai embeds itself into a tree behind him, a figure emerges from the foliage. It's the young Asuma, his hands already wielding trench knives in a poised stance. That's just a greeting. You tracked me. Toby fixes his center of gravity and enters a combat stance with his chains and sickles. You are very fast to be able to catch up to me. I mean, I got the head start with all the running, and I took rather complicated terrains. I had to wait a bit since Kakashi was here a while ago. I cannot screw up the timing, do you know, Obito? I have had my eyes on you from the beginning. There is something different in you, your stance, breathing patterns, everything. They have become varied suddenly. Asuma activates his chakra augmentation. Invisible whirring chakra begins to rotate on his knives. Tell me, Obito, why are you hiding your skills? What? Thank you. Toby is currently rejoicing. From hearing Asuma's words, he almost thought that he had found out that he was actually just a result of a split personality and that he was not the real Obito. Toby sighs. You gave me a fright, man. Are you a stalker? Eek. Hentai. Toby runs off in one direction at full speed. Asuma feels his fighting spirit dampening. News. The narrator wants to add, Toby can be a real bastard. News. Chapter 14. Yesterday. After the written test for the Chunin exam. The exams have been very comprehensive, and for the whole day, Obito cannot help but feel annoyed. To be fair, he is actually competent even with subtracting the experiences from his past life when it comes to written exam studying. After all, doesn't need talent. Too bad. If Obito does have talent, he should manage something like at least an above-average score. But truly, Obito is a very average kind of guy. That doesn't make him any less special though. After the exams, Minato-sensei invites his dear students to his house. It seems he and Kushina have been living together for a few months already. Obito is very eager, thus he immediately runs off home and informs his grandma about it. Obito arrives at the Namikaze's house. It would have been called a household instead if not for the complications that arise from Kushina Uzumaki's identity. Hello, he knocks on the door gently. Since Obito has memories of the future and a lot more, he is privy to the more sensitive topics that others won't know. For example, the status of Kushina Uzumaki as Jinchuriki. In fact, Minato and Kushina, while husband and wife, have not been married officially. Now that Obito is thinking about it, this must be one of the reasons why their future son, Naruto, has inherited the Uzumaki name instead of the Tanamikaze name. Hey, Obito. You made it. Hey, Rin. Is Minato-sensei around? Though he with the gang has done some stalking on Kushina, they don't know much about their personal lives, especially inside their house. How about Kakashi then? Yeah, Kakashi's in the living room, come on in. Rin steps aside, allowing Obito to enter the house. The aroma of something delicious wafts through the air, teasing Obito's senses. As he steps into the living room, Obito finds Minato-sensei standing over the kitchen just some spaces away from the living room. Kushina with her red hair sits beside the quiet Kakashi, who is reading a pocketbook. Kushina playfully swats at the book. Clearly attempting to distract Kakashi, but Kakashi is stoic, seemingly unperturbed. The room is cozy, and adorned with simple decorations that reflect a comfortable family life. Obito. Glad you could join us. The pleasure is mine, sensei. What are you cooking? Obito asks, his stomach growling in anticipation of a good meal. Rin walks beside Minato-sensei and helps with what she can, such as chopping vegetables and such. Just a little stir-fry for dinner, nothing too fancy, Minato-sensei replies with a grin. Kushina insisted on helping, but I'm not sure if that's a good idea, he chuckles, and Kushina pouts in mock offense. Don't listen to him, Obito-san, I'm an excellent cook, you know. Kushina interjects, her playful tone filling the room. Obito smiles wryly as he sits across Kakashi. Obito glances at Kakashi, who is still engrossed in his book. Hey, Kakashi. What are you reading? Obito calls out, curious about the pocketbook that has captured Kakashi's attention. Kakashi looks up, his eyes remaining emotionless. Oh, just reviewing the written exam, making sure I didn't mess up any answers, he replies, flipping a page in the pocketbook. Studious as always, huh? Obito smirks. Of course, Kakashi-sensei wouldn't want to ruin that perfect record of yours, he teases, earning a subtle eye roll from Kakashi. Recently, Obito has been teasing Kakashi as his sensei for so smartly instructing him and Rin when he is free to do so. Kakashi is like a co-sensei of sorts, and Obito has been getting the fun's worth over it while Kakashi is still feeling embarrassed on being called sensei. Though others might not see it, Obito is certain that Kakashi does feel embarrassed. You boys, scoot off, Kakashi-san, can't you take a break and enjoy dinner for once? And Obito-kun, stop prodding at Kakashi-san. Kushina conspiratorially smiles. The other is called with san, and the other with kun. What is this? Does our Rin and the boys have something going on? Rin and Kakashi for some reason feel embarrassed together. Obito doesn't follow along. Of course, I will be called with kun, I am Rin's soul. Shut up, Obito, Rin with an annoyed tone explains to Kushina. Obito and I have been childhood friends, so we have been familiar with each other since like forever. But what then, Kakashi-san? You have been teammates for 3 years straight, you know. But still with the san. I am embarrassed, Rin scratches the back of her head as she brings a bowl filled with rice to the center of the table. She sticks the big wooden serving spoon on the rice. Embarrassed? Oh, I wonder why. Obito observes with a grumpy scowl. Kakashi defends Rin, actually, it is not something to be embarrassed about, Rin-san, he casually stands and sits beside Obito. Kushina-senpai cannot help but gossip because she is getting old. Ha! Kushina's hair seems to rise in fury as she scowls at Kakashi. Kakashi deadpans, gulping, I actually confronted Rin about it, Rin is simply scared of me, and according to her, I exude this serious aura. Like an elite, Obito grins savagely as he elbows Kakashi playfully. No, more like an emo brat on the verge of awakening his inner creepiness. You are the creepy one, dumbass, Kakashi quickly retorts. Minato enters the scene, carrying a tray loaded with delicious-looking dishes. He places the chicken curry and stir-fried vegetables on the table, diverting everyone's attention. Looks like the party's already started without me. What's all this chatter about, huh? Kushina smirks mischievously, oh, just trying to figure out the dynamics between our little trio here, you know, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito, aren't they cute? Minato raises an eyebrow, shooting a curious glance at Kakashi, Rin, and Obito. Dynamics, I hope it's nothing serious. Falling in love among team members is very wrong, it interferes with the mission, you know. He slyly smiles, feeling proud about his inner joke. Kakashi, I strongly agree. Obito, man, read the mood, sensei is just joking. Kushina, yeah, not a good joke, should we break up? Rin, Kushina-senpai, don't be reckless. Yeah, I am just kidding, sweetie, we have been team members forever, you know. And look where that got us, we've been together since the academy days, Kushina-chan. Obito snickers, well, Minato-sensei can also have a loose mouth, huh? Rin shoots Obito a stern look, Obito-kun, don't start trouble, we're just having a casual dinner. Minato chuckles nervously, trying to steer the conversation away from the topic of relationships. Well, let's not get carried away with jokes, we're a strong team, and that's what matters, right? Kushina winks at Minato, oh, of course, sweetie, just trying to keep things interesting, now, let's dig into this delicious meal, you know. Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. Echoes everyone. As the team enjoys their dinner, the atmosphere lightens up. Laughter fills the air, and Minato seems relieved that the potential awkwardness has been averted. Sensei, about the Chunin exams tomorrow, any tips for the practical test? I mean, what should we expect? Minato takes a thoughtful sip of tea before responding, too bad, Obito, I can't give you any specifics beyond what's publicly known. The Chunin exams are meant to challenge your abilities and teamwork. Tomorrow's practical test has 2 parts, the Forest of Death survival exams and the tournament setup. Forest of Death survival exams. That sounds intense. From what I hear, the practical has stayed the same for the past decade, right? So we can expect everything to be consistent from what everyone knows. Minato nods, it is intense, the Forest of Death is filled with challenges, traps, and other ninja teams don't look down on the tournament setup that comes after too, though the Forest of Death is a more important part of the exams. Kakashi, always the strategist, chimes in, any specific tactics we should keep in mind, sensei? Minato smirks, I believe in your abilities. Stick together, trust each other, and adapt to the situation, that's the key to success. And, of course, be careful in the Forest of Death, it lives up to its name. My sincere advice is to showcase your abilities as much as possible, of course without getting involved in unnecessary risks. But surely, you can share with us who will be watching, right, sensei? Obito asks, seeking to fish out the information he wants to hear. Minato leans back, a thoughtful expression on his face. Well, you'll have proctors overseeing the exam. But the real challenge is the unpredictable nature of the forest. As for who will be watching, the Hokage usually keeps an eye on the proceedings, but don't let that intimidate you. Focus on your task, and everything will fall into place. Kushina grins, teasingly nudging Minato, come on, Minato, don't be so mysterious, any insider info you can share with your favorite team? Minato chuckles, nice try, Kushina-chan, but the Chunin exams are designed to test your resourcefulness and ability to handle the unexpected, sharing too much information would defeat the purpose. Sensei, what about potential encounters with other ninja teams? Any advice on how to handle that? Minato nods, encounters with other teams are inevitable. Stay vigilant, communicate efficiently, and assess the situation before making any moves. Remember, the objective is survival and completing the exam, unnecessary conflicts might jeopardize that. Setting up traps is a nice tactic to hinder competition without really confronting them, but I suggest a more hit-and-run approach. Rin adds for the sake of just asking, and what about the tournament setup? Any insights on the opponents we might face? Though she doesn't plan to participate in the tournament, she still asks for the sake of the team. Minato leans forward, a glint of excitement in his eyes, the tournament is where you get to showcase your skills one-on-one. Be prepared for a variety of techniques and fighting styles. Study your opponents during the Forest of Death, gather information, and use it to your advantage in the tournament. Got it, sensei. We'll show them what Team Minato is made of. But what is it? Kushina cuddles in Minato's arms, and Minato receives her with a casual hug, his arm over her shoulder. Rin uncomfortably shifts on her seat, while Kakashi just emotionlessly stares past Minato-sensei. Obito doesn't care. Normally, he would complain, but he knows Minato-sensei and Kushina-senpai rarely get together with the nature of their work. The reason the two must have decided to live together is so that they can be in touch more often. Obito ignores the lovey-dovey couple and simply focuses on his objectives, thus he asks probingly. Can you not really tell us who else will be there? We will appreciate it if we know who we are trying to impress so that we can showcase our abilities successfully without hesitation. That's interestingly a good question, Kakashi crosses his arms. I definitely want to impress Minato-sensei, but sensei already knows our abilities, Rin adds. I see, Minato contemplatively looks at the ceiling, thinking of an appropriate answer. This shouldn't go against the rules, so I'll tell you. Of course, I will be there, keep this a secret, but there will also be an Umbu executive. As you guys know, Umbu guards the Hokage, but the Umbu I am speaking of is the kind that recruits special ops. What else? There will be clan representatives from Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Sarutobi, Aburame, and some minor clan representatives. There won't be Uchiha or Hyuga representative though. Minato almost has an apologetic look at Obito when he mentions Uchiha, but Minato quickly hides his emotions. However, Obito has keen senses and detects the hesitation in Minato's eyes. Obito understands though. The Uchiha, after all, no matter whether the kid has awakened the Sharingan or not, will always send a representative to watch over the exams. But this time, Obito is especially being ignored. Who else? Minato rubs his chin while thinking. Ah, one of the legendary Sannin will be watching too, Orochimaru-san. Normally, there won't be this many big shots this early who will be watching the exams. They will start popping normally during the tournament, but the situation now is a little different. Obito hums to himself and looks over the quiet Kakashi. The reason for this unique situation is definitely caused by Kakashi. Obito smiles, and thinks to himself, if Orochimaru will be attending tomorrow, then this is the perfect opportunity for me to execute my plans. Chapter 15. As of this moment, the Chunin exams should be in high gear. This is the perfect opportunity for Obito to infiltrate Orochimaru's laboratory. Obito has been canvassing the area and investigating what kinds of ninjas are guarding the facilities for some time. The information Obito has on Orochimaru is not so comprehensive. Obito can easily infiltrate his laboratory. Admittedly, Obito knows some stuff, thanks to his memories of the future. So what is his goal exactly from infiltrating Orochimaru's lab? He has multiple goals in fact. Primarily, Obito wishes to acquire samples of Hashirama Senju's cells that he wishes to cultivate for his own use. Orochimaru's possession of the Hashirama cells is illegal. And Obito would love to acquire it for himself. Obito's secondary objective is to expose Orochimaru for his illegal activities and have him exiled from Konoha. Basically, Obito is going to play vigilante. Under the cover of darkness, Obito silently made his way toward Orochimaru's laboratory. His black robes billowing in the forest breeze. The Chunin exams provided the perfect distraction, allowing him this opportunity. Frankly, Obito is suicidal for daring to confront one of the legendary Sanins at his current level. His eyes, hidden behind the plain white mask, reflect the resolve fueled by memories from a future that hasn't yet unfolded. Obito's selection of masks isn't so extensive, so he has to settle with the boring white mask personally. He'd like a tiger mask, but no too pricey. He just bought quality sickles and chains for Toby recently, so he is pretty much under when it comes to his personal wealth. As he approaches Orochimaru's laboratory, concealed within the labyrinth of trees, Obito's primary goal looms in his mind. The coveted Hashirama Senju's cells. A source of immense power, draw him closer. He envisions cultivating and harnessing that power for his own purposes, reinforcing his strength and capabilities. The illegality of Orochimaru's possession only motivates Obito to obtain these precious samples. Obito, shrouded in the shade of trees, utilizes his knowledge of the guard rotations gained from meticulous reconnaissance. Swiftly and silently, he infiltrates the laboratory grounds, relying on his stealth to slip past the watchful eyes of Orochimaru's minions. His baggy black robes conceal an arsenal of hidden weapons, ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. As he maneuvers through the facility, Obito's secondary objective takes shape. The intention to expose Orochimaru's illegal activities adds a layer of justice to his clandestine mission. Obito, fueled by a sense of vigilante duty, seeks to bring Orochimaru's deeds to light. This is for the good of Konoha. A random diversion, but Obito actually wants to start with Danzo, but Orochimaru is a more immediate threat, so he'll want to mess with this guy first. There will be many Chunin-level guards, not to mention elite Jonin ninjas actually making patrols. In terms of firepower, Obito is marvelously outclassed, but Obito has not come unprepared. Memory Future Past Regression Technique. It is a special technique derived from Shadow Clone, alter ego. It is common knowledge that a Shadow Clone can transfer memories experiences to some extent after being dispelled. That makes Shadow Clone an effective technique for reconnaissance. Using a split personality as a mental axis, Obito is able to summon a shadow clone possessing Toby's will. It is said that a person's shadow clone can only perform abilities that the caster is able to use. However, the shadow clone born from Obito's alter ego, namely Toby, can perform abilities beyond Obito's skill set, all thanks to Toby having experienced the future with his body, spirit, and soul. It is shitty and wacky theorization, but this is how Obito understands the function of the jutsu, shadow clone, alter ego. In summary, it works, so it is fine. The real question is what happens if Toby performs a technique, or jutsu, while inside the shadow clone. The result: Obito can accelerate the learning process of ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu as long as his specs are up to it. For the past couple of days, Obito has been cramming and learning a bunch of tricks. Currently, Obito can cast C-rank ninjutsu twice or thrice in single combat, and if he really stretches himself thin, he can even cast a B-rank jutsu. The thing is, Obito is only capable of casting two kinds of ninjutsu, namely the C-rank Great Fireball Technique, and B-rank Great Fire Annihilation. Though Obito might lack versatility, he makes up with his sharingan. It is only a single tomo, but it is plenty enough. With impeccable timing, Obito leaps over the fence, utilizing a group of trees as a natural elevation. His black robes billow behind him as he soars through the air, landing with remarkable lightness on the other side. The seconds tick away, and he knows he has a mere 0.8 seconds before the next set of patrols arrives in this specific area. Swiftly, Obito's hands weave through seals, dog, boar, ram. The chakra courses through him as he executes the transformation technique. In an instant, he morphs into a seemingly ordinary bush, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. The transition is flawless, leaving no trace of his ninja presence. As the patrols draw near, Obito, now disguised as foliage, remains motionless. His senses heightened, he observes their movements with the patience of a seasoned infiltrator. The black robes now mimic the texture of leaves, and the white mask becomes an indistinguishable part of the bush. Obito, concealed in plain sight, waits for the opportune moment to resume his mission. The two Chunin stroll casually along the wooded path, oblivious to the fact that the seemingly ordinary bush they pass harbors a hidden observer. Obito's keen ears catch snippets of their conversation as they boast about their exploits during the Chunin exams. You remember that one time during the exams when I took down 3 opponents with a single well-placed jutsu? They didn't see it coming at all. Ha! That's nothing compared to the time I outsmarted that tricky genjutsu user, had him thinking I was in a different dimension altogether. Obito, concealed within the foliage, maintains his stillness, absorbing every detail of their exchange. His thoughts remain focused on the mission, but a subtle smirk forms beneath the white mask, amused by the Chunin's competitive banter. This guy's really have it. I am not even attending the Chunin exams, but I am going to pass it. Obito boasts to himself. Those were the days, huh? I bet we're making legends out of those stories back at the village. Absolutely. And speaking of legends, have you heard about that ninja who's been causing a stir lately? They say he is a maverick genius, already a Chunin at 6 years old, and for some reason, he is retaking the Chunin exams. Obito's ears perk up at the mention of the genius ninja. He listens intently, curious about the tales circulating about his certain friend's reputation. The Chunins, unaware of the presence within the bush, continue their conversation, unknowingly sharing information about the very ninja they discuss. I heard his father is a disgrace though. Poor kid, must be difficult for him, huh? But it must be nice being talented and all. Rumors say the kid is recommended to take early Jonin admission test. Who is it? Yeah, that career ninja, Minato Namikaze seems to have been promoting him from behind the scenes. Obito, concealed as the ordinary bush, absorbs the information with a heightened sense of awareness. The disguised ninja remains patient, waiting for the opportune moment to resume his mission. To be fair, Obito is being very patient here. Though Obito has a kind of bad blood with Kakashi, he is still his friend. So hearing others badmouth his friend leaves Obito with a bad taste in his mouth, not to mention badmouthing his Minato-sensei. The term, career ninja, is offensive and a derogatory term for clanless ninjas after all. Hey, has there always been a bush here? This looks suspicious. Yeah, the other Chunin replies as he takes out a kunai. Let me prod it, maybe it is just an undergrowth from over the fence. Obito sighs, aware that it really is not realistic to avoid confrontation while infiltrating such a high-level facility. Obito, disguised as a bush, can't resist a mischievous impulse. As the two Chunin continue their conversation, he interrupts, teasing the closest one, the one with the kunai. Hey, while uttering these words, Obito mimics the voice of the other Chunin. Your zipper's down. The Chunin looks down in surprise, his face contorting in embarrassment. Seizing the moment, Obito swiftly takes advantage of the distraction. The other Chunin, momentarily stunned, fails to notice Obito's swift movements. With a lunge and a fist outstretched, the ambushed Chunin retaliates at the last second only to find himself striking a log of wood. Obito, having executed the body replacement technique, evades the blow effortlessly. In the same fluid motion, Obito retaliates, delivering a clean stab to the chest of the disoriented Chunin. Obito then turns his attention to the remaining Chunin. Obito feigns a shuriken throw. Before the Chunin can react, he's already fatally struck. A pair of senbon needles penetrated his neck, hitting the internal carotid arteries. The oxygen supply to the brain is swiftly cut off, and the Chunin collapses without uttering another word. In the end, the once boastful Chunins die in silence, showcasing Obito's lethal efficiency. The secret infiltration of Orochimaru's laboratory continues with the only traces left being the lifeless bodies of those who crossed Obito's path. Sorry, fellas, I am operating with a no witnesses policy for today. Chapter 16. Inside Orochimaru's lab. Obito has been slinking around from one room to another for the past 15 minutes. He needs to be faster than that if he wants to succeed, but the most difficult part of infiltrating Orochimaru's lab is not being fast, but not being seen. Sadly, he has come to a confrontation with two Chunins already and has been forced to hide their dead bodies. Thankfully, his killing of the two Chunin is yet to be found out. But that won't last for long. After so much running around in stealth, Obito has a rough idea of how the facility's layout works. Shortly after a minute or two, Obito arrives at his target destination. This has to be it. He whispers with a low voice to himself, more of an affirmation of the sight before him. Placed in vats after vats of liquid are the bodies of young boys and girls roughly around 5 years old. These children must be part of an experiment by Orochimaru. The dim, flickering lights in Orochimaru's underground lab cast an eerie glow on the rows of large glass vats that line the chamber. Obito moves cautiously, his sharingan eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of movement or danger. As he approaches one particular vat, a cold shiver runs down his spine, and a sense of foreboding grips his heart. Peering through the transparent liquid, Obito's eyes widen at the sight of the small, motionless bodies within. The innocent faces of children, suspended in a seemingly lifeless state, send a wave of anger and disgust through him. Obito clenches his fists, vowing to end Orochimaru's twisted experiments once and for all. The righteous indignation, however, is momentary. Obito wants to do better, and just extract the children from out of here, but that defeats his goal of acquiring what he desires Hashirama's cells for his own use. I can just leave this to the third Hokage and Minato-sensei. His gaze focuses on a specific vat, and a sense of recognition stirs within him. The memories of the future version of himself flood his mind. The Obito who meticulously planned, strategized, and gathered intel for his designs against Konoha has stumbled on Orochimaru's dark secrets. At that time, Obito is slowly becoming acquainted with Itachi Uchiha. As a gesture of loyalty, Itachi Uchiha did a lot of errands for Obito back then. Itachi Uchiha's involvement in stealing confidential files comes back to the young Obito, and the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. These children Hashirama's genetics, Obito mutters to himself, his eyes narrowing with a mixture of sorrow and rage. In an alternate reality, I thought of this experiment as a danger with Orochimaru's prowess. He one way or another will conclude that there is a strong connection between the Uchihas and Senju's bloodline limit. In fact, the other me feared Orochimaru recreating the Sharingan. The realization hits Obito like a thunderbolt. Orochimaru, in his insatiable quest for power, has resorted to splicing the legendary DNA of Hashirama Senju into the innocent bodies of these young souls. Obito's mind races as he remembers the information from the stolen files. Hashirama Senju's genetic material is a coveted source of power due to its unparalleled life force and vitality. To be more accurate, it is not power that Orochimaru desires but immortality. The twisted experiments conducted by Orochimaru aim to create beings with unparalleled strength but at the cost of these children's lives and humanity. More than the power, Orochimaru's obsession with eternal life plays a more concerning role in these experiments. Obito takes a deep breath, his Sharingan eyes shutting off to conserve precious chakra. The dim lights in Orochimaru's underground lab cast a haunting glow as he approaches the vat with a sense of urgency. His fingers glide across the cold glass, tracing the contours of the transparent container. As he peers through the liquid, Obito's eyes widen at the sight of the small, motionless bodies within. There are 60 vats, 60 innocent souls. All of them, each one looking no older than 4 or 5 years. The innocence of their faces, suspended in an unnatural slumber, tugs at Obito's heartstrings. He fights back the anger and disgust that threaten to consume him, reminding himself of the bigger picture. Closing his eyes, Obito starts counting. One by one, he mentally acknowledges each child in the vat. The room remains eerily silent, save for the faint hum of machinery and the occasional drip of liquid. 60 innocent lives hanging in the balance, victims of Orochimaru's twisted experiments. As Obito finishes the count, he opens his eyes, a mix of sorrow and determination reflected in his gaze. He turns away from the vat, his Sharingan remaining inactive for now. He can't afford to waste chakra on unnecessary displays of power. This situation requires precision and efficiency. What do I do? Can I rely on Minato-sensei really about this? He is the third Hokage's ears, so that can help. But the third Hokage politically, speaking, he will want Orochimaru imprisoned or killed. But that will give Danzo the opportunity to get in touch with Orochimaru and cut a deal with him. This is going to be difficult. Calming his heart, Obito convinces himself that speed is crucial. With a swift and silent resolve, he begins searching the underground chamber. His footsteps echo in the cold, damp air as he navigates through the maze of Orochimaru's secrets. The memories of the future version of himself serve as a guide, guiding him toward the hidden truths buried within the shadows. Moreover, I cannot really be sure about Minato-sensei. I can totally imagine him soloing Orochimaru and reporting later what happened. Minato-sensei might even go so far as convincing the third Hokage to opt for imprisoning Orochimaru given Minato-sensei's connection with Jiraiya. This is a more complicated imagine than I imagine now that I stand here. Obito begins tampering with the seals he finds hidden in a corner. A sealing technique has been used on this. With great effort, Obito removes the seal and grabs what is inside. Seriously, that's more difficult than my actual infiltration. There are files, a lot of them, all of them narrating the grotesque experiments that Orochimaru is engaging in. The funny thing is Obito is aware that Orochimaru will only get sicker and sicker with his experiments from this point onwards. I am amazed by Orochimaru in the sense that he is yet to go insane with the amount of fucked up things he had gotten himself involved. Obito tucks in the files under his black baggy robes. For Obito, the worst outcome is getting himself exposed or killed here. Meanwhile, the less bad outcome will be Orochimaru ending up imprisoned for what Obito plans for him. Lastly, the best outcome for Obito is to have Orochimaru either exiled or killed, preferably killed with great duress. But who is Orochimaru? He is the most tenacious ninja Obito has ever known, and that is not in terms of vitality or life force, but simply with how incredible Orochimaru is one escaping and surviving. The guy is certainly a slimy snake. Obito's eyes flicker open, the familiar red hue of his sharingan glowing ominously in the dimly lit chamber. His senses sharpen as he detects the subtle vibrations of approaching footsteps. The personnel enter the room. Their white lab coats gleaming faintly in the eerie glow. They move with an air of clinical detachment, their attention focused on the grotesque experiments surrounding them. A couple of ninjas, clad in the sterile attire of medical professionals, begin manipulating chemicals, scalpels, and various arcane tools. Obito observes them from the shadows, his sharingan scanning their every move. These must be Orochimaru's associates, accomplices in his macabre pursuits. As the medical ninjas delve into their work, one of them unfurls a scroll, summoning a grotesque appendage, a thumb, that materializes with an otherworldly squelch. Obito narrows his eyes, his sharingan analyzing the chakra fluctuations in the summoning. This is. Obito's hand instinctively moves towards the hilt of his kunai, hidden within the folds of his black robes. His sharingan glows brighter. Activated with renewed purpose. The need for stealth intensifies as he contemplates his next move. These medical ninjas might not be directly responsible for the atrocities, but they are complicit in Orochimaru's depravity. But that thumb, with careful steps, Obito begins to reposition himself. The two medical ninjas, namely, A and B, to Obito's head, begin speaking among themselves. Obito listens intently. Can you believe it? We're working with Hashirama Senju's cells. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ninja B nods affirmatively as he handles the chemicals with care. Absolutely, Orochimaru-sama's experiments are beyond anything I've ever imagined, the power contained in these cells, it's surreal. Ninja A glances at a certain vat with Hashirama's cells. Look at that, the first Hokage's cells are adapting seamlessly to the new host. Orochimaru-sama is truly a genius. Ninja B smirks. Indeed, the advancements we've made under his guidance are unparalleled. Imagine the breakthroughs we'll achieve with this research. Obito, hidden in the shadows, narrows his eyes at the mention of Hashirama Senju's cells. The significance of Orochimaru's twisted experiments becomes clearer to him. Obito glances at the vat. The two ninjas are pointing at brown hair, fair skin, with root-like veins slithering on his neck. What do you think this is? But seriously, Orochimaru-sama sure has a lot of courage to smuggle the first Hokage's corpse limb by limb. I wonder how he did it. Ninja B analyzes the appendage. I'd say Orochimaru-sama surely had given serious thought about it, dismantling the first Hokage's corpse part by part, and then replacing it with a realistic copy. Yeah, that must have been what he is doing. The thumb is not just an ordinary appendage, it's a piece of the first Hokage, a living relic subjected to Orochimaru's grotesque experiments. This can work, Obito grins. If only he can start hurling it just now, he can be done with this so much faster. But clearly, he cannot do that since that will endanger the other kids in the vat. To be frank, Obito's plan is so much more straightforward. He will infiltrate, locate Hashirama's cells, bag the Hashirama's cells. Hurl a great fireball technique to create an opening, run for his life, and lastly when outside, he'll unleash a great fire annihilation to the facility from the outside to erase his tracks. Under the forest fire, Obito will then make his successful escape. After that, he will have to do something with the gathered files he has as evidence, but that's a problem for another time. The most urgent problem now for Obito is what to do next. I should have learned less damaging jutsus, huh? This is not a time for regrets. Knowledge about the future doesn't make Obito omniscient, so this isn't really on him. The silver lining to this is being a ninja is not all about casting a jutsu. Chapter 17. The time for stealth is over, it's time for action. With a swift and silent movement, Obito emerges from the shadows, kunai in hand. His sharingan glows ominously, the red hue reflecting the bloodlust that courses through him. The two ninjas, absorbed in their conversation, remain oblivious to the impending danger. Though he cannot see himself, he feels his sharingan turning. The single tomo has become a two-tomo sharingan. The bloodlust seems to stimulate an old memory of a future past, and with it, awakens what Obito once had slowly, surely, and safely. Without a word, Obito strikes. The kunai in his hand finds its mark as he dispatches the first ninja with a precise strike to the throat. The ninja's eyes widen in shock and pain before he crumples to the ground, lifeless. The second ninja turns just in time to see Obito's sharingan blazing. In a blur of speed, Obito appears in front of the second ninja. The kunai slashes through the air, and the ninja's attempts to defend are futile. The blade finds its mark, piercing through the enemy's heart. Silence follows as the two ninjas now lie motionless on the cold laboratory floor. I see, Obito's bloodlust subsides as he takes a moment to catch his breath. They aren't professional ninjas, but more of academic professionals. He glances at the vat with children whom Orochimaru has victimized, and with determination burning in Obito's eyes, he promises himself that in this life, he will do better. Without hesitation, he reaches into a pouch on his hip and retrieves a small scroll. Unfurling it, he places the thumb carefully into the sealing scroll, securing the precious piece of Hashirama Senju. The room remains eerily silent, but Obito knows he can't linger. The stolen files tucked under his robes, the sealed thumb in his possession, he begins retracing his steps toward the exit. The dim lights flicker, casting eerie shadows as he moves with a mix of urgency and caution. As he reaches the exit of the hidden chamber, Obito can't help but glance back at the vats of innocent children. His resolve strengthens. He will put an end to Orochimaru's twisted experiments. With a final, determined look, he slips into the shadows and disappears from Orochimaru's lab. The journey back through the maze-like facility is a tense one, but Obito navigates it with the skill of a seasoned ninja. As he nears the exit, he can hear distant sounds of movement. Orochimaru's minions must be aware that something is amiss. The layout of this place is not so big, so it will be easy for them to set up a perimeter. Just as Obito is about to make his escape, a group of Orochimaru's lackeys appears in the corridor ahead. They spot him, and their eyes widen in recognition. Obito doesn't hesitate. His sharingan activates once again, and he lunges into action. Swift and deadly, Obito dispatches the approaching enemies with a combination of taijutsu and kunai throws. His movements are fluid, a dance of death that leaves no room for retaliation. As the last enemy falls, Obito takes a moment to assess his surroundings. There's more of you, huh? More Jonin elites spring up into action. 3 of them surround Obito. One of them has cast a ninjutsu immediately, which Obito copies with his sharingan. Wind release, air. However, Obito is so much faster. Wind release, air bullet. Obito's air bullet hits the Jonin's trachea, immediately killing him. With that small exchange, Obito has come to the understanding that the Jonin he has been fighting is inferior, nearly at the Chunin level only. This suggests that these ninjas are merely expendable cannon fodder and that they may have been a result of Konoha's corruption from behind the scenes too. Obito has an idea already, considering how the ninja clans work. As expected, the incompetent Jonin flinches at the sight of Obito's killing. Sharingan, the other Jonin mutters in fear as he recognizes Obito's eyes beneath the plain white mask. Don't come near me. Obito frowns. This level of incompetence is almost offensive to him. Snap out of it. The other Jonin, a female with red hair, shouts to her companion. He has a two-tomo, it's the eye of insight. Don't show any weak. Before she can even finfish, Obito has unleashed a great fireball technique in a single breath, spreading flames on the narrow corridor. An Uzumaki here in Orochimaru's lab, playing the bodyguard of all places. Ha! That's rich. You look fairly competent. I cannot mistake the red hair, not to mention the too obviously brimming chakra that you have. Tell me, what is the Uzumaki doing here? The flames dance wildly, casting flickering shadows on the corridor's walls as Obito stands amidst the inferno, his sharingan still ablaze with intensity. You think a little fire will stop me? The red-haired Jonin, undeterred by the searing heat, manages to evade the flames with a swift leap to the side. She lands gracefully, her eyes fixed on Obito. There really is a big difference between Jonin and specialist Jonin. The one in front of Obito is the former. Obito smirks beneath his mask, the flames reflecting in his cold, crimson eyes. It was more of a distraction than an obstacle. Since Obito has cast his great fireball, the red-haired Jonin has been talking only to a clone technique. It is not even the shadow clone technique. The other Jonin, suddenly in a state of panic, stumbles back, struggling to regain composure as she feels the cold blade in her throat. She has not been given any opportunity to fight back. What are you doing here? What's your business with Orochimaru? Because of the flames that obscured the floor, and the awe that the sharingan brought. The red-haired Jonin has not been able to realize that she has been tricked by a mere clone technique. And it is excellent of Obito to subdue her as fast as possible. Considering the range of jutsus, he will definitely be outclassed by the red-haired Jonin if it comes out in a head-to-head confrontation. The Jonin, however, won't know she actually has such an advantage. Obito narrows his eyes at the Jonin, a mixture of annoyance and disdain evident in his gaze. I'm here to put an end to Orochimaru's twisted experiments. That should be obvious. I am basically a hero, so you should know better who is right. And behold, Obito has decided to play the self-righteous card. Twisted experiments? You must be out of your mind. Orochimaru-sama is a genius, advancing the boundaries of ninja knowledge. And hero? You are delusional. Obito scoffs, unimpressed by the blind loyalty of the strange Uzumaki. Genius or not, he's crossed lines that should never be crossed, and you're his lackey, defending his madness. Though he is uncertain at first, Obito has slowly become certain of the Uzumaki in front of him. This perhaps is just another of Orochimaru's loyal, brainwashed, and fanatic followers. What are the signs? Weak-willed. Emotional. And it seems, low self-esteem. Incompetent if compared to other Uzumakis. No wonder this gal has ended up with Orochimaru. Orochimaru has a strange magnetic charisma to him in that on top of his impressive ninja abilities, he has a very snake-like tongue. No wonder wherever that guy ends up, strange organizations always start popping up around him. The strange Uzumaki argues, you won't understand, Orochimaru-sama's vision is beyond your narrow view, he desires a world without fear of pain, hurt and death. Fear. Pain. Hurt. Death. Ha. As if you know what you are saying. With a rabid tone, Obito begins to rave. I wanted the same thing. Or did I? I don't know anymore, but I have seen myself want such a thing so desperately that he became me. Without warning, Obito lunges forward, his kunai flashing in the firelight. The red-haired Jonin reacts quickly, engaging him in a swift exchange of blows. Their weapons clash and Obito's sharingan analyzes every move. You're skilled, and judging from your voice, young. You cannot kill me. The Jonin in front of Obito has gained several cuts from the exchange, even a nearly fatal cut at her neck, but within a single breath, she has healed, perhaps using a secret Uzumaki technique. When my reinforcements arrive, you will be dead. She adds with mirth in her teeth. As they continue their deadly dance, Obito's two Tomo Sharingan reveal openings in the Jonin's defense. He exploits them with precision, landing a series of calculated strikes. Your loyalty blinds you, I don't have time for this. With a final, decisive move, Obito disarms the red-haired Jonin and flickers just beside her. The body flicker technique is merely a D-rank technique, but it is in no way inferior to most techniques, especially if used in extreme ways. You won't succeed, the red-haired Jonin gasps for breath as blood pours from her throat. Karen, my daughter, these are the last words that leave her lips as the light slowly fades in her eyes. Obito returns to his escape, and quickly he arrives by the exit. The side of the forest meets him, while ninjas surround him, carrying all sorts of weapons. I know I am currently operating with no witnesses policy, but I will be kinder today. If you manage to survive this, then I will let you live. His tone is severe, and almost casual. Hand seal, horse. Fire release, great fire annihilation. This is the pinnacle of Uchiha fire release techniques. By kneading the chakra inside the body and converting it into fire, the user can then expel it from the mouth and unleash a literal sea of flames. This technique covers a wide range, making it difficult to either evade or contain. As a result, only a few manage to escape, with the exception of what Obito believes are rather competent Jonin ninjas who he can safely assume to be capable of casting at least one A-rank jutsu. Obito has studied the body flicker technique of Shisui Uchiha from his future past and has incorporated it into his own Kamui running, thus he knows to some and even greater extent how it works. Though in the past month he has only learned one C-rank and one B-rank, he has also ground up on his basics. Body flicker technique is more of a general skill, thus it requires him less effort to grind it to a level that will put a Jonin to shame, and be left in the dust. I will see you again, Konohagure. With these cryptic and badass words consciously using his villainous voice, Obito then vanishes from their eyes like a magic trick. I, Uchiha Madara, have come back from the dead. The last line is ad-lib words echoing in the background like a haunting melody. Chapter 18. Hidden in plain sight, in one of the few shops that Hiruzen frequents, gathers a total of 4 people rather close to him: Danzo, Minato, and Orochimaru. Each of them eats soba in their own way. As the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, Hiruzen is allowed to at least enjoy his favorite food. Hijiki partnered with soba is good, but the air is too stifling. This tastes not as good as I remember. Hoo boy, that's a new record, right? 47 minutes, and they have quickly completed their mission objectives flawlessly. Team Minato for the win. The Chunin exams, the Forest of Death exam in particular, has gone particularly well. Team Minato's genin led by Kakashi has made quick progress and has found themselves immediately completing their tasks, marking them as the most seated exemplary ninjas that Konoha has to offer. I still cannot believe Obito to be running around with the Earth Scroll on him, and then midway they actually made a switcheroo with Kakashi, who had acquired a Heaven Scroll at some point, thus confusing the chasing ninjas on their tails, who was hell-bent on acquiring their other halves. Minato proudly click-clacks with his chopstick. You have taught them well, your protege is most interesting, Danzo numbly remarks as he eats his soba dipped in soy sauce. I have watched so much closer, and Kakashi has the making of the pillars of Konoha, Lord Hokage. I would appreciate it if he is to be sent to my root division so that I may groom him further. Shameless beyond measure, Lord Danzo, Orochimaru smirks like the snake he is, as he gives a meaningful glance at Minato and then at the third Hokage. Now, we are all friends here, Minato smiles amicably, his eyes focused on his soba. The smooth noodles are certainly of high quality, but Minato enjoys more flavorful food. The Forest of Death exam would be limited to 2 days, but that's actually a fake out. It is too unrealistic for this part of the exam to take 2 days considering the terrain isn't really so big, and the mission parameters as designed are meant to be done for 5 hours. The real deadline is only 5 hours, and currently, we only have 2 teams, the team led by Kakashi, and then the team led by Asuma. The air in the small soba shop becomes even more charged as the conversation continues. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, lifts his gaze from his seemingly unappetizing bowl of soba and fixes his stern eyes on Danzo. Danzo, I don't want you to touch Kakashi in any way. Kakashi has his place in Konoha, and I won't allow him to be used for your more questionable methods. Hiruzen responds firmly, his voice carrying the weight of authority. I have tolerated root, but that doesn't mean you get to advertise it to my face so directly. Danzo doesn't seem fazed by the rejection. Instead, he simply nods, acknowledging the Hokage's stance. Very well, Lord Hokage, I shall obey. Orochimaru, ever the enigmatic presence, smirks again, his yellow eyes gleaming with a cunning intelligence. Ah, the delicate dance of power and loyalty, it's always fascinating to see how it plays out, Lord Danzo, it seems you have been mellowing out in a good way. Minato, attempting to lighten the tension, interjects with a chuckle. Orochimaru-san, don't tease Lord Danzo too much, he is shy, look. And tomorrow, there shall be a tournament set up, this is my favorite part actually, Hiruzen interjects, grinning like a child. The third Hokage rubs his hand as he finishes eating. He places the chopstick back on the tray. All too suddenly, a jonin subordinate to Orochimaru approaches discreetly and whispers to Orochimaru. With a frown, Orochimaru stands up. Excuse me, gentlemen, but it seems I have to go. What's the problem? Minato innocently tilts his head, looking over at the jonin beside Orochimaru who seems to have suffered signs of burns, perhaps a trace of dodging barely a fire release just to. Keeping quiet about his observations, Minato continues to probe in. Is it related to the project? The one you requested permission from? What is it? The study of medicinal pills and other derivative effects. I have been curious about it recently since I was a young man, you know, I'd like to boost my performance during nightly activities. The way he mentions nightly activities is almost playful in that no one would suspect what Minato is actually up to. But Orochimaru knows Minato's personality to some extent, and that's why he knows Minato is sounding him out. Maybe next time, I have to go, and then Orochimaru vanishes. Danzo returns to stirring trouble. I sincerely hope you stop cuddling your Jinchuriki. Hey, there is a slight bloodlust in Minato's voice, but he quickly hides it. My lovely significant half has a name, and her name is Kushina. I know what you are doing. Danzo stands up and looks down on Minato. As a career ninja, you must have finally hit a wall. And now, you resort to this. Marrying into a prestigious clan such as the Uzumaki is too good of an opportunity for you to pass, as expected from a social climber. Uzumaki as a failing clan doesn't inspire confidence though. If I am a social climber, then you are a parasite that the third Hokage has kept as a pet. Minato wants to say something like that, but he suppresses his emotions and keeps a calm fod. He resorts to a lower-key jab. If you are trying to aim for the seat as the fourth Hokage, good luck. Competition is strong, you know. The way Minato has said Databeo is a tribute to Kushina, her affectation of sorts. Danzo simply leaves without a word. A short silence ensues as this time Hiruzen drinks his tea, while Minato orders a yakisoba bread, and thankfully the store has it. It can never go wrong with a yakisoba bread. Is that wise, Minato, confronting Danzo so straightforwardly? Hiruzen asks as he sips on his tea. Minato takes a moment to collect himself after Danzo's departure and then turns to Hiruzen with a smile. Well, that was interesting. It seems I have a knack for bruising people's egos, huh? Hiruzen chuckles, sipping his tea. Indeed, Minato, you always find a way to keep things lively. Now, about the upcoming tournament setup. Before the conversation can continue, Minato's attention shifts to the yakisoba bread that has arrived. He eagerly unwraps it and takes a bite, savoring the flavors. Ah, this is much better than the cold soba, you should try it, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen raises an eyebrow but declines with a shake of his head. I'll stick to my smooth soba and tea. Now, about the tournament. Minato interrupts again, his mouth still half full. Right, the tournament. It's a great opportunity for our genin to showcase their skills. I have a feeling Kakashi's team will make quite an impression, and Obito, that kid is improving leaps and bounds. Hiruzen nods, appreciating Minato's optimism. Indeed, the future of Konoha rests on the shoulders of these young ninjas. We must guide them well. As adults, it is our responsibility to show them a good example of how to protect the will of fire. Speaking of guiding, Sensei, what are your thoughts on Orochimaru's research? I've heard rumors recently and they are not good. What do you mean? Rumors, you say? What have you heard, Minato? Minato wipes his mouth with a napkin before leaning in slightly. Well, it's said that Orochimaru's research involves some questionable experiments, especially in the realm of forbidden jutsu and human experimentation. There are whispers about him delving into areas that go against the principles of our village. Hiruzen's gaze sharpens, and he lowers his voice. I have heard such murmurs as well. Orochimaru has always been a bit of an enigma lately, but if his actions endanger the village, I cannot turn a blind eye. I've kept a watchful eye on him, but gathering concrete evidence has proven challenging. Any reliable leads? Missing children, that is all Minato has said, but then a short silence follows. And it is Hiruzen who as quickly breaks this silence. I fear Danzo may be involved. He has been sponsoring orphanage after orphanage off the books. He thinks I don't know it, but I do. I left him alone because he is not doing anything wrong by simply sponsoring orphanages, but it is suspicious why it has to be off the books. I don't think we can make any drastic moves given the current stalemate. Minato nods thoughtfully. I understand, it's just that if these rumors are true, we might need to take action sooner rather than later. We can't afford to have someone within our ranks compromising the village's integrity. Hiruzen sighs, his shoulders sagging slightly. Minato, being a Hokage is not an easy task, but rest assured, I won't allow the village to be further jeopardized. But words are meaningless when proper actions are not taken. Chapter 19. Yawning, Obito finds himself waking up with pains all over his body. That happens. He did push himself a lot harder than he should be yesterday. Running from Orochimaru's lab might actually have been the hardest part of his infiltration yesterday. After a good stretch, he peers on the terrace where he can see the rest of the Forest of Death. They have been given a good night's rest as a buffer period in preparation for the other half of the practical where the other genin can further showcase their abilities. The tower that has been the mission point for yesterday's exams will serve as the final exam venue, and the theme will be combat. Obito after brushing his teeth sits back on his bed. The temporary accommodation has been very nice. He will hate to part with it. It is still early, so he has time for himself. Using his sharingan, he summons Toby. I know you might be disappointed in me or even scold me, but give me a break. These are the first words that come out of Toby's mouth. After dispelling the shadow clone, you should have seen the trouble I have gone through, so please go easy on me. Yeah, the great Toby is a master at running. I saw all of the alright. Obito's cheeks twitch as he recalls the memory that he has received from yesterday's events. I'd be dead, I swear. Even a slight graze can poof me, so I really tried my best. Thus, yesterday's events. Asuma. Stop clinging, you nosy ape. Fuck you, and your entire clan. Uchiha reigns supreme. What the F? Asuma is confused for a moment, but he immediately catches up to his quarry. I saw Kakashi give you a scroll of earth. My team has a scroll of heaven, so you are not going anywhere. Your daddy is impotent. Oi, that's the third Hokage you are. Toby has suddenly sneaked in close to Asuma, and with a flourish, has thrown sand on Asuma's face at point-blank range. Toby's random insults have done well to put Asuma's guard down. Disrespecting about Asuma's cut-off words leave his mouth as he desperately covers his eyes, but despite his best efforts, his eyes have caught a lot of sand in them. Unable to see, Asuma's fate now lies in Toby's hands. With a painful grunt, Asuma feels his feet leaving the ground. A fist has been planted at his stomach causing acid to rise up on his throat, but he swallows them. Now mid-air, Asuma then feels chains wrapping around his neck. And bam! Asuma's back slams on the ground, causing air to leave his lungs. Through the pain, Asuma forcibly opens his eyes and sees Toby about to stomp his face. Not today. Asuma desperately rolls to the side, and with one savage swing, he extends his chakra blade and swings it at Toby, but with unnatural precision and awkward grace, Toby dodges them and shifts his stance. The next thing Asuma knows is that he is flying, thanks to Toby's kick connecting to his torso. Asuma lands on a tree and then falls on one knee. Ah shit, your girlfriend is here, Toby complains and then runs off with haste. Rado, tail him. Don't let him get away. I'll deal with Asuma. It is not every day I see the great Asuma getting floored, and the cause of it is Obito of all people. He is handy with his sickles and chains, huh? Kurenai continues while she offers her shoulder to Asuma. Asuma feels the cold trickle of water in his eyes, and finally, he can see much easier. Let's run after Rado. And again as if deja vu, his words are cut off as a shadow flickers behind Kurenai. It is actually your great and marvelous Toby who for all his worth has actually run around and even went so far as eavesdropped and then suddenly threw a kunai at Asuma's face. Asuma barely dodges the kunai as he tilts his head to the side. You bastard. Obito, you dare. Ah, shit, Toby really is cutting it close this time as barely dodges the tricky whip kick. You missed, dumbass bitch. Did you always have such a foul mouth? Very similar to how Asuma's words are cut off, Kurenai now experiences something the same. I am going to have fun flaying you alive. Toby just slaps Kurenai on the face. Slap. The sound is crunchy, and effective as Kurenai shows a look of shock. But Toby? He doesn't really care except for the scroll he has pickpocketed from Kurenai. The scroll feels nice to Toby's hands. Kurenai looks at Toby, and then at the scroll. Toby runs off again. Damn it, Kurenai. We can't let him get away with our scroll. Aido appears from the bushes, perhaps realizing that something wrong is going on. Wait, what's happening? Aido better catch up to him, Kurenai mutters, clenching her fists as she runs after Toby. We can't afford to lose that scroll, let's move. The two of them sprint through the forest of death, chasing after Toby. Meanwhile, Toby, clutching the stolen scroll, dashes through the dense foliage with surprising agility. Asuma has caught up to his teammates. He runs on the ground with Kurenai while Aido jumps from one tree to another. Aido, determined to get Toby, uses his tracking skills to follow the elusive figure. I've got eyes on Toby, closing in, don't worry. Back with Asuma and Kurenai, they navigate the forest, weaving between trees and leaping over roots. Asuma remarks. Obito's no joke, he's fast and slippery. I don't know what happened to Team Minato for the past 3 years, but assume that they have better combat experience than us. Kurenai nods, her eyes focused. We need to corner him and retrieve that scroll before he causes more trouble. You guys are persistent. Can't a guy have some fun? Aido closes in on Toby, moving silently through the foliage. He grumbles into the communication device, almost there, he won't escape this time. Oh, come on. Can't you guys take a hint? I've got places to be. Aido doesn't respond, narrowing the distance between them. Asuma and Kurenai catch up, forming a three-pronged assault. Kurenai smirks, your escape ends here, Obito. Toby, still clutching the stolen scroll, smirks back. You guys are persistent, I'll give you that. Asuma cracks his knuckles. Hand over the scroll, and maybe we won't have to rough you up too much. Toby rolls his eyes. Please, you think I'm scared of a bunch of chumps like you? The forest becomes the stage for the impending clash. Aido positions himself on one side, Asuma on another, and Kurenai ready to strike from a different angle. Toby is outnumbered and cornered, but he grins confidently. Let's dance, Obito. Asuma declares, chakra blade at the ready. Toby laughs. Fine by me, just don't cry when you lose. But all of this is a bluff. Toby stands confidently on one branch of the tree, while the three genin corners him. Behind Toby is a sizable river. Toby knows the water walking technique but he cannot really afford to use it now. You want this? Toby playfully shows the scroll he has in his hand. Next time, Asuma, don't just willy-nilly reveal what you have in your hand, okay? And with speed, Toby hurls the scroll at the river, and simultaneously, he runs off in one direction, while employing various shuriken flying at weird angles. Shortly after, Toby is able to escape the trio. Toby catches his breath as he rejoins Kakashi and Rin, who are sitting by a serene pond. Kakashi looks up from his small notebook, unimpressed. Took you long enough, what happened? Toby grins, feigning innocence, as he makes a shortened report of what he just experienced. Oh, you know, just a little game of tag with Asuma and his gang, they were really determined to get their scroll back. Rin raises an eyebrow. And our scroll? Toby pats his chest proudly. Safely in my possession, you can thank my impeccable ninja skills for that. Kakashi closes his notebook with a sigh. Look what we found, and lo and behold a slightly wet scroll of heaven is in Kakashi's hand. Toby gives a theatrical bow. My goodness, Captain Kakashi, sensei, you are truly the genius among genius, god among luck. Kakashi narrows his eyes. Stop, this is what we are going to do, we'll exchange scrolls. I will carry the scroll of earth, and Obito will carry the scroll of heaven. We'll split from now on. I want you Rin to set up checkpoints for me and Obito ahead of the way, please take care to remove your tracks, and most important of all, take care of yourself. Rin nods, trying to psyche herself. Alright, I won't disappoint, these checkpoints are not just for healing, right? Toby nods, a mischievous glint in his eye. If a situation occurs where I or Kakashi will need desperate reinforcements, Rin-chan can be an effective buffer to ambush our competitors. Yes, that's pretty much it, Kakashi continues. I want you Obito to attract aggro from teams carrying scrolls of heaven when in fact you'll be carrying a scroll of heaven too, while I'll do the same for those who have the scroll of earth. As the team finalizes the second part of their strategy, Kakashi emphasizes the importance of deception, coordination, and precision in their moves. The strategy that Kakashi has devised will maximize the safety of their respective scrolls by pulling apart the teams half each for scrolls of heaven and earth. Exponentially, this will also cut off a lot of time they will be spending to safely bring their scrolls to the designated mission point. Toby, despite his playful demeanor, absorbs the information with keen interest. The forest is alive with the sounds of nature as the team makes their way towards the tower. Along the way, Toby can't resist teasing Kakashi. "So, Kakashi-sensei, any secret techniques you've been hiding?" Kakashi remains stoic. "You'll find out when the time comes. Disperse, see you all at the tower." After that, Team Minato successfully finishes the Forest of Death survival exam. Back to the present. "I did okay, right?" Toby shows a double thumbs up, seeking approval from the original Obito. "Fuck you, dude, we are now under Asuma's radar," Obito cusses at Toby. "And you slapped Kurenai. Way to attract her aggro. Ugh, if you are going to attract aggro, just stealing the scroll is enough." "Yeah, there are definitely other ways to taunt the enemy," Toby muses, his fingers on his chin. "At first, I am thinking of touching her boob or pulling Asuma's pants. Next time, I'll try pinching their nipple." "You are not listening at all. I pray that I have enough patience to survive your shenanigans, Toby," Obito sighs painfully. Chapter 20. Obito eats a bowl filled with rice and some seaweed. In front of him is the duo Kakashi and Rin cooking their team's breakfast using the supplies that have been given to them for the exam. This is a special kind of side quest for the Chunin exams, where the appeal of a ninja that can cook is greatly amplified. Moreover, a team that can cook implies a team that should be more than capable enough to last in long-term missions. Should I also learn to cook? I muse as I watch Rin creatively reinterpret the ration, from hard tacks of bread, has been turned magically into a magical porridge. Sheesh, I really am in love. Obito-kun, please, it is embarrassing. Rin cringes, her hand momentarily stopping. Kakashi sighs, shaking his head, and chops the mushrooms he has picked up in the Forest of Death. Normally, there shouldn't be side quests like this, but because of a certain involvement and testing of a certain ninja, obviously Kakashi, the proctors have set up an ambush mission like this perhaps to see Kakashi's character. Obito has deduced that much in a single look alone after hearing the arrangement of the Chunin survival exam for being stretched for 2 days long. It is actually a trap for Kakashi in that if he decides to toil and play it safe too much, he will be seen as inept for not judging the situation accurately. The Forest of Death exams should be finished at 5 hours max, and not for a whole 2 days. The supplies are just another fake out. Looking around, Obito sees Asuma chilling in one corner while watching his teammates cook their share of their breakfast. "Yo, Asuma." Obito brightly calls to Asuma. Asuma looks at me with a troubled face. "You. Not a step more. Rado, Asuma, watch over him. He might slip some drug to our breakfast to compromise us later." "OSU," Rado spiritedly shouts as he stands over Obito, while Asuma just watches. Clearly, Obito is unwelcome here. A memory of Obito actually Toby slapping Kurenai flashes back in his mind. "Geez, I am going away, okay?" Diplomatically, Obito then comes to Guy with his pals, namely Ebisu and Genma. This trio are members of Team Choza, a rather low-tier group that barely has passed their written exams and even the Forest of Death survival exams. Obito cannot believe that Might Guy, the very guy who just floored Madara Uchiha in the distant future, is actually this guy. So, Obito begins looking at the scary pile of green that the trio is cooking. What is that? Is that edible? Obito eyes the almost disgusting pile of greenery that Guy, Ebisu, and Genma are working on. The trio seems deeply engrossed in their culinary endeavor, each one contributing to the colorful chaos that's taking shape on their makeshift cooking station. Honestly, it doesn't look edible. Ah, Obito-kun. This, my friend, is the youthful green feast, a dish that embodies the essence of youth and the indomitable spirit of youth. After all, a true ninja should be skilled not only in the art of combat but also in the delicate dance of flavors. This is youth. Okay. Obito is fairly certain Guy is just spouting whatever comes to his mind now. Maybe, he is embarrassed by the pile of green he and his pals AHS just created. Yes, indeed. This dish is a combination of nutrient-rich greens, carefully selected herbs, and a secret blend of seasonings. It not only nourishes the body but also invigorates the soul. Genma, casually leaning against the wall, adds with a smirk, and the best part is that it's so unique, no one else would dare to attempt it. We're setting ourselves apart, my friend. You guys are really putting a lot of effort into this, huh? You are right, no one would dare attempt to eat this. Ah, Obito-kun, that's where you're mistaken. A true ninja must be versatile and adaptable in all aspects of life. cooking is just another battlefield where we can prove our mettle, and so is eating. Come, have a taste. Ebisu nods in agreement. Indeed, and besides, the judges for this exam are looking for teams that can handle various challenges, not just those related to combat. A team that can cook is a team that can thrive in any situation. Come, have a taste. Genma smirks again. Plus, it's a great way to throw our opponents off guard. They won't know what hit them when they taste the youthful green feast. Come, have a feast. Aren't these guys too enthusiastic to feed Obito the youthful green feast? Obito scratches his head, still unsure about the whole cooking ninja concept. Well, good luck with that. You cannot make me your guinea pig. I'll stick to my rice and seaweed for now. Seems simpler, and with quick steps, he makes his escape. Looking around, Obito then ends up in one obscure corner where he sees Anko Mitarashi, who is eating her ration by her lonesome. Lonely? Do you mind a company? Wow, a guy just walked to me. She boisterously pats Obito's shoulder. So what is it? Sizing up your opponents. I saw you canvassing ninjas you deem fit for your attention. A lot has changed about you, Obito. Still the same Anko who loves running that mouth of hers. Obito grins. There are a few people he has good relationships with within the academy, and Anko is definitely not one of them. Anko smirks, taking another bite of her ration. Well, what brings you to my little corner of solitude? Obito chuckles. Just thought I'd escape the culinary battlefield over there. Guy and his gang are cooking up something called the youthful green feast. Looks more like a forest dumped on a plate to me. You mean the bushy broccoli trio? Yeah, they're a special kind of crazy, but hey, everyone's got their thing. What's yours, Obito? Sneaking around and eavesdropping on rather useless cooking secrets. Obito smirks back. Nah, just taking a breather. You seem content with your ration though. Will that be enough? Anko leans in, her expression sly. Oh, you bet, I've got a few tricks in my arsenal. But it's survival of the fittest here, not the tastiest. You, on the other hand, seem to have developed of some level of strategic awareness. What is this? Kakashi's influence. Obito shrugs, grinning. Maybe, his answer is cryptic, no it letting his intentions easily be unveiled. And I confess you are right, I am canvassing opponents that I might face in the tournament setup. Kakashi and Asuma are definitely at the top for ninjas to watch out for. Following them will be Guy, Kurenai, and you. Anko smirks knowingly. You've got a sharp mind, Obito, that's super unexpected, and here I thought we were the same boisterous kind who rushes recklessly head first to danger. Obito raises an eyebrow. You are playing mind games too. Don't flatter me too much. And for all that's worth, the jonin assigned to your group is one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru is one to be feared for his cunning, so shouldn't you be as equally and cunningly dangerous? Anko chuckles. Brilliant deduction. Without a word more, Obito leaves, his eyes tracing to the figures of Hiate Gecko and Ibiki Marino. They are what Obito has categorized under the wild card, which might bring unexpected upsets to the tournament setup. How is it, Toby? Did you do it? The split personality, Toby smiles. It is a success. I had tucked half of the data at the third Hokage's bed pillow. I also had done the same for the other half at Minato-sensei. The two figures Obito and Toby conspire underneath the stairs where light barely reaches them. The tournament setup will occur about 1 to 2 hours from now on. The exam will be a 3-way period this time. There is no way the third Hokage won't receive our message. Obito smiles, rubbing his chin, thinking that everything is going smoothly and well. He hopes his scheme continues its course unimpeded. As Obito strategizes with his shadow clone in the shadows, the atmosphere in the makeshift cooking station remains lively. Obito's absence goes unnoticed as they are engrossed in their culinary pursuits. Kakashi, meticulously slicing vegetables, mutters to himself, Rin, do you think this will be enough to impress the watching proctors? Of course, Kakashi. We'll show them that Team Minato is not just skilled in combat but also in the art of cooking. Meanwhile, Asuma and his team are still keeping an eye on Obito from a distance. Kurenai, ever suspicious, glares at him. Rado, Asuma, stay vigilant, we can't afford any surprises from that guy, and what is he doing in that corner? What she doesn't know is that the Obito she is seeing is just a shadow clone masterfully blending in the background. Back at Guy's corner, the trio is proudly presenting their youthful green feast to a curious third Hokage. Guy, with unbridled enthusiasm, gestures towards the vibrant pile of greens. Behold, the embodiment of youth and culinary excellence. This will set us apart from the rest. Come, have a taste. Indeed. A team that can handle the challenges of the kitchen is a team that can handle anything. Come, have a taste. Genma, leaning against the wall as usual, smirks and says, and with the element of surprise is on our side, no one will see it coming. This is our secret weapon, youthful green feast. He says it coolly as if he is some hotshot. Come, have a taste. He belatedly adds, almost forgetting to insert his team's slogan. As the trio continues their culinary declaration, Obito finds himself facing a new challenge as he cancels his shadow clone technique and merges with the crowd once more. The formidable Anko Mitarashi ambushes him. Anko, chewing on her dry ration, eyes him with a mix of curiosity and amusement. So, Obito, what's your game here? I saw you suddenly gone, you actually got me worried. Obito grins, trying to play it cool. Just enjoying the view, Anko, you know, scouting the competition, you're surprisingly very nosy today, Anko-san. The tension in the air grows as the time for the tournament setup approaches, and Obito remains poised for the unfolding events, confident in the success of his carefully laid scheme. Chapter 21. Chunin Exams Arena Preliminaries. Obito Uchiha. Might Guy. You kids are up next, come. Obito takes a deep breath, tightening the grip on his kunai pouch. The watching crowd from the terrace, fellow genins, and the visitors, hushes as nth duel ought to continue. Across from Obito stands Guy, the energetic jonin with his trademark green spandex and bowl-cut hair. Obito, my young friend. This will be an excellent opportunity to showcase your skills, ready yourself for a splendid battle. Obito nods, a mixture of nerves and determination in his eyes. You know, you are amazing, Guy. You consider literally everyone your friend. Incorrect. Guy vehemently replies. Kakashi, for example, is not a friend. My rival. You shall die at my hands. The proctor signals for the match to begin. Let the battle commence. As the two opponents face each other, the tension in the air becomes palpable. Obito takes a defensive stance, while Guy exudes confidence and excitement. You've got potential, Obito. Show me what you've got. This Guy is the one who handed Madara Uchiha's ass, thus Obito knows how strong Guy is, but the current Guy is far away from the peak of his power, thus allowing Obito some confidence. I won't hold back, Guy, let's do this. The truth, however, is that Obito plans to hold back his strength a lot. He'll limit himself to only using his strengthened body flicker technique, in combination with his taijutsu, shuriken jutsu, and maybe even use a D-rank or C-rank jutsu when in a pinch. Guy comes rushing at Obito in a straightforward manner, dishing out a kick right at Obito's temple. Unlike in the alternate future past that Obito has seen, he doesn't receive Guy's kick. Though Guy has a small frame and literally has the body of a young boy, the force his punches and kicks carry is enough to even bruise a jonin. This is Obito's objective assessment of Guy. Obito, with the smallest movement, ducks low, and hurls his chains at Guy, attempting to ensnare him, but Guy is faster. Guy simply backflips in the air, and then shifts his stance mid-air, yet his aim remains true. Judging from the angle, Obito realizes Guy intends to really kick Obito in the head. To be more accurate, Guy must be targeting Obito's temple as a strategy to knock him out in one go. Leaf Whirlwind, and Guy, as Obito has predetermined, does exactly like that. Obito snaps his chains, and the sickles connected to them embed themselves into the solid ground. Pulling with all his might, Obito propels himself forward and outkicks Guy. The sole of Obito's foot connects perfectly to Guy's stomach. Oof, Guy grits his teeth, not losing his cool one bit as he changes his stance again while being flung by Obito's kick. The interrupted Leaf Whirlwind transitions into something else. Leaf Rising Wind. And it connects, more perfectly than Obito can ever manage. The Leaf Rising Wind is a taijutsu technique that uses the entire body as a spring. By amassing power through taking a posture where the back of the body falls down. Because the power of the kick from the ground is instantly converted into a blow, the enemy hit with this attack will be launched high into the sky. Obito is sent flying upwards without exception, his throat feeling a bit acidic. From the beginning, Obito can hardly see Guy's every movement, which speaks of just how much training Guy has been doing. It truly is superhuman, and Obito is almost tempted to use his sharingan or his B-rank jutsu. And this will only get worse. There is a reason why Guy is able to reach incredible heights despite only being able to use taijutsu. Guy rotates in the air, forcibly shutting down his momentum, thus allowing his feet to land on the ground so much earlier than Obito could hope for. Guy smirks, you put up a good fight, Obito, but this is the end. Obito, still mid-air, quickly assesses the situation. He forms the tiger hand seal and activates his body flicker technique, disappearing from Guy's immediate line of sight. Just as Guy lands with a confident grin, Obito reappears behind him. Not so fast, Guy. Obito taunts, launching a barrage of shuriken towards Guy's blind spot. However, Guy effortlessly sidesteps the incoming projectiles with incredible speed, not even turning to face Obito. Guy chuckles. You'll have to do better than that. He charges forward once again, closing the distance between them with a burst of speed. Obito, however, is prepared. He dodges Guy's initial attacks with the body flicker technique, showcasing his agility. Swift, aren't we? Guy remarks, his eyes narrowing as he adjusts his approach. But speed alone won't save you. As Guy launches another series of powerful kicks, Obito skillfully dodges and weaves through the attacks, using the sheer speed of his body flicker technique at the maximum. Obito feels that, he is no longer underestimating Guy's taijutsu prowess, but that is a mistake. It looks like I have overestimated myself. On a subconscious level, Obito must have been thinking that Guy is below him. You know, Obito, I'm impressed, your reflexes are commendable, Guy praises, a genuine smile breaking through his stern demeanor. Obito grins back, thanks, Guy, but I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. Suddenly, Obito forms a series of hand seals and channels chakra into his hands. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Fire style, great fireball technique. He declares, exhaling a giant orb of fire toward Guy. The flames dance and flicker, creating a fiery impact immediately the moment it connects to the ground. Guy, undeterred, charges through the explosion and fire with his characteristic determination. You can't burn away my spirit, Obito. As Guy closes in, Obito activates his sharingan for 1 microsecond, the red swirl spinning in his eyes. With the burning flames and the light it exude. It is enough to obscure Obito using his sharingan. Time seems to slow down for him as he analyzes Guy's movements. With enhanced reflexes, Obito narrowly avoids a powerful roundhouse kick, but Guy is not finished yet. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Guy's kick whizzes past Obito. Obito's nose reddens as his face has been grazed by Guy's kick, and most problematic of all is the nature of the technique that Guy has employed. It is a series of ultra-fast kicks, rushing at Obito with unbridled ferocity. You're getting serious, Guy, time for me to step up too. Obito declares as he casts his body flicker technique again. Excellent. Let's make this a battle to remember. Honestly, the fight has gone off the scale and is actually on the level between Chunin already, but truthfully, it might as well be a fight between semi-jonin considering that Obito just used the great fireball technique and his sharingan thought at a limited capacity. Guy is the weird one, or maybe Konoha itself in general, for being unable to see the gem in Guy. To be able to push through this far with just taijutsu speaks just how incredible Guy's talent actually is. It is time I finish this. Flexing his chains and sickles, Obito begins to move erratically, even going as far as retreating Guy's aggressive form. You clearly have received damage from my fireball technique, and you are in a losing fight. Just to be a gentleman here, I suggest you give up if you don't want to get hurt further. Obito, my friend, you underestimate the power of youth and the sweat that fuels it. Giving up is not in my vocabulary. Now, prepare yourself for the final round. Obito smirks, appreciating Guy's unwavering determination. Alright then, Guy, show me what you've got left. Show them damn jonins and big shots watching you, just what is your worth. Obito directs a leering smile at the few adults watching their duel. Guy, with a sudden burst of speed, charges at Obito once more, his movements becoming a blur. Obito narrowly avoids a series of lightning-fast kicks, realizing that Guy is pushing himself to the limit. You're not the only one with tricks, Obito. Guy declares, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Suddenly, Guy executes a swift hand movement, creating afterimages that confuse Obito's perception. Obito struggles to keep up with the unpredictable assault, and this time he is really tempted to use his sharingan with equal intensity. First gate, the gate of opening. Guy shouts, delivering a rapid barrage of punches and kicks from various directions. Obito, despite his agility, finds it challenging to predict Guy's movements with absolute precision. You're not just a weirdo in spandex, Guy, you're a formidable opponent. And you, Obito, are a true warrior. Let's settle this in one final exchange. The two clash, persistently sticking to the other, retreating, and then alternate, they exchange powerful blows and jutsu. Obito's chains dance in the air, while Guy's fists create whirlwinds of energy. And then, front lotus, before Guy can even unleash his best move, Obito hastily outflanks Guy. Since Guy has opened the first gate, Obito has become extremely wary. Obito is not confident that he won't be pushed around if Guy's front lotus connects, thus Obito decides to immediately end the fight now. You did well, Guy. He reappears at Guy's rear using the body flicker technique. A kunai is delicately placed on Guy's throat, but Guy is persistent as he parries the kunai with the back of his hand, but Obito has anticipated this. Guy is confused as his arm just passes Obito's image. In fact, the Obito that Guy has perceived is simply a product of the clone technique. Unlike the shadow clone technique, the clone technique is at the bottom end of jutsus, and is considered the most elementary of techniques. It is because the technique is easy, but more than that, just as easy to detect. But Guy doesn't know ninjutsus or genjutsus. Truth be told, Guy is vulnerable even against the aforementioned jutsu such as clone technique which is considered generally weak. Guy feels the cold and sharp metal of the kunai and adjacent to him stands a proud Obito. You did excellently, Guy. You lost though, but still, you did excellently. Stand tall and walk proud. Damn, Guy murmurs, feeling like he had just been played. But then, Guy looks at the adult ninjas watching from the terrace. And then Guy notices the third Hokage who at some point has begun watching their duel. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, claps his hands, and, following suit is the clap of others are more. The victor, Obito Uchiha. The proctor announces. Yet, the clap just continues on, a few familiar ninja cheers for Guy, the kid who lost. Obito just grins as if expecting this. Chapter 22. Guy is embarrassed he has performed better than he thought he would in this Chunin exams, and while he aims to win more fights, this isn't so bad either. He has no regrets over losing to Obito, as he has managed to showcase his every ability. He even gets an applause from the third Hokage. Meanwhile, Obito just returns to his compatriots. Rin high-fives him, while Kakashi simply hums in acknowledgement, but Obito swears it definitely is more of an eye roll. Meh, Kakashi supplements as he casually pores over the fights from his perch. Obito watches the following fights for the preliminaries. The only notable fights in this preliminaries are Obito vs Guy, and Enko vs Hiate. In a surprising upset, Hiate wins against Enko. After the preliminaries, Team Minato gathers together from the ground floor while the third Hokage stands on the terrace, an elevated place to look over them. You have done well, but the Chunin exams are not yet done. The third Hokage continues, for those who wish to show more of their abilities and ensure their ranking advancement, the finals for the Showdown test will be your stage to show your individual combat prowess. The finalists are Kakashi Hatake, Asuma Sarutobi, Hiate Gecko, Ibiki Marino, and Obito Uchiha. For today, we will have one final fight please, Minato-san. Minato Namikaze takes a step forward. The exams have been divided namely into the written test, survival test, and the Showdown test today. We had the pre-Showdown test where 10 genins competed to see which are of the best stock among your generation. The genins will be given a whole month to train themselves. For those who had lost, don't lose hope as you could still apply for a wild card match prior to the Showdown test a month from now on. Taking over after Minato is the third Hokage. For those who had passed their Chunin exams, you would know as early as tomorrow 6 a.m. However, I advise you not to surrender your matches a month from now on even if it is confirmed you'd rise to the Chunin rank. A lot of influential people would be watching from the minor to major office posts of the Land of Fire, not to mention special rank jonins and various branches of special divisions of Konoha from Umbu, the police department, interrogation force, etc. The news of a wild card match sparks a flicker of hope in the eyes of those who didn't make it to the finals. But more than that is the fact that, except for the third Hokage, other people from higher on the ladder will be watching the match too. The third Hokage's words echo in the minds of the defeated, urging them not to lose faith. As the Hokage wraps up, Kakashi casually remarks, well, looks like the real fun is about to begin, no room for mistakes in the finals. Obito smirks, you better not mess it up, Kakashi, I am going to kick your ass. Kakashi responds with a nonchalant wave, I never mess up. The group disperses, each member heading in different directions to prepare for the intense month ahead. The third Hokage becomes a witness to their separate journeys, as they strive to push their limits and shine in the upcoming Showdown test. Now, wouldn't this just be great? Minato remarks as he runs after his charges, taking his role as their sensei in great strides. However, before he can happily go on his way, the third Hokage, Hiruzen, stops him. We need to talk. In his hands are a pile of documents. It is about Orochimaru. While shit is about to get turned over from behind the scenes, Obito goes home straight and hugs his grandma. He boasts about his exploits during the Chunin exams and happily proceeds to shower his grandma with affection. Hey, grandma. Guess what I did? I think I have a good shot at becoming a Chunin. Chunin. Ah, I am sure you actually mean Hokage, right? Oh, my dear Obito, I'm so proud of you. Tell me everything. What happened at the Chunin exams? Obito excitedly plops down on the couch next to her, a gleam of accomplishment in his eyes. You won't believe it, grandma. I faced tough opponents, executed flawless jutsu, and even managed to impress Kakashi. His eye roll is definitely a compliment, I am sure of that. That bastard can beat Sundra sometimes, but sheesh, it is a lot of fun. I can't wait to see the look on everyone's faces when they announce the results. How about Rin? Did you manage to impress her this time? And on, and on, and on. A month from now on, the Showdown test will then commence. But before that, Obito has to ensure that his plans for a certain someone work. And also, he has to deal with the smuggled thumb of the first Hokage he has in his possession. Under the dense canopy of the ancient forest, Obito kneels, his sharingan activated. He focuses his chakra, performing the hand signs with precision. A swirl of dark energy envelopes the air, and Toby materializes with a maniacal laughter that echoes through the trees. Ah, Obito. You always have the most entertaining plans, what mischief are we up to now? Obito smirks and holds out the stolen thumb from Orochimaru's lab, a sinister gleam in his eye. This, my friend, is the key to our rapid advancement not in rank, but for power. I want you to possess a shadow clone while I cultivate this thumb with my chakra. Toby tilts his head, intrigued. What's the master plan? For the next month, I'll be pouring my chakra into this thumb, attempting to mold it into something extraordinary, a weapon, preferably. Meanwhile, you'll be training using the shadow clone, alter ego. We need to quickly increase our strength. Toby grins beneath his mask, excited by the prospect. Sounds like a recipe for chaos and power, just the way I like it. Let's get started, Obito. It sounds weird, but Obito to some extent feels when Toby is smiling despite the mask covering his face. First, Obito summons a shadow clone. Shadow clone jutsu, and just like that another Obito stands before them. Toby rubs his hands like some wily merchant and then possesses the clone. With a nod, Obito begins channeling his chakra into the stolen thumb. As the chakra flows into the severed thumb of the first Hokage, the ancient wood seems to resonate with the energy. Toby, now possessing the shadow clone, stretches and flexes, eager to start his own unconventional training. Obito instructs, Toby, I want you to focus on remastering the basics taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. I'll be channeling my chakra into this thumb to create a powerful weapon ashish. This is a more difficult job than I imagined, maybe if I know the mystical palm heart technique. Understood, Commander Obito. I shall retrain your muscle memories, but don't expect to really improve by leaps and bounds since shadow clone training won't really condition your muscles. As Obito delves deeper into the mysterious process, Toby engages in rigorous training sessions. He performs dazzling shuriken jutsu, and various taijutsu. The forest becomes a battlefield. Echoing with the clash of jutsu and the thuds of taijutsu. Toby, fueled by Obito's chakra, pushes his limits until he goes puff. Days pass, and Obito notices subtle changes in the thumb. The chakra infusion is gradually transforming into a pulsating, leafy substance. He whispers to himself, this is working better than I expected. Obito, this is insane. I can feel the power surging through me. Look, have you heard of shadow boxing? I am doing it. Obito knows what Toby is talking about. In terms of physical ability, he has not improved much, but when it comes to reaction time, he has improved a lot. If only Toby could do the chakra infusion towards the thumb so that Obito can train himself from the ground up as in for real. And then a month later, Obito has managed to create a weaponized version of the first Hokage's cells. At first, he is thinking of creating a sword. Obito is basically a weapons master, and he has experience with all kinds of weapons from orthodox and unorthodox. The Uchiha has its own kenjutsu, and it would have been perfect if not for the impossibility of the task at hand to begin with. When Obito has come to realize shaping the thumb into a sword is unrealistic, he decides to mold it into a mask reminiscent of Toby's mask, but that fails too. So, Obito comes to a compromise again, and the result. Ha. HHHH. Fuck, that's funny as hell. What is this twig? No, this is a stick. What are you going to do with it? Stab people with a stick. Huff ha ha ha. Kakakakak. I am going crazy. This has been the best laugh I had since I was born. No, Obito frowns, his eyes quivering in embarrassment. This is a wand. Like the wands from the Shinto shrines or the stories about evil sorcerers, you know. A wand. You should know it, we share the fucking same memories. Yeah, do the Shinto wands look like this? It should have 2 zigzag paper streamers on the sides. This wand of yours is just a slightly pointy stick. Kihahaha. In Obito's hand is a wand you'd find in Harry Potter's hands, and not in Obito's, and this wand looks like a simple slightly sharp twig, but don't be mistaken, for this wand has been shaped from Hashirama Senju's thumb finger. Obito pockets the wand and performs a series of hand seals. Snake ram hair dog. It is the wood release, wood dragon technique. Failure. Back in my days, we could cast jutsus without hand seals, and if we really need to do hand seals, we use both hands and feet. Ha ha ha. Obito. Your wand is a failure. As usual, Toby is being an asshole, but Obito just ignores him. Obito grabs the wand to check it, but then all too abruptly being summoned from its pointy tip is a serpentine wooden dragon, and it crashes into the trees, more trees, and even Toby's shadow clone, which gets destroyed with ease. After a second of silence and 2 when the wooden dragon has dissipated, Toby reappears. He phases from the ground and stands before the destruction that the wooden dragon has left. That's... what? Obito grins. A wand? Yeah, that is indeed a fucking wand, but wait, wouldn't it be an annoyance if you have to perform hand seals and then grab the wand? Toby reasonably argues. It is impractical too since it messes your chakra flow. Obito shrugs, and performs a zero-hand seal jutsu. Wood release, cutting technique. He swings his wand, and a dark wooden blade-like extension erupts from the wand. It has become a sword for a few seconds, and the result more trees have fallen down, except this time, it has come from a sharp, nice, and clean cut. That, my good sir, is indeed a fucking wand. Toby dramatically rolls on the ground. Emotional damage. He adds as he wackily runs over the destroyed part of the forest, reveling in the destruction that Obito has left. Now that a month has passed, it is time for Obito to conduct his ninja business, and go bag himself the Chunin qualifications so that he advance without trouble, but first, how should I mess up with Orochimaru? Chapter 23. Rin stands outside Obito's residence, her fist lightly rapping on the door. After a moment, the door creaks open, revealing Obito's grandmother, a warm smile on her face. Rin, dear, come in. Obito mentioned you'd be dropping by. Thank you, Grandma, Rin replies, stepping into the cozy home. Is Obito ready for the showdown test? Oh, he left early, excited as ever, said he didn't want to keep anyone waiting, Obito's grandma chuckles. Rin nods, a hint of concern in her eyes. I hope he's feeling confident, the final part of the Chunin exams is a big deal. Though Rin has decided not to participate in the showdown test, she is more than qualified for the Chunin rank. Advancing for medical nin is fairly easy, but Rin has put the effort into more than just her medical skills alone. In her certificate she received after the pre-showdown test a day later. It has been remarked that her abilities make counter-ambushes, interception, survival, and sabotage skills are enough to warrant her advancement. To be honest, though, Rin just made trouble for the other teams as much as she could. She cannot really see herself as excellent. The word excellent is reserved for the likes of Kakashi and Obito who go and defy expectations. I'm sure he'll do just fine, he's a talented young man, Obito's grandma reassures her. Would you like some tea before we head to the stadium? Rin smiles gratefully, that would be lovely, thank you. As they sip their tea, Obito's grandma engages Rin in conversation about the village and the upcoming events. Rin appreciates the distraction but can't help glancing at the clock, aware that time is ticking away. Finally, with cups emptied, they make their way to the stadium together. The bustling atmosphere of the Chunin exam surrounds them as they approach the grand arena. Obito's grandma offers words of encouragement, Obito will shine out there, I'm sure of it. Rin smiles, grateful for the support. I hope so too, he's worked hard for this. As they reach the stadium, the crowd's anticipation fills the air. Obito's grandma squeezes Rin's hand. There are a lot of people, amazing, there is so much fanfare, this is my first time here, I am not really much for violence, but I want to see little Obito shine. Rin nods, a mix of nerves and excitement bubbling inside her. It is my first time in this kind of festivities too. Don't worry about Obito, he'll shine. I am sure of it. She says the latter half of her words mostly to herself and not to her companion. There are a lot of people, it is crowded, so Rin carefully guides her grandma. Obito's grandma is like Rin's grandma in a sense, so she is very careful to accommodate the old lady. As they find their seats, the stadium buzzes with energy. The arena floor is a stage for the upcoming battles, and the audience eagerly awaits the commencement of the showdown test. Rin glances around, searching for familiar faces among the sea of spectators. It's quite a spectacle, isn't it? So many people gather to witness these young ninjas showcase their skills. Rin nods, her eyes still scanning the crowd. Yes, it's a big event, the culmination of their training and hard work. The announcer's voice, a jonin, booms through the stadium, drawing everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final phase of the Chunin exams, the showdown test. We'll continue after all of the guests have taken their seats. There are still more seats to be filled up. The crowd erupts into cheers, and Rin can feel the excitement building. She turns to Obito's grandma, offering a reassuring smile. If it makes you uncomfortable, Grandma, we can go. It will be fine, dear, I can take it, Grandma smiles, braving it all. Rin's gaze sweeps across the bustling crowd in the stadium, searching for a familiar face. Among the sea of people, she spots Kakashi, quietly occupying a corner in the benches. Excitement bubbles within her, and she can't help but call out to him. Kakashi. She shouts, waving her hand to catch his attention. Kakashi, engrossed in his own thoughts, finally looks up, dull eyes meeting Rin's eager gaze. Rin, he acknowledges, pushing himself up from his seat. As he makes his way through the spectators, his eyes catch the presence of Obito's grandmother, who sits nearby. His steps falter for a moment, a mix of emotions crossing his face. Rin, noticing Kakashi's hesitation, gestures for him to join them. Come over here, Obito's grandma is here too, she calls out, a warmth in her voice. Kakashi nods. With a determined stride, he heads toward Rin and Obito's grandmother. Kakashi, Rin greets him as he approaches, a questioning look in her eyes. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be preparing for your own match? Kakashi smirks, his tone as nonchalant as ever. I prefer studying my opponents from the crowd, gives me a better understanding of their strategies. You do realize you're not a spectator, right? You're one of the participants. Kakashi shrugs, unfazed. I'll get there in time, no need to rush. Kakashi, dear, join us. We're here to cheer for Obito. Kakashi's eyes narrow, but he eventually nods and takes a seat beside them. Fine, but don't expect me to get too excited, ma'am, he respectfully adds the ma'am after realizing how rudely he sounds. Don't be so rude to the elderly, you silly, Rin chuckles, appreciating Kakashi's predictable aloofness. We won't hold our breath for that. Obito's grandma pulls out a small bag filled with an assortment of snacks. I brought some goodies for us to enjoy during the matches, she announces with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. Rice pops, candies, and chips. That sounds wonderful, Grandma. Thank you. Kakashi, however, looks at the snacks with a hint of skepticism. I don't need any distractions, I need to stay focused. Obito's grandma chuckles, teasingly nudging Kakashi. Oh, come on, dear, it won't hurt to indulge a bit, I promise I didn't poison it with the intent to sabotage your match. Rin bursts into laughter, and the tension momentarily lifted. Grandma, you're too much. Kakashi rolls his eyes, but a small smirk plays on his lips. Fine, but I'm not eating the candies. As they share the snacks, the atmosphere becomes more relaxed, the trio engrossed while they wait for the match. Obito's grandma occasionally offers commentary on the random things she sees. Her playful banter easing the nerves that linger in the air. Despite Kakashi's initial reluctance, even he finds himself reaching for a handful of chips, perhaps succumbing to the charm of the grandmotherly sabotage tease. If this is really sabotage, then Kakashi is done for. The abrupt cheering echoes through the stadium, signaling the beginning of the showdown test. The Jonin's voice resonates, announcing the first matchup. For our opening match, we have Ibiki Marino vs Enko Mitarashi. The crowd erupts into excited cheers, and Rin, Kakashi, and Obito's grandma focus their attention on the arena floor. Ready to see some action, Kakashi? Maybe you'll pick up a few strategies from this match, wanna bet, Kakashi? Kakashi, still munching on a chip, shrugs casually. I've seen enough battles, nothing surprises me anymore, and I don't do bets. Obito's grandma chuckles, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. You two are so cute together, Obito has serious competition, huh? Rin. Nope, nah, Kakashi. As the two opponents step onto the arena floor, the atmosphere intensifies. Ibiki Marino, known for his formidable discipline, faces Enko Mitarashi, a fierce and unpredictable kunoichi. The crowd falls silent in anticipation. Rin watches intently as Enko strides confidently onto the stage, her presence commanding attention. I wonder how Enko managed to get here, Rin mutters to herself, a curious frown creasing her forehead. Kakashi, standing beside her, smirks knowingly. She probably won the wild card match, that's the only way she'd be eligible for the showdown test, he replies, his eyes crinkling with amusement. Enko, now on the stage, locks eyes with Ibiki, who sits stoically in his chair. Ibiki, you think you have what it takes to be a chunin? She taunts, a wicked grin playing on her lips. I've faced tougher opponents in my sleep. Ibiki remains silent, his expression unreadable. Enko continues her verbal assault, determined to rattle the composed genin. Or maybe you're just too scared to face a real challenge, what's the matter, Ibiki? Cat out your tongue. Rin observes the exchange, sensing the tension in the air. This is going to be interesting, she whispers, her eyes flickering between Enko's confident swagger and Ibiki's unyielding composure. Ibiki's eyes narrow, and a subtle smirk tugs at the corners of his mouth. Enko Mitarashi, always relying on theatrics to compensate for lack of substance, he retorts coolly. You may have faced tougher opponents in your dreams, but today, you're facing me. Enko's grin fades, replaced by a glint of annoyance in her eyes. Big talk coming from someone with a stick so far up their ass. Wow woo, the crowd seems to enjoy Enko's trash talking. Ibiki interrupts, save the colorful language for. Enko's anger flares, cutting Ibiki off, and she scowls at him. You think you're clever, huh? Let's see if you can back it up. While those who don't know Enko may see the cheap provocation as crass, those who know her are fully aware that this is just part of Anko's strategy to rattle their foes, and Ibiki knows better than not to fall for it. Ibiki maintains his poker face, a smug expression remains on his face. I'd watch my tongue if I were you, Anko, don't want to embarrass yourself before. Embarrass myself? You're the one who's about to eat dirt, Ibiki Marino, I hope you enjoy the taste, you stuck-up, overgrown sack of shit. Yeah, says the fatty, you are getting fat, don't you know? Must be eating too much dango huh? F fat? Anko's face contorts with rage, and she launches into a string of colorful expletives, each word more inventive than the last. You mofo freak, I am going to. And. You fucker. The crowd gasps at the audacity of her language, and even Rin is taken aback by the sheer venom in Anko's words. Intervening from the trash-talking is the Jonin announcer, chill down, kids, he separates the two at a safe distance. Okay, for the first match, let the duel between Ibiki Marino vs Anko Mitarashi begin. The Jonin signals the start of the match, and both fighters engage with lightning-fast movements. Ibiki, displaying precise taijutsu, attempts to close in on Anko. Meanwhile, Anko uses her agility to evade his attacks, her snake-like movements captivating the audience. Rin watches intently, her medical instincts particularly helpful in discerning the state of both participants. Anko's agility is impressive, but Ibiki's discipline might give him an edge. It's a clash of styles. From the perspective of a medical nin, I think Anko is at a disadvantage. She doesn't show it much, but she is injured. On the contrary, Ibiki is in tip-top shape. Kakashi, eyes focused on the unfolding battle, nods in agreement. True, let's see how they adapt to each other. Anko's injury may have come from her wild card match, but we cannot be so sure. She is as adept at body contortion techniques, and to me, I think faking an injury as elaborate as what we are seeing is possible. The battle rages on, and the crowd's cheers grow louder with each exchange. Rin and Kakashi become fully engrossed in the unfolding fight, becoming personal commentators for Obito's grandma. As the intensity builds, Rin can't help but feel a surge of pride for her fellow ninjas showcasing their abilities. Personally, Rin is rooting for Anko since she is the underdog in the fight, and Rin likes underdogs like Obito. As the first match gets heated in the arena, the combatants displaying their skills, Obito's grandma watches with wide-eyed fascination. Wow, it is amazing, she remarks. Rin can't help but steal glances at Kakashi, who seems more engrossed in analyzing the fight than showing any visible signs of excitement. Are you sure you're not just avoiding your own nervousness by playing the spectator? Rin teases Kakashi, a playful smile on her lips. Kakashi smirks again, not bothering to look at her. I don't get nervous, the tone he says it as if implies he is perfect, which is almost too cute of him. If Obito has heard him, he'll definitely say something like, yes, Kakashi-sensei, future god of shinobis, and most handsome ninja of all of Konoha, Rin intones with a subtle smirk. Obito's grandma interjects, oh, Kakashi, dear, everyone feels a bit nervous sometimes, it's only natural. Kakashi's eyes narrow further, but he doesn't argue. Instead, he focuses on the ongoing match, his mind undoubtedly working through various scenarios. Actually, he is thinking of using a pun or a comeback, but he cannot think of any, so he stays quiet. The arena erupts into cheers as the first round concludes. To everyone's surprise, Anko is able to win through that match. The next set of participants step forward. Rin turns her attention back to Kakashi, a more serious expression on her face. Kakashi, are you sure you're okay? This is a big deal, and your match is coming up. You sure you want to watch Obito? I think the two of you know each other's abilities pretty much already. Kakashi sighs, finally tearing his gaze away from the arena to meet Rin's eyes. I'll be fine, Rin, just focus on Obito's match, he needs your support more than I do, moreover, I think there is a lot Obito is not telling us. The unexpected feat of trap-making and the usage of sickles and chains remain fresh in Kakashi's mind. Those are skills that he, Rin, and even Minato are unaware of. Rin nods, accepting his words but still harboring a subtle worry. As the tournament progresses, she can't help but steal glances at Kakashi, silently hoping that his unconventional approach to preparation doesn't backfire during his own showdown. But then, Obito makes a showy entrance. Obito acrobatically jumps on the arena while twirling his chains and sickles like flying dragons as part of showmanship. As Obito lands on his feet and subdues his chains, he then shouts to everyone. I love you, Rin. I will win this for you. Ugh, Obito. I want to kill you. Chapter 24. Minato loves his life. He wakes up, wifey in arms, eats wifey's home-cooked meal, and then he gets to work. And oh, he loves monopolizing his wife's cooking. The two of them have a schedule of who to cook on which day, and Minato always looks forward to those days. But today is not that day. Kushina has been specially assigned a mission relatively distant from Konoha, so for some time, Minato won't be able to enjoy her cooking. There is a reason why Kushina has been sent to another place despite her sensitive identity as a Jinchuriki. It is because something big is about to happen inside Konoha. Minato uses his flying god technique after he eats his breakfast. Waiting for him in the Hokage's office is the third Hokage himself, Hiruzen Tobi. Minato, splendid timing as usual, Orochimaru has yet to move. This is good for us, since he is convinced that we are yet to discover his macabre experimentations. This is a perfect opportunity for us to raid his lab. Minato nods as he listens attentively to the third Hokage's briefing. I understand, Lord Hokage, we need to act swiftly before Orochimaru realizes that we're onto him. Hiruzen Sarutobi leans forward, his expression serious. Exactly, Minato, the safety of Konoha is at stake. Your mission is to lead a team and infiltrate Orochimaru's lab, gather as much information as you can and put a stop to his experiments. We cannot afford any delays. Minato acknowledges the gravity of the situation. I am enough, alone. Hiruzen narrows his eyes dangerously at Minato's remark. I hope that is not bravado I am hearing, but I am fully aware that you indeed alone are enough. Here is the warrant of arrest. Minato receives the piece of paper from Hiruzen and reasonably offers his explanation as to the thought process behind him going alone. Orochimaru is well connected. I cannot risk him learning that we are unto him. It took me a good full month to verify the information that had been tipped on us, not to mention moving the resources that would be needed to entrap him with certainty. I know, Hiruzen sighed. I am the one who signed the documents, and I also permitted usage of the resources you required. But isn't it too overkill to set a perimeter using Umbu to the docks, and even goes so far as artificially destroying the outposts we have scattered around Konoha? I am sorry, Minato doesn't know what to say. And Hiruzen understands as to why. Orochimaru has been Hiruzen's student. And it must have been hurting him knowing that he would be a part of Orochimaru's downfall. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade have been like children to him. Hiruzen doesn't really have a choice considering that Orochimaru has gone to the far end of madness. Hiruzen adds, be cautious, Minato, Orochimaru is a formidable opponent, and we don't know the extent of his experiments. Your safety and the success of this mission are crucial. Minato gives a determined nod. I won't let you down, Lord Hokage, I'll get the job done, and, I will do my best to bring back Orochimaru. Don't, Hiruzen shrugs his head. Don't hold back, there is a reason why Orochimaru has been called one of the legendary Sannin, kill him if you must. As Minato prepares to leave, Hiruzen's voice stops him. One more thing, Minato, please tell Orochimaru, I am sorry. It hurts Hiruzen especially since he cannot go to Orochimaru now. The village has never experienced such a shaky period since its founding. Signs of war are reappearing, and Hiruzen is unsure if it is going to be a civil war or a war with their fellow villages. It is possible that both happen at the same time. A war on all fronts. Reports of small skirmishes with other villages keep on piling up, and the attitude of the Uchiha clan is getting worse. Thus, Hiruzen cannot even go on his student, Orochimaru's side, to personally confront him. Minato affirms, understood, Lord Hokage. Before Minato can fully use his flying god thunder technique, a sudden thought occurs to him, Lord Hokage, do you have any information for Orochimaru's claims of someone claiming to be Madara Uchiha attacking his lab? Exactly the day Orochimaru and Minato receive an anonymous tip about Orochimaru's experimentations, Orochimaru files a report of someone claiming to be Madara Uchiha attacking his lab. Chances are Orochimaru is not lying, but I am more inclined to believe that the self-proclaimed Madara is an impersonator from the Uchiha clan trying to stir trouble. I have been talking with Fugaku about it, and they have also begun investigations about this impostor. Hiruzen takes a puff from his pipe as he deliberates on his thoughts. An impostor claiming to be Madara Uchiha? This complicates things. If there's someone else involved, we need to be cautious and ensure we don't fall into any traps. Hiruzen exhales a puff of smoke, his eyes narrowing in concern. Indeed, Minato, the situation is delicate. Orochimaru might have enemies within and outside the village. Keep an eye out for any unexpected threats, and don't underestimate the potential danger from this false Madara. Minato assures him, I'll be vigilant, Lord Hokage, I won't let any surprises catch me off guard. My priority is to neutralize Orochimaru's threat and gather information about his experiments. With a determined expression, Minato activates his flying god thunder technique, disappearing in a blur. Hiruzen watches him go, and a heavy weight of foreboding begins to creep into his imagination. Madara, huh? As Minato travels towards Orochimaru's hideout, he contemplates the complexity of the mission. The village is on the brink of turmoil, and the presence of an impostor claiming to be Madara Uchiha only adds more uncertainty. Minato can't afford to fail. The fate of Konoha hangs in the balance. Arriving at the outskirts of Orochimaru's lab, Minato surveys the area with caution. The forest seems to have experienced recently rather a fiery encounter, parallel to the reports of the Madara Uchiha who infiltrated the facility and killed a quarter of the lab's guard details. Using his Flying Thunder God technique, Minato silently infiltrates the lab. His goal is to do this as quietly as possible and apprehend Orochimaru with the least resistance, which is infinitely harder done than said. Within the dimly lit corridors, Minato moves stealthily, avoiding any potential threats. His senses are heightened, while he listens for any signs of Orochimaru. Suddenly, he senses a presence ahead, and he swiftly hides behind a corner. Peeking out, he sees a figure clad in dark robes, confronting Orochimaru. Their conversation reaches Minato's ears, and he eavesdrops to gather information. "Danzo," Orochimaru remarks with disgust in his tone. "You have come to extort me again, don't you tire of it?" The dark-robed contingent removes their hood, and leading them is Danzo's familiar mug. Danzo condescendingly looks down on Orochimaru. "You should thank me instead, Orochimaru. My spies have informed me that Hiruzen is unto you. Without me here giving you intel, you'd most likely be attacked by the Hokage's favorite dog. You wouldn't want the Yellow Flash to come here ruining your progress. Don't you?" The Yellow Flash is indeed a very efficient killer. Even Jiraiya acknowledges what he can do. No level of jutsus can reach him. And he'd only need something sharp to slice your throat. That's why it is a subject of curiosity to me why he has not killed you yet. Orochimaru slyly smiles. Though he is surrounded by Danzo's subordinates, he is totally undeterred, so he continues. "Do you want to know why the Yellow Flash has not killed you yet, Danzo? It is because he has not yet found a reason to kill you, but now. Conspiring with me is enough to land you in jail, but who can say Minato would actually put you in jail?" Orochimaru laughs grimly as his eyes land on the hiding Minato. As expected of a legendary Sannin, Minato laughs self-depreciatingly, but he chooses not to reveal himself yet. The Yellow Flash continues to watch, waiting for the opportune moment when to strike. The current situation is favorable to Minato career-wise, considering that Danzo's death ensures that Minato no longer has a competition for the title of 4th Hokage, but that will be disadvantageous for Konoha in the long run. After all, Danzo's death means that no one will keep the Uchiha in check, and no one does it better than Danzo Shimura. This is what is going to happen. Danzo is unmoved by Orochimaru's wordplay. "We'll stage a play here. I have come to confront you with your evil experimentations, and while fending you with everything I got. You managed to escape by the skin of the teeth. Of course, I am not so heartless. You can leave with what you can hand carry." Always the politician, Orochimaru sighs, and then he stretches his hand. One of Danzo's subordinates falls dead on the ground. There are a total of 7 of Danzo's subordinates, and now there are only 6 of them. "How dare you?" Danzo doesn't flinch, but he is pissed. Orochimaru has just thrown a kunai at one of his own. But it doesn't end with just that. One by one, Danzo's subordinates fall, flat dead on the ground. A clear bloody gash on their throats is presented to Danzo. He has a look of terror in his eyes. "You. I didn't do it." Orochimaru's smile is playful and he seems to be relishing Danzo's reaction. Appearing from the shadows is Minato, his kunai already bloody. "But I did." Tisk, Danzo clicks his tongue, evidently rattled. "Have you come to take my life?" Namikaze means discordant wind, and it is a surname that Minato has earned on the battlefield and has been granted to him by the 3rd Hokage for his meritorious service. Discordant wind because that is what he is on the battlefield, but the truth is, Minato has never liked this name. As a commoner, pursuing the ninja profession is but a hellish and unreachable dream. Though Minato doesn't like his surname, he has grown acquainted with it. "No," he replies to Danzo as he vanishes in a blur and unleashes a Rasengan at Orochimaru. "No, I won't take your life, Danzo." Orochimaru barely escapes the Rasengan and has gotten his right arm shattered, and ground to a bloody paste. Though he is clearly hurt, he doesn't show pain and methodologically deals with his stump by wrapping a cloth around it. This is what is going to happen. Minato's eyes remain on Orochimaru, but his voice is directed to Danzo. "Orochimaru killed your subordinates, and through your and my combined efforts, we have succeeded in apprehending Orochimaru. And then, Minato looks at Danzo dead in the eye, decline my proposition and see what will happen." Chapter 25. Is it Obito? No. It is Toby, bitches. Don't let him sense your thoughts, or else, he'll really break the 4th wall this time. I love you, Rin. I will win this for you. You are crazy. Hiate unsheaths his sword from his back. Meanwhile, Toby simply twirls his chains like some random biker gangster in the 80s. I am going to beat you with the power of love. It is so cringe it can be weaponized, and look, Hiate seems uncomfortable already. The cringe no jutsu is so overpowered it can stand side by side with talk no jutsu. Toby reckons it might even work against aliens or whatnot. Toby as usual is being Toby, unhinged and totally out of control. Though he may appear loose on the outside, Toby is nothing but tense. He'd very much love to impress the girl of his dreams, and certainly he had his priorities right. Hiate Gecko. From what Toby knows, Hiate is a very competent swordsman. On top of mastering the clone technique to the extreme, there are a few ninjas who master general skills to the peak, like Shursui Uchiha of the body flicker. It is almost an urban legend, but they do exist. It is just that at this point in time, Shursui is yet to be born. The closest Toby's generation has to someone mastering a general skill to the extreme and perfectly weaponizing it is Hiate. General skills in terms of ranking techniques are at rank D max, but that doesn't mean they are inferior. It is not the techniques that make the ninja, but the other way around. Toby has a fair recollection of Hiate in his memories of the future past, and he has come to understand that Hiate's method of clone technique is to use it in combination with his kenjutsu, allowing him to execute mirage-like swordsmanship. In fact, if Toby is to follow the natural turn of events, Hiate's opponent now should be Guy and not Toby. At that same matchup, Guy has lost miserably because he can hardly discern the weakness of Hiate's clone technique. Now, it is different. Toby has defeated Guy, and it is now Toby who stands in this arena participating in the Showdown test as part of the Chunin exams. Hiate, you are going down, 6 feet under. Toby gestures with his thumb down. It is clearly an act of provocation, but Hiate doesn't buy it. Hiate's eyes narrow as he assesses Toby's stance, the chains and sickles swirling around him like a deadly dance. He grips his sword tighter, focusing his chakra for the impending clash. The air is tense with both combatants' fighting spirit as the Jonin announces the start of the match. Begin. With a swift motion, Hiate charges forward, his afterimage following in perfect synchronization. It is not that he is fast, just that his sword is leaving a trail of his mirage. Toby responds with a flurry of chain attacks, aiming to ensnare Hiate and restrict his movements. Is that it? Aren't you a Uchiha? You're not bad, Hiate. But let's see how you handle this. Body flicker technique. With a sudden burst of speed, Toby lunges forward, the chains extending toward Hiate with deadly accuracy. But Hiate remains unfazed, his sword flashing in a blur of steel as he parries each strike with ease. You'll have to do better than that, Obito. Hiate retorts, his voice filled with determination. Toby's grin widens as he unleashes a barrage of attacks, his chains whipping through the air with ferocious speed. But Hiate remains calm, his movements calculated as he waits for the perfect opening. And then, in a split second, he sees it. With a swift motion, Hiate ducks under Toby's chains and delivers a devastating kick to his side, sending him crashing to the ground. The crowd erupts into cheers as Hiate gains an advantage. But it is all a ruse. Hiate's frown says it all, I didn't feel it connect. At the last second, before Hiate's kick connects, Toby has increased his chakra output on his body flicker technique and jumps backward, visually deceiving everyone that he has been kicked. Toby grins sheepishly as he snaps his chains that have slithered by Hiate's foot. And snap. Hiate's feet have been snared, and the next thing he knows is that he has been swung to Kingdom Come right at the arena's walls, causing cracks to spread from where he landed. Thankfully, he is able to cushion his crash at the last second, but that seriously hurts. And then Toby's kick lands on his face. Or it should have been. Toby realizes he has hit a clone. Right at the moment of recovery, Hiate has performed a seamless clone technique in conjunction with a substitution technique. Shurikens fly at Toby, but he persistently deflects and dodges them. Using his wall-walking technique, Toby runs away from Hiate's line of sight, but it is an open terrain. There is only so much that Toby can do. Hiate stabs his sword to the ground and takes potshots at Toby with his shuriken. Seeing that Hiate is about to perform a jutsu, Toby rushes to him, using his chain and sickles as a grappling hook, but Hiate is faster. With a tiger hand seal, Hiate has performed a shadow clone technique. Not just a clone technique but a legitimate shadow clone technique. I'll get him. The shadow clone runs to Toby with a sword at the ready, while the real one runs off, and takes potshots of shuriken and kunai. Toby cannot afford to get hit even once because the truth is he is just a shadow clone, and the real him is somewhere else fucking around, maybe with Orochimaru or Danzo. However, the more important thing here is that the others don't realize he is just a shadow clone himself, since that will be super scandalous. Oi. That's playing dirty. Hiate, come and have some. With difficulty, Toby begins playing tag with the intention of never being it. But then again, even Toby has his limits. With vengeance, Toby outmaneuvers the shadow clone, jumps backward, uses body flicker to the left, and then performs a series of hand seals without pause. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Fire release, great fireball technique. Toby spits the giant ball of flames right at the shadow clone's face. With the current circumstances, Toby has to finish this task since he is already so low on chakra very quickly. Using the flames as camouflage, Toby rushes at Hiate and with his sickle, he traces Hiate's throat. But Hiate seems to always have a card under his sleeve. Transparent escape technique, he smirks almost condescendingly. This cheeky bastard. In front of Toby, Hiate fades and obscures his form. But Toby won't just let him go yet. With his chains, Toby lashes at 360 degrees around him, brutally gouging the earth while at it. He really is pushing his physical limits as his grip on his sickles reddens, and thus Hiate is forced to reveal himself. At my 7 o'clock, huh? Toby hurls a shuriken and then follows up with his sickles in order to engage in melee combat. Let's see what you got. Hiate smirks as he emerges from his transparent escape technique, his eyes gleaming with determination. You're persistent, I'll give you that, Obito, but persistence alone won't win you this fight. He swiftly dodges the incoming shuriken, his movements fluid and precise. With a flick of his wrist, he deflects Toby's sickles, the clash of metal ringing out in the arena. You're skilled, I'll admit, but skill can be overcome by grit. Hiate stubbornly resists. Toby grins confidently, his eyes blazing with determination. Maybe so, but I've got something you don't, Hiate. Oh. And what's that? And don't you dare say the power of love. Toby's grin widens as he channels his chakra, a surge of power coursing through him. Oh shucks, you guessed it basically right. I can respect that, Hiate nods, a hint of forced respect in his eyes. But don't think for a second that I'll go easy on you. With renewed vigor, the two ninja clash once more, their sword and chains flashing in a whirlwind of steel. Each strike is met with a counter, each dodge with a feint. It's a battle of wits and skill, neither willing to back down. When Hiate calls forth a shadow clone, Toby will strike it down. If Toby attempts to create space for himself, Hiate pressures him. It is a repeating cycle of who is at an advantage, and who is not. As the fight rages on, the crowd watches in awe, marveling at the sheer intensity of the match. Every move is calculated, every strike precise. It's a dance of death, with neither willing to yield an inch. But in the end, there can only be one victor. And as the dust settles, it becomes clear who that victor will be. With a final, decisive blow, Hiate knocks Toby to the ground, his chains falling limp at his side. The crowd erupts into cheers as Hiate stands victorious, his chest heaving with exertion. I win, Hiate declares. You lose and I still have a lot in my tank, I can still afford a shadow clone and two, but you. You are drained both physically and mentally. Toby grins, nah, I have plenty of morale and you won't beat me in this area. Moreover, being a ninja is all about deception. The heaving and haggard breathing stops as if it has been all a lie, and yes, it is a lie. With a crisp snap, Hiate's sword shatters. I win, Toby rises with impeccable speed and squeezes his chains. Take this. From under Hiate, chains spring up like snakes and coil around him. Toby has buried a few segments of his chains underground in preparation for creating this trap, and Toby is fairly excellent at making traps. With a good swing, Toby punches the immobilized Hiate right on the jaw, knocking him out. Victory goes to Obito Uchiha. Chapter 26. Inside Orochimaru's dimly lit lab, Danzo's expression twists with disdain as he gazes upon the lifeless form of his subordinate sprawled on the floor with his only left eye. What a waste. He mutters under his breath, his voice dripping with disappointment. He kneels beside the fallen Chunin, his fingers tracing over the still form as if searching for some semblance of life. Beside him, Orochimaru stands tall and imposing, his eyes glinting with a mixture of amusement and malice. You brought me quite the assortment of specimens, Danzo, he remarks, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Shame they couldn't live up to expectations. And unfortunately, you cannot live up to expectations either, Orochimaru. Minato's voice is dripping his sarcasm as he slowly strolls at Orochimaru's flank. Jiraiya-sensei will be sad if he learns of this. Danzo grits his teeth, and his frustration is evident. They were all specialists, he retorts sharply, his voice laced with indignation. Skilled in Fuinjutsu or Genjutsu, Chunin in title, but capable of so much more, yet they fell like flies. There is genuine annoyance in Danzo's eyes as he looks at Minato. The purpose of Danzo bringing his subordinates is to use them against Orochimaru with the intent to either capture him or force him to make a deal, but unfortunately, the yellow flash just has to barge in. Orochimaru chuckles darkly, a cold smile playing on his lips. And yet, here they lie, he remarks, gesturing to the motionless bodies scattered across the room. Victims of their own inadequacy. Stop with the fake pity, Danzo. Orochimaru's tongue slithers, and his eyes narrow down at Danzo. We both know this Chunins of yours are just one of many pawns you have. The surprising thing here is Minato coldly killing this bunch. You know that I'd kill them, Minato casually remarks as he playfully tosses his unique kunai in the air like playing with a ball. When you sense my presence, you know that I have come here with the intent to kill you or apprehend you, and then you thought. Danzo is Minato's political rival. So what are the chances of Minato taking advantage of the situation by killing Danzo's subordinates here? The fact that Danzo cannot even protest against my killing of his people is because of the fact he tried to collude with you. Danzo looks at Orochimaru and then at Minato. You do believe, Minato, that I can reverse the story and imply that it is you who are colluding with Orochimaru? And the witness? Minato glances at the cloaked and very dead Chunins that Danzo brought with him, and it becomes self-explanatory. You won't make a simple situation into a complicated matter because that will jeopardize what you are trying to build. I am trying to make it easy for you, by cutting you a deal. So do you accept my proposition for a temporary partnership to apprehend Orochimaru? Ooh, the drama, Orochimaru slyly smiles. How about I make a counterproposition for you, Danzo? Don't interfere, and let me go in exchange, I will give you this. How about this to motivate you more? Behind me is the treasure trove of knowledge I have gathered since I began my experimentations. While I run, Minato will chase me as I have higher priority, over your scheming. You will take your time, and ransack everything I have. Even if the third Hokage learns what you did, he won't be able to indict you, as Minato puts it. There is no witness anyway to corroborate the truth or even force it through interrogation or torture. Your political clout is enough to remedy your current situation and even benefit from it. You. Minato loses composure for a second as he recognizes the markings just on the side of the scroll indicating the sealing technique used, and it is incredibly high level. How do you have this? What is inside it, tell me. Orochimaru maliciously grins. While I am smuggling Hashirama's corpse carefully under the Hokage's nose, I coincidentally took interest in this scroll carefully hidden within the Sarutobi grounds. Do you want to know what is inside it? He dangles it like a carrot as if he is teasing some mindless rabbit. The arrogance in Orochimaru has become more apparent and depraved after he has surrendered himself to the madness. And then he reveals what is inside it. It has a beautiful pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. Out of the blue, Orochimaru tosses the scroll at Danzo. Danzo catches it with both hands. Orochimaru runs. Minato chases. Probably Danzo, what the F? Does such a good thing exist? Does good things fall from the sky now? He strains a smile which is very uncharacteristic of him as he watches Orochimaru and Minato quickly vanish. Danzo unfurls the scroll, still deliberating on whose proposition to follow. So it is actually a scroll painting, Danzo remarks in admiration as he takes in the sight in front of him. In the picturesque ink painting is an image of a Uchiha girl, roughly a teenager, with eyes of crimson orbs. Enclosed on her dark pupils are triangular crescent moons that seem to pulse from the painting itself, looking directly at Danzo. The scroll becomes legit in Danzo's eyes, and decides to follow Orochimaru's arrangements instead. But then suddenly, a presence expresses itself. When Danzo looks over, he sees a white-masked man wearing a dark robe over his slim frame. No, not a man but a boy, obvious by the fact that he is only as tall as Danzo's chest. Hand it now, it is not yours. His voice has that dread inducement to it that makes anyone feel small in comparison to him. That is the kind of presence he carries. Danzo Shimura, hand the scroll to me. Danzo's eyes narrow as he assesses the boy before him, his mind racing to identify this new threat. And who might you be? He asks, his tone laced with suspicion as he tightens his grip on the scroll. The masked boy doesn't flinch at Danzo's question, his expression hidden behind the featureless mask. I am an agent of peace, he responds cryptically, his voice carrying an air of authority. That scroll belongs to me, hand it over and live, or face the consequences. And then, the boy's eyes flare red, summoning the 3-Tomo Sharingan, the trademark bloodline limit of the Uchiha. Things have just become more complicated. Danzo's mind races, weighing his options. The Uchiha clan's involvement complicates matters further, adding another layer of intrigue to the situation. I am unaware of the Uchiha clan's claim to the scroll. He replies, his voice firm and calculated. And I don't care. This scroll is now confiscated, and interfering with my duties would mean treason, do you understand, boy? The masked boy's gaze hardens, and Danzo can feel the weight of his stare even through the mask. Your duties are irrelevant, he states bluntly. The scroll belongs to me, and I will take it by any means necessary. Danzo's hand tightens around the scroll, his resolve hardening, perhaps fueled by his own greed. I am not one to be intimidated by threats, he retorts, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. If the Uchiha clan wishes to reclaim the scroll, they will have to pry it from my cold, dead hands. A tense silence hangs in the air as the standoff continues, neither party willing to back down. The dim light of Orochimaru's lab casts eerie shadows across the room, adding to the atmosphere of suspense. Finally, the masked boy breaks the silence with a low, menacing chuckle. So be it, he declares, his voice dripping with malice. Prepare yourself, for you have just made an enemy of Madara Uchiha. With that ominous warning, the masked boy vanishes in a swirl of darkness, leaving Danzo alone in the dimly lit lab with his thoughts and the coveted scroll in his hands. Plop. Madara Uchiha. You are the self-proclaimed Madara. Self-proclaimed? I am Madara. What gives you the idea I am not Madara? Obviously because you are just a boy. The world is big, Madara begins with a melodramatic cry. And the secrets of the world are far grander than any mortal mind can ever dare to imagine. People die, live, and die again, but some persist through ideas, through the will of the world and through souls. Reincarnation is not beyond me. Danzo, having his pride wounded, summons the courage to retaliate. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A compressed wind chakra blasts from Danzo's mouth. Its spherical form is barely tangible to the eyes, and even a Sharingan user will find it difficult to evade. But Madara simply stands there, seemingly having no intention to dodge. When the compressed wind hits Madara, it simply passes him like a mirage, just like how water and wind have no shape and cannot be moved with meager hands. Madara has become untouchable. Only now Danzo notices that Madara no longer has his 3-tomo Sharingan, but instead, he now boasts a peculiar pattern in his eyes, 3 stretched triangles evenly spacing themselves around the pupil, each curve at the top around the eye to form a circle. It is the infamous Manjikyu Sharingan. Chapter 27. Obito, his gaze piercing and confident, meets Danzo's shocked expression with a smirk. Impressive, isn't it? He taunts, gesturing casually to the now severed arm lying on the ground. Consider it a gift, O venerable Lord Danzo. Danzo's remaining eye narrows in anger as he struggles to maintain his composure. You insolent fool. He growls, his voice laced with venom. That scroll is not yours to take, return it at once. Obito's smirk only widens, his amusement palpable. Oh, this? He says, patting the stolen scroll now tucked beneath his robes. I'm afraid it belongs to the Uchiha now. You should know better than to try and stop me, Danzo. Danzo's fists clench at his sides, his fury barely contained. You'll regret this, you fake Madara, he seethes, his voice trembling with rage. Mark my words, the Uchiha's betrayal will not go unpunished. Obito chuckles darkly, a hint of madness gleaming in his eyes as he turns away from Danzo. We'll see about that, old man, he murmurs, disappearing into the shadows with a flicker of movement only to reappear beside Danzo. Kicking the back of Danzo's knee, Danzo flounders and falls to one knee, but as a ninja worth his salt, he won't be so one-sidedly humiliated as he rolls forward and hurls kunais with explosive tags attached to them. But Danzo's effort is useless as the kunai just passes Obito as if he is a ghost. The explosion rattles the lab that Orochimaru has abandoned. Obito turns off his Manjikyu Sharingan since he can only use this for a short minute. And his body cannot tolerate its extended usage yet. But his performance has enough effect to bother Danzo. Of all times, why does Obito only decide to appear now and even attempt to fake his name as Madara Uchiha? It is because of the scroll that Orochimaru so willingly has given up to Danzo. If the machinated events had occurred as Obito designed, he would happily stay in the shadows. Now, Orochimaru is gone, probably being chased by Minato, and Danzo here has every time he needs to ransack Orochimaru's now abandoned lab. I won't let you take this lab for yourself, Danzo. Obito tenses his muscles because he won't know when Danzo will suddenly attack him. Danzo, his one good eye fixed on Obito, rises slowly, his expression shifting from anger to calculation. You may have some tricks up your sleeve, boy, but you underestimate the power of the root. I will not allow the Uchiha to dictate terms to Konoha. Obito's gaze remains steady, his demeanor confident despite the odds. You speak boldly for a man who just lost an arm, he retorts, a hint of mockery in his voice. But you're right about one thing, I don't underestimate you. That's why I'm here, to ensure the Uchiha's survival. Survival? The Uchiha are a relic of the past, clinging to outdated ideals. It's time for progress, and the Leaf Village cannot afford to be held back by sentimentality. Obito's Sharingan glints as he prepares for any sudden moves from Danzo. Progress at what cost, Danzo? Sacrificing the lives and dignity of your own people. I, Madara Uchiha, might be alone, but I won't stand idly by while you and your cronies trample on my people's rights. Rights? You talk of rights while brandishing stolen goods and playing at being someone you're not. The Uchiha's arrogance knows no bounds. Before either can make another move, a voice interrupts them from the shadows of the lab. Enough. Appears the third Hokage from the shadows. Hiruzen Sarutobi with his flaring presence shuts up Obito and Danzo at the same time. I took my chances, but it seems the self-proclaimed Madara really has appeared. Young man, do you know what you are doing is terrorism and I have every right to take you in? Terrorism? Obito laughs. You should look at Danzo for that. Danzo grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed as he stares at Obito. Your foolishness knows no bounds, he snaps, his voice tinged with disdain. Obito smirks, undeterred by Danzo's hostility. Ah, but you see, Danzo, that's where you're wrong, he retorts, his tone dripping with mock sincerity. I am Madara Uchiha reborn. Danzo scoffs, shaking his head. You're nothing but a fake Madara, he declares, his voice dripping with contempt. Obito's smirk widens, his confidence unwavering. You can deny it all you want, Danzo, he says, his voice low and menacing. But deep down, you know the truth, you should be afraid of me. The third Hokage watches the exchange silently, his expression unreadable. No matter what, I have to take you in for terrorism, so don't make it hard for me. Hiruzen, there is no use talking to this delusional BR. Hiruzen cuts off Danzo, you quiet down, Danzo, we are not done either. Using the body flicker technique, Hiruzen reappears beside Obito, the third Hokage's palm is targeting his carotid artery. But Obito is faster and has an advantage in visual acuity, using his sharingan, Obito only needs the slightest adjustment to dodge. And simultaneously, he counters with a punch. The third Hokage and the fake Madara exchange their taijutsu, either of them trying to find a gap and get a feel for the other's techniques, habits, and inclinations. Breaking the stalemate, Hiruzen, who has seen a gap in Obito's defense, performs a series of hand seals ram horse dragon. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. A mud source is created in the shape of a dragon's head and unleashed from its maw are mud balls. But Hiruzen is not done yet, he performs a zero-hand seal fire release. NSFW. The mud balls burn with flames, making it more threatening. Obito feels as if balls of lava are coming at him. I guess, this is it, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wickedly smiling. Obito then takes a blind shot at the third Hokage by quoting the second Hokage. Saru, you must protect those who have faith in you and who love the village, and train up to those to whom you can entrust the next generation. From tomorrow, you will be the Hokage. And these words not only have shaken Hiruzen but also Danzo. Guess why I know that? Obito nods to himself, realizing it's time to make his exit. With a swift movement, he activates his Manjikyu Sharingan, the familiar pattern swirling in his eyes. He focuses on his destination and invokes Kamui, the space-distorting jutsu that allows him to slip through dimensions. In the blink of an eye, Obito disappears from the lab, leaving behind only a faint distortion in the air. He has no desire to prolong the confrontation with Danzo and the third Hokage. Despite his strength, Obito knows he mustn't be reckless. The consequences of accidentally killing Danzo would be dire, not something he wants to deal with at the moment. Moreover, Obito is happy enough that he has acquired such a special scroll which will allow him to gain one more ally. Moments later, Obito reappears in an atrium of the arena, where his shadow clone, Toby, awaits him patiently. Toby greets him with a nod, his form flickering slightly in the dim light. I managed to win the semi-finals, Toby remarks, his voice tinged with uncertainty. But I'm not too confident about the finals, being a shadow clone, I'm quite fragile. Obito nods in understanding, clasping Toby on the shoulder. Don't worry, he reassures. You've done well so far, I am here now, so you can rest. It will be me fighting in the finals. Toby dispels the shadow clone he's been inhabiting, the illusion dissipating into thin air as he reverts to his original form. Standing beside Obito, Toby's distinctive orange mask with its swirling pattern and his black robes materialize before him. Obito's brow furrows as he receives the memories from the shadow clone, a mixture of confusion and discomfort crossing his features. He turns to Toby, his expression darkening. Why did you do that? He demands, his voice tight with irritation. Toby feigns innocence, his masked face betraying no emotion. Do what? He replies, his tone casual. Obito fixes him with a stern gaze, his eyes narrowing. Don't play dumb, he says, his voice flat. Why did you shamelessly declare your love for Rin in the arena? Oh, that? Just stirring up a bit of drama, you know how it is. Suddenly, without warning, Kakashi materializes behind Obito, causing him to jump in surprise. Obito whirls around to face his old teammate, his heart pounding in his chest. Who are you talking to? Kakashi inquires, his gaze searching. No one, Obito responds quickly, forcing a casual tone despite the unease gnawing at him. He can't possibly admit to conversing with a persona that exists only within his mind. Kakashi raises an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Right, he says, his voice tinged with disbelief. Obito shifts uncomfortably under Kakashi's scrutiny, silently cursing his predicament. He'd already visited the hospital seeking answers, only to come away with no explanation for his strange experiences. What are you up to? Obito asks, attempting to change the subject. Kakashi tilts his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Not paying attention, as usual, he quips, his tone teasing. But now it's my turn to shine in the semi-finals, see you in the finals, Obito. With that, Kakashi strides away, disappearing into the bright lights of the arena, leaving Obito alone with his thoughts and his hidden turmoil. Scanning the crowded seats of the stadium, Obito's eyes finally land on his grandma and Rin sitting together. Relief floods through him at the sight of them. With a small smile, Rin waves him over, beckoning him to join them. Obito makes his way through the rows of spectators, feeling a twinge of embarrassment lingering from the spectacle Toby had made during his fight. However, he quickly pushes the thought aside, unwilling to let it show on his face. As he reaches them, Rin stands up and rushes over to greet him with a warm hug. "Hey, Obito. We've been waiting for you," she says, her voice filled with genuine affection. It is weird that Rin can be so comfortable with him given the circumstances. Obito returns the hug, feeling a sense of comfort wash over him in Rin's presence. "Thanks," he replies, his tone soft. Rin gestures for him to take a seat beside her, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Come on, sit with us," she urges, patting the empty space beside her. "Ah," Obito's grandma giggles. "You two are so cute. Come on." Obito shyly grins, while Rin is just cool about the teasing, something that Obito finds surprising. To the lack of his knowledge. Since Toby's stunt in the arena, Rin is able to build thicker barriers for her emotions and the likes, or in extreme cases, she still sees Obito as a very close friend. As Kakashi and Asuma step into the arena, the air crackles with anticipation. Spectators lean forward in their seats, eager to witness the clash between these two skilled shinobi. The familiar sounds of jutsu and metal against metal fill the air as their battle ensues, each move executed with precision and speed. However, despite the intensity of the fight unfolding before him, Obito's attention wanes. His mind drifts, thoughts wandering to the upcoming finals and the challenges that lie ahead. He knows he needs to be at his absolute best if he hopes to emerge victorious. With a sense of detachment, Obito watches as Kakashi and Asuma engage in their duel, their movements almost mirroring those of their previous sparring sessions. Yet, his focus remains elsewhere, his body in a state of rest as he recovers his energy. Chapter 28. Minato's footsteps pound against the ground as he races through the forest, his eyes fixed on Orochimaru's retreating figure ahead. "Orochimaru!" he calls out, his voice sharp with determination. "It's over. Give up now." Orochimaru glances over his shoulder, a smirk playing on his lips. "Oh, Minato, always so persistent," he taunts, his tone dripping with malice. "But you'll never catch me." As Minato closes the distance between them, his mind whirls with the events of the past month. He had waited, biding his time, carefully orchestrating his plan to apprehend Orochimaru during the Chunin exam's Showdown test. It was a calculated move, designed to catch the snake-like ninja off guard. "Why did it take you so long to come after me, Minato?" Orochimaru sneers, his eyes glinting with amusement. Minato grits his teeth, frustration bubbling within him. "I had to wait for the right moment," he replies through clenched teeth. "I needed to ensure every advantage was in my favor." With a flick of his wrist, Minato sends a barrage of kunai flying toward Orochimaru, forcing the snake-like ninja to dodge and weave through the trees. But Orochimaru only laughs, disappearing into the shadows with a sinister chuckle as snakes slither from his sleeves turning into poisonous mist. Minato curses under his breath, his frustration boiling over as he realizes that once again, Orochimaru has slipped through his fingers. Orochimaru's anger boils within him, fueled by the frustration of being pursued. Yet, beneath that anger lies a flicker of worry. Minato, known as the fastest shinobi alive, poses a real threat of capture. The close call with the kunai slicing through his hair serves as a stark reminder of Minato's skill and determination. Ducking low to evade further attacks, Orochimaru quickly summons two shadow clones, hoping to confuse his pursuer. With a swift movement, he dashes into the cover of the forest, his senses on high alert. Suddenly, one of his shadow clones is obliterated by an ambush from an Umbu unit lying in wait. Orochimaru adjusts his course, weaving through the trees as his remaining shadow clone creates diversions, shouting curses and threats at the Umbu in a desperate bid to buy Orochimaru time to escape. As his heart pounds with adrenaline, Orochimaru listens intently with his remaining shadow clone unleashing a barrage of taunts and jutsu from the periphery of the forest. The sounds of battle echo through the trees as the clone engages the Umbu in a fierce exchange, buying Orochimaru precious moments to evade capture. "Come on, you weaklings. Is this the best Konoha has to offer?" Meanwhile, Orochimaru uses the distraction to slip through the shadows, his movements swift and silent as he seeks a path to freedom. Despite the chaos unfolding around him, he remains focused on one thing, escaping the clutches of Minato and the Konoha forces hot on his trail. With a sinking feeling in his gut, Orochimaru senses the demise of his last remaining shadow clone at the hands of Minato. A calm kind of panic courses through him, urging him to quicken his pace as he navigates the dense foliage of the forest. His cold-blooded inclinations are helping him with the most efficient decisions. Turning left, then another left, he finally reaches his hastily prepared hiding spot, a familiar tree he had earmarked for such emergencies. Hurriedly, Orochimaru activates his earth release jutsu, hiding like a mole technique, and burrows into the ground, disappearing from sight. In the darkness underground, he finds solace amidst the supplies of food and water he had stashed away, knowing they would sustain him during his confinement. In the confined space of the underground hideout, Orochimaru takes stock of his surroundings. It may be small, roughly 5 by 5 meters, but it's sufficient for his purposes, a sanctuary from the relentless pursuit above ground. With a wry smirk, he reflects that he's endured worse hiding spots in his time. Turning his attention to his immediate needs, Orochimaru reaches for a barrel of water, scooping some into a ladle and drinking thirstily. Each item underground bears a special Fuinjutsu seal, preserving its freshness, a testament to the meticulous planning that went into creating this hidden cache. The barrels around him serve as advanced lunchboxes, essential for the logistical needs of Konoha, especially during times of war. Orochimaru knows he can't stay hidden forever. With a decisive gesture, he summons more shadow clones, their ephemeral forms materializing in the dim confines of the hideout. He issues orders to create a commotion above ground, a diversionary tactic aimed at confounding his pursuers and buying him time to devise his next move. As the hunt for Orochimaru continues, Hiruzen finds himself standing in the eerie silence of Orochimaru's abandoned lab, a tense atmosphere clinging to the air like a suffocating mist. Danzo, his usual stoic demeanor betraying nothing of the turmoil within, approaches him with a proposition. "I'll send my people to secure the place," Danzo declares, his voice flat and matter-of-fact. Hiruzen's eyes narrow with a mixture of anger and disbelief. "How dare you?" he snaps, his voice laced with fury. "To think I considered you a friend." Danzo's expression remains unchanged, but there's a flicker of something in his eyes, a hint of unease at the raw emotion emanating from Hiruzen. "This is no time for sentimentality, Hiruzen," he replies coolly. "We must act swiftly to prevent Orochimaru's schemes from bearing fruit." Hiruzen's fists clench at his sides, and his fighting spirit ignites with a fierce determination. "I will not allow you to manipulate this situation for your own gain," he growls, his words dripping with venom. Even Danzo, renowned for his unwavering resolve, can't help but feel a twinge of apprehension in the face of Hiruzen's overwhelming presence. Though he maintains his composure outwardly, inwardly he knows that Hiruzen's fury is not to be underestimated. Danzo stands before Hiruzen, his face a mask of pain and confusion as he holds his bloody stump, a grim reminder of the encounter with the self-proclaimed Madara. With a strained voice, he poses a question to his former comrade. "What do you make of his last words?" Danzo inquires, his gaze piercing despite the agony evident in his features. Hiruzen meets Danzo's eyes, his expression grave, word for word. "Those were the same words Tobirama Senju spoke to me before his passing," he admits quietly. Danzo's eyes widen in recognition, a somber nod indicating his understanding. He had been there too, witnessing Tobirama's declaration of Hiruzen as his successor. Why would the fake Madara know those words? Danzo questions, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Hiruzen's brow furrows as he ponders the implications. "It's possible he has access to information we thought long buried," he speculates, a sense of unease settling over him at the thought of someone wielding such knowledge. Or maybe, he pauses, unwilling to admit the more nefarious possibility. Danzo's grip tightens on his injured arm, a grim determination settling in his gaze. "We must tread carefully," he warns, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon them both as they contemplate the mysteries surrounding the enigmatic figure known as Madara. Hiruzen's voice is tight with indignation as he speaks, the words dripping with disbelief and a hint of fear. "There's a chance that the fake Madara might not be fake at all," he grits out through clenched teeth. Danzo's eyes narrow in contemplation, the pieces of the puzzle slowly falling into place. "If that's the case," he murmurs, a cold realization dawning upon him. "Then Madara may have had a hand in Tobirama's death." The implications hang heavy in the air between them, the weight of betrayal and treachery pressing down upon them like a suffocating blanket. It's not a stretch to consider the possibility. After all, Tobirama's disdain for the Uchiha clan was well known. And if Madara was involved, Danzo continues, his voice low and dangerous, it's not beyond reason to suspect that the Uchiha may have colluded with the Land of Lightning, the very people responsible for Tobirama's demise. Hiruzen's expression darkens at the thought, his mind racing with the implications of Danzo's theory. The web of intrigue and deceit surrounding them grows ever more tangled, and with each revelation, the truth becomes harder to discern. But one thing is clear, they must proceed with caution, for the shadow of betrayal looms large over the village, threatening to tear it apart from within. Danzo's proposal hangs in the air between them, a palpable tension simmering beneath the surface as he waits for Hiruzen's response. Allow me to create a task force to reinvestigate the second Hokage's death. He requests, his voice steady but tinged with urgency. Hiruzen regards him with a wary gaze, weighing the implications of Danzo's suggestion. You believe Tobirama was tortured and victimized under genjutsu to divulge secrets of Konoha? He asks, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Danzo nods solemnly, his eyes betraying a flicker of unease at the thought. It's a possibility we cannot afford to ignore, he asserts, his tone resolute. But Hiruzen's patience wears thin at the insinuation, his annoyance palpable as he clicks his tongue in frustration. Tobirama wouldn't have given himself up to the enemy, he retorts sharply, his voice laced with conviction. He was a shinobi of Konoha through and through. The implication of Danzo's proposal doesn't sit well with Hiruzen, and he's quick to voice his disapproval. I won't grant you the authority to form a task force, he declares firmly, his gaze hardening with resolve. I've seen enough of your manipulations, Danzo, you're no better than Orochimaru, slithering in the shadows. Danzo's expression remains impassive, but there's a glint of frustration in his eyes as he realizes his request has been denied. It's a bitter pill to swallow. But he knows better than to push the matter further. For now, he'll have to bide his time and wait for another opportunity to pursue his agenda. Hiruzen and Danzo step cautiously into the depths of Orochimaru's abandoned lab, the air thick with a sense of foreboding as they navigate the dimly lit corridors. The faint echoes of their footsteps reverberate off the cold, sterile walls, adding to the eerie atmosphere that pervades the space. As they venture further into the heart of the lab, their senses are assailed by a sight that chills them to the core. Before them, in rows upon rows of vats, lie children submerged in a sickly green liquid, their forms eerily still and lifeless. Hiruzen's breath catches in his throat, his horror and disbelief mirrored in Danzo's grim expression. What is this? He stammers, his voice barely above a whisper as he struggles to comprehend the scene before them. Danzo's jaw clenches with a mixture of anger and revulsion. These children, their experiments, he states grimly, his voice laced with disgust. Orochimaru's twisted creations, what have he done to them? Most of the children are deformed, and some are sporting cysts or bark-like skin diseases. It is an ugly sight. The implications of their discovery weigh heavily upon them, the reality of Orochimaru's depravity hitting home with a sickening finality. These innocent children, subjected to unspeakable horrors in the name of scientific advancement, serve as a stark reminder of the darkness that lurks within the shinobi world. Hiruzen's fists tremble with rage as he takes in the sight before him, his heart heavy with sorrow for the lives lost to Orochimaru's ambitions. We must put an end to this madness, he declares, his voice ringing with determination. Danzo nods in agreement, his resolve hardening as he surveys the scene before them. Agreed, he replies, his voice steely with determination. Orochimaru's reign of terror ends here and now. Hiruzen and Danzo have been friends for a long time, but it also has been a long time since they agreed on the same thing. It appears today is the day the two can agree on something again. Chapter 29. For the finals of the Showdown test of the Chunin exams, it will be a three-way fight between Obito, Kakashi, and Anko. The arena buzzes with energy as Obito steps into the spotlight, his Kusarigama gleaming in the sunlight. Kakashi and Anko stand opposite him, tension crackling between them like static. Obito flashes a confident grin at the crowd, relishing the cheers and applause that wash over him. The Kusarigama is an unorthodox weapon in the shape of chains fashioned with sickles on both ends. While very unusual to see in Obito's hands, Obito has proven time and time again that he can competently wield it. Kakashi eyes his former teammate warily, tightening his grip on his kunai. You ready for this, Obito? The distance between the three participants is equidistant, each of them very careful not to let their guard down. Obito chuckles, twirling his weapon with practiced ease. I am born ready, Kakashi, let's see what you've got. Anko cracks her knuckles, a smirk playing on her lips. Don't think you can just waltz in here and spout trash, Obito, we're not going easy on you, Kakashi too you lot, I dare you try forgetting about me. Obito's smile widens, but there's a flicker of something darker in his eyes. Wouldn't expect anything less from you, Anko, I'll give you every attention you want. With a funny glance, he looks at Kakashi. You should choose your words wisely, Anko, he returns the amused glance at Obito. The crowd is going wild and Obito can feel the stadium shake. I am very careful. If my select words have hurt you, then that's on you. Come on, Obito, you're getting in the way of the chemistry and possible love life between Rin-chan and Kakashi-kun. As expected, Anko is the pupil of Orochimaru, and like a snake, Anko can be very vicious with her words too. However, Kakashi and Obito can see past her deception and attempt to sow discord. If it is the old Obito, he will be fuming and yelling that he won't let others badmouth his teammates. Obito's grin remains fixed, though a ripple of irritation crosses his features at Anko's taunt. He tightens his grip on the Kusarigama, his knuckles turning white. You never miss a chance to run your mouth, do you, Anko? Obito retorts, his tone laced with sarcasm. But don't worry, I won't let your jealousy get in the way, I cannot help but feel sorry for how handsome I am. Is this the legendary Uchiha narcissism I have heard about? Anko spits back, unchallenged. Sorry, but I don't like fatties, get a hint, and Obito keeps playing the jealousy card, which is getting nowhere. Jealousy? Oh, please, I'm just calling it like I see it, you're so desperate to prove yourself to Rin-chan, it's almost pathetic. Unlike at that time with Ibiki Marino when he taunts Anko for being fat, Anko this time doesn't lose control of her emotions. Maybe her reaction to being called fat back when she is matched with Ibiki is simply acting on her part. Contrary to the taunting, Anko is pretty slim. Kakashi narrows his eyes, a flicker of annoyance passing over his face. Leave Rin out of this, that's not nice, you shouldn't badmouth people who are uninvolved in this fight. Is it, though? Or is Obito here just trying to show off for Rin, like always? But then like always, he is getting outshone by you, Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes narrow as he watches the exchange between Obito and Anko, sensing the tension thickening in the air. That's too low, even for you, Anko, he interjects, his voice firm. Let's keep Rin out of this, she's not part of our fight. A gentleman as always, Anko shrugs casually, a smirk playing on her lips. Oh, but she's always on Obito's mind, isn't she? It's cute, really, almost like a puppy following its master. Obito grits his teeth, his patience wearing thin at Anko's incessant needling. He exchanges a quick glance with Kakashi, a silent understanding passing between them. This is funny in a sense, and the thought releases some of the tension Obito is feeling. Anko is poorly outnumbered. The fact that Kakashi and Obito are teammates will play against Anko. While Obito must be careful too of sudden backstabbing from Kakashi, Obito won't mind teaming up with Kakashi for the meanwhile to deal with Anko. For all Obito cares, he wants to square off with Kakashi one-on-one. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an electrifying battle between these fierce competitors. Begin. With a wild cry from the announcer signaling the start of the fight, Obito and Kakashi move in unison, their movements synchronized as they converge on Anko. She may be skilled, but facing two foes simultaneously is a daunting task. Anko's smirk falters slightly as she realizes the gravity of the situation, but she doesn't back down. Instead, she readies herself for the onslaught, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Bring it on, boys, let's see what you've got. She taunts, her voice dripping with confidence. Anko's instincts kick in as she dodges Kakashi's swift kunai, narrowly avoiding its deadly trajectory by ducking low. She curses under her breath, realizing the relentless assault she faces. Before she can regain her footing, Obito materializes at her flank, his presence sudden and menacing. You're done for, Anko. He sneers, brandishing his sickles with a flourish. And you know what? Please fuck off. Obito's usage of the body flicker technique is nothing but phenomenal. Anko grits her teeth, frustration bubbling beneath her skin at the unfair disadvantage. Teamwork, huh? Real brave of you too. She retorts, her voice laced with defiance. She knows she's in for a tough fight, but surrender isn't in her vocabulary. With determination blazing in her eyes, she braces herself for the onslaught, refusing to let them see her falter. With a swift movement, Obito's sickles slice through the air, but they meet nothing but a deceptive piece of log as Anko executes a well-timed substitution jutsu. Seizing the opportunity, she strikes Obito's rear with her kunai, aiming for a decisive blow. However, her attack is anticipated by Kakashi, who swiftly intervenes. Kakashi's form blurs as he executes a flying kick towards Anko, his precision unmatched. Anko reacts instinctively, raising her arms to block the incoming strike, but the force of Kakashi's blows sends her staggering backward. The impact reverberates through her body as she's propelled through the air, a testament to Kakashi's formidable strength and skill. With a swift hand seal, Obito summons a shadow clone, its form materializing beside him in a flash of chakra. Get ready. He commands, the clone springing into action without hesitation. Kakashi, step on it. He shouts to his teammate, a plan forming in his mind. As Obito and his clone grip the chains from each end, Kakashi steps onto the middle chain, his focus razor sharp. Without a moment's hesitation, the two Obito coordinate their movements. Their synchronized efforts launching Kakashi like a slingshot toward Anko with incredible force. The air crackles with energy as Kakashi hurtles towards his target, the combined strength of the two Obito propelling him forward with lethal speed. Anko is left with no space to breathe as she is cornered without mercy, Kakashi coming to her with his right hand holding a tanto, a double-edged dagger most famously known as White Light Chakra Saber. With a flash of white, a shallow cut forms into her throat. The particularly vicious move by Kakashi has finally shown the need for interference by the overseeing Jonin. Kakashi looks at his shadow entangled by a shadow of the Jonin that arrived and picked up the defeated Anko. However, before even the Jonin can announce that Anko is out of the match, a sweltering ball of heat comes crashing at them. Kakashi clicks his tongue in annoyance as Obito takes it in great strides to try a double kill, or more specifically, a well-executed backstab. Kakashi flickers, pushing his body to the limits as he uses his body flicker technique to run away from the great fireball technique that Obito has unleashed on him. When Kakashi materializes, Obito is already on him, chains flying at him like snakes. Whatever techniques Obito is using, it appears that he has an impressive grasp of his weapons and taijutsu. Using his tanto, Kakashi deflects the chains coming at him, but he knows he won't last for long as the chains swerve in unpredictable patterns. Weaving across the chains, Kakashi realizes he must do something, so. Boom! Kakashi has remotely activated the explosive tags he has buried since the semifinals. While fighting Asuma tooth and nail during the semifinals, Kakashi has gone to the extra trouble of planting lots and lots of explosive tags in a preemptive attempt to take down his opponents in the finals. And there have been a lot of the explosive tags, enough to make the arena shake. As the cloud of dust settles, Kakashi is met by a disgruntled Obito whose weapon has been left in tatters. It appears Obito has used the chains as improvised shields by covering himself with it somehow. Kakashi remarks, "I cannot believe you survived that." Obito grins, "It is just one-on-one now, I won't let you be Jonin, Kakashi, so you are gonna lose here." With a dramatic flair, Obito proceeds to let go of his dismembered weapons as he draws a kunai from his pouch. Chapter 30. Kakashi smirks, his gaze steady as he faces Obito. "You talk a big game, Obito, but let's see if you can back it up." Obito's grin widens. There is a glint of determination in his eyes. "Oh, I'll back it up all right, you're about to see just how serious I am." The tension between them crackles in the air as they circle each other, both keenly aware of the stakes at hand. The crowd watches with bated breath, waiting to see which of these formidable shinobi will emerge victorious. The truth is Obito has barely survived the explosion by using Kamui within a short split microsecond. Sadly, the Kozurigama are destroyed from the explosion, since Obito cannot extend his Kamui enough to cover his whole weapon, which is annoying. With a sudden burst of speed, Obito charges forward, kunai held firmly in hand. Kakashi meets him head-on, their clash of blades echoing throughout the arena. Their movements are swift and precise, each anticipating the other's next move with uncanny accuracy. Obito's attacks are relentless, but Kakashi defends with skillful precision, his trained observation abilities tracking every motion. "You've gotten better, Obito," Kakashi remarks, a hint of admiration in his voice. "But not good enough to beat me." Obito grits his teeth, frustration simmering beneath his confident facade. "We'll see about that, Kakashi, I've trained hard for this moment, and I won't let you stand in my way." All a lie, since Obito's training isn't really training for the sake of defeating Kakashi but for the sake of defeating Madara, and perhaps one day, to use his strength to protect his loved ones. The thing is, Obito needs Kakashi to hear that he considers Kakashi a rival. Obito needs Kakashi to get stronger and not simply rise in rank. Jonin. Titles are useless to dead people, so fuck no, Kakashi can't become a Jonin. Or else, the same things will just happen again. Knowing the future, Obito rather prefers for Kakashi to not advance to Jonin. He cannot let it happen. It is not like Kakashi not reaching Jonin will magically stop Obito's supposed to be death, or Kakashi losing an eye, but the point is Obito must be proactive in making changes. Kakashi, with a grunt, Obito kicks Kakashi's side while simultaneously throwing a kunai. "Fight back. You should do better than that. And you want to be Jonin. Fuck you. What the hell?" Kakashi is disgruntled by how aggressive Obito is coming at him as he barely deflects the kunai. Left with no choice but to absorb the kick, Kakashi winces from the pain, realizing that Obito's taijutsu has really improved by leaps and bounds. Obito retreats backward with haste as Kakashi's tanto chases him. "Use your sharingan, Obito." Kakashi demands with provocative attacks, each swing of his tanto threatening to slice Obito's vital points. "I know you can use it." Obito clicks his tongue in annoyance as he plans to hide his sharingan for a long time until the border war with the other hidden villages, but to think Kakashi already knows the secret weapon he wishes to use against the Uchiha. "What are you talking about?" Playing dumb is not helping as Kakashi seems to be unconvinced. Obito has it all, a plan, a big picture. And the means. Before the border war happens, Obito plans to use his sharingan to assassinate the unstable factors within the Uchiha clan and use his Tsukimi to forcibly alter the memories of the weaker Uchiha members. Though highly immoral, the plans he has been cooking to avoid the Uchiha rebellion are one of sound logic. If you won't use sharingan, then I am going to force you. Kakashi raises his tanto, and with hardened resolve, he increases his speed. White light blade. Obito's eyes widen in surprise as Kakashi's attack comes at him with blinding speed. With a swift movement, he barely manages to dodge, feeling the sharp edge of the blade graze his shoulder. Damn it, Kakashi. What's gotten into you? Kakashi doesn't relent, his eyes narrowing with determination. You're holding back, Obito, I know you're capable of more, show me what you've got. Obito's mind races as he tries to come up with a strategy. He can't reveal his sharingan yet, not when his plans hinge on its secrecy. But Kakashi's relentless assault leaves him with little choice. With a resigned sigh, Obito finally activates his sharingan, the red glow piercing through the tension-filled air. At this moment, it is of higher priority for Obito to defeat Kakashi. It is not simply a matter of pride. Losing the element of surprise for Obito's foreseeable ambush to the Uchiha clan does hurt him, but it is more important for Obito to stop Kakashi's advancement in rank in the future. Team Minato should not be actively assigned to the high-risk missions anymore. There are so many ways the Kanabi Bridge could have gone right if only the right resources had been allocated in advance instead of simply Kakashi, Obito, and Rin at that time. It would have been perfect if there were 2 other genin teams to support them. Heck, Obito will be happy enough if he has 1 genin team to watch their back at that time. There, satisfied? Obito growls, his sharingan spinning as he focuses on Kakashi's movements. Kakashi smirks, his gaze locking onto Obito's sharingan. Now we're talking. The two engage in a fierce exchange, their movements becoming a blur as they push each other to their limits. Obito's sharingan allows him to predict Kakashi's attacks with greater accuracy, but Kakashi's experience and skill prove to be formidable obstacles. As they continue to clash, the crowd watches in awe, the intensity of their battle drawing everyone's attention. Each strike reverberates through the arena, echoing the rivalry between these 2 legendary shinobi. Though Obito has lost his Kozurigama, he is quite handy with the kunai, and as someone who has been trained in various kinds of weapons from his future alternate life, he is more than capable of standing toe-to-toe against Kakashi. With an overhead swipe from Kakashi, Obito ducks low only to be met with a kick. Obito slaps the kick away by smacking it with his palm at Kakashi's heel. Kakashi loses balance for a second. Obito uses the body flicker technique to dash backward and uses a single-hand seal fireball technique. Though not as strong as the great fireball technique, it makes up for speed. Kakashi slashes the fireball, and dashes in Obito's direction, white light blade. Is that the only technique you know? Stupid Kakashi. Obito barely dodges the silver flash that cuts across him. It is fast but not enough to threaten Obito while using his sharingan. Inwardly, Obito is snickering considering that he can destroy Kakashi easily with his Menjikyu. Unfortunately, Obito has no luxury of using such a technique given the audiences cheering them. While the cheering of the crowd dissipates into merely background noises, Obito summons a shadow clone with a single-hand seal, shadow clone, alter ego. And this shadow clone is far from ordinary. The shadow clone looks exactly like Obito except their insides. The shadow clone for all it's worth possesses the personality of Toby and someone who is extremely unhinged. Kakashi. Get some. Kakashi realizes that a person wouldn't be this suicidal if it is not a shadow clone, so he hurls a kunai at the awkwardly running shadow clone, but the kunai doesn't make its mark as the shadow clone abruptly bursts off at incredible speeds. Toby wraps the explosive tag on a kunai and throws it at Kakashi. At this point, Obito has already finished a series of hand seals, snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Great fireball technique. As he is being forced into a corner, Kakashi realizes he has to do something, fast. Ox rabbit monkey. This jutsu is far from complete, but this is the best chance Kakashi has. Chidori. A high concentration of lightning chakra is released from Kakashi's right palm, and with blinding speed, he pierces through the shadow clone and proceeds to launch himself at Obito. Before even Obito can spit the flame chakra from his mouth, Kakashi is already upon him. With Obito's sharingan active, he of course can see Kakashi's movement despite being so fast. Obito grins. With very minute movement, Obito leans backward with his body flicker technique, buying himself time. But Kakashi continues to close the distance and there is only a meter space between them. Obito's retreat is futile, and Kakashi knows this. Yet Obito's smile continues to unnerve Kakashi. Ox rabbit monkey. Familiar hand seals appear on Obito's hands. This is the same hand seals for Kakashi's Chidori, and seeing it being performed by Obito via his sharingan has disgusted Kakashi a lot. This is the power of the sharingan. Highly concentrated lightning crackles at Obito's palm. One disadvantage of Chidori is its lack of accuracy thanks to the overwhelming speed it bestows to its caster. Kakashi regretfully watches his Chidori miss by the smallest margin. However, Obito is different. Obito has the sharingan compensating for the lack of accuracy. Like a swallow, Obito swerves in the air as he taps lightly on the ground to his left, and in an arcing motion, he places himself just above Kakashi. Obito's sharingan flares with determination as his hand fizzes with a low hum of lightning chakra. Chidori. A streak of blue lightning carried by a black blur, comes crashing down at Kakashi. In the aftermath of the fight, Obito looms over the unconscious Kakashi. Obito is panting heavily from the intense battle. His sharingan spins slowly until it returns to its familiar black as he looks down at his teammate, a mix of emotions swirling within him. "I won," he comments in disbelief. It is only natural he wins, but it still feels like a dream to Obito. The crowd from the stadium is going bonkers as the highlight of the match finally concludes itself. "Of course you won, you cheater. You have a fucking cheat. Poor Kakashi, but hey, you kicked his ass. Good job. Man. You stopped Kakashi from achieving the record of being the youngest jonin in history. Yeah, that's it. Itachi should have the sole honor of being the youngest jonin, so you really did a good job. Uchiha reigns supreme, bitches." Seeing Toby doing a T-pose, spreading his arms, and hyping himself from the cheering crowd has made Obito feel his victory less savory. Toby can really ruin Obito's mood. Obito wants to say something to Toby, but he decides otherwise as Toby begins throwing mock kisses at the crowd. What is the use of Toby acting like this when others don't even see him? Sigh. And then the Jonin announcer checks on Kakashi, and with a few words, he officially concludes the showdown test. Victory goes to Obito Uchiha. Chapter 31. After the showdown test, Obito is summoned by the Uchiha clan head for an inspection, which is weirding Obito, considering that such inspection doesn't warrant the attention of a clan head. Obito sits flatly on the tatami floor, his legs crossed in an informal manner, a stark contrast to the traditional Saiza posture expected in formal meetings. Fugaku Uchiha, the clan head, regards him with a stern expression, his patience wearing thin. "Obito, please sit properly," Fugaku demands, his tone firm yet controlled. "This is a formal setting, and I expect you to at least be respectful to this ancestral halls." Obito glances up, meeting Fugaku's gaze with defiance. "Why should I sit in Saiza if you're not even doing it yourself?" Fugaku's frown deepens, but he manages to maintain his composure. "I am the clan head, Obito, I have the authority to sit as I see fit. You, however, are expected to show respect and adhere to our traditions." Obito remains unmoved, his expression stubborn. "Respect goes both ways, Fugaku-san. If you won't respect me enough to sit properly, then I see no reason to do so either." It is truly rebellious of Obito to act like this. But there is no helping it. Obito is only human, and he will want to vent his frustration. It just happens he knows that Fugaku is a verbally vulnerable target, considering that Fugaku cannot exactly get physical with Obito given that Obito is Minato Namake's pupil. Minato can be very overprotective. Fugaku's jaw tightens, but he takes a deep breath, striving to keep his temper in check. "Obito, I urge you to reconsider, show some respect, not just for me, but for the Uchiha as a whole." Obito's gaze softens slightly, but he remains seated as he is. "I understand the importance, but respect shouldn't be demanded, it should be earned." He says it in a manner as if it is the others who should be paying respects to him. It is arrogant beyond measure. Fugaku's frustration mounts as he scolds Obito for his lack of respect. "Obito, you should know better than to disregard your elders and superiors," he admonishes, his voice tinged with authority. "I am both an elder and a superior to you." Obito shakes his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he meets Fugaku's gaze. "Then you clearly don't respect your elders," he retorts, his tone defiant. "Look at my grandma, TSK, moreover the current state of the Uchiha clan hasn't earned any from me." "Watch your words, Obito," Fugaku warns, his voice clipped. "You don't know what you are talking about." "I don't know what I am talking about." "I think I know what I am talking about. The clan has fallen in favor of the third Hokage, not to mention Danzo is hounding the clan's ass with a very Tobirama mentality, and guess what?" Obito cannot help but jeer as he believes he knows better than anyone how perilous the Uchiha situation are, that one day, they will be all massacred by no other than one of their own. Some random Uchiha out there who is pretending to be Madara is creating chaos and continuing to discredit the clan. "We ain't strong, we are crippled both politically and internally." Fugaku's voice carries a note of conviction as he counters Obito's argument. "You underestimate the strength of our clan, Obito," he asserts, his tone firm. "We have reached unprecedented levels of power. We have not just one, but several active Mangekyo Sharingan users among us. On top of that, our numbers of mature Sharingan users are unmatched. Obito raises an eyebrow skeptically, his expression unimpressed. Yeah, keep telling yourself that power means nothing without stability, clan head, he rebuts, his voice laced with cynicism. And the Uchiha clan is teetering on the brink of collapse. Our strength is meaningless if we cannot maintain unity and order. And me? I am part of the disunity that so dares talk back to your face. Fugaku's jaw tightens at Obito's words, a flicker of frustration crossing his features. The Uchiha have faced challenges before, he counters futilely, yet his voice is steady. But we have always emerged stronger, we will weather this storm as we always have. Obito shakes his head, with his unwavering skepticism. The difference now is that our enemies are not just outside threats, he argues, his tone sharp. The real danger comes from within our own ranks. Until we address the underlying issues tearing us apart, our strength means nothing. What did you even call me here for, sir? To ask my political opinion? The Uchiha clan is in the most unstable position it has found itself since its inception, and Fugaku knows it. That's why he cannot bring himself to argue any more about this. Do you want to know why you are here? I will come to that, but do you really want to know it? Fugaku summons his Mangekyo Sharingan in a poor attempt to scare Obito. But Obito is unmoved. Obito doesn't know why the Uchiha has been so cold to him since his youth. At first, he thinks that it is just a status barrier, but there seems to be more to it now that Fugaku has come to confront him. Obito's eyes narrow as he meets Fugaku's Sharingan with a calm demeanor. I've seen scarier things than a Sharingan, Fugaku-san, he retorts, his voice steady despite the tension crackling in the air between them. But if this is your way of intimidation, it won't work on me. Fugaku's Sharingan fades as he sighs heavily, the lines of frustration etched on his face. You misunderstand, Obito, I didn't summon you here to intimidate you, he admits, his tone softer now, tinged with a hint of resignation. I called you here because I am concerned about you. Obito's eyebrows shoot up in surprise at Fugaku's unexpected words. Concerned about me? He repeats, disbelief coloring his voice. What for? Last time I checked, I wasn't exactly everyone's favorite Uchiha. Fugaku's expression softened slightly, a rare hint of vulnerability slipping through his usual facade of authority. Regardless of the complications, you are still an Uchiha, he explains, his voice sincere. And it pains me to say this to you. Obito's demeanor shifts, his defiance momentarily faltering as he takes in Fugaku's words. What is it? Just what is the real reason as to why Obito has been summoned now to the Uchiha main grounds, if not for a checkup of Obito's Sharingan, then just what? Fugaku is quiet. Fugaku's shoulders sag with the weight of the revelation he's about to share, his voice heavy with self-disgust as he begins to speak. There's something you need to know, Obito, he says, his tone grave. A truth that has haunted me for years. Obito watches him intently, a mixture of curiosity and apprehension flickering in his eyes. A decade ago, Fugaku continues, his words slow and measured. Madara demanded a sacrifice from the Uchiha clan, a youth to be given up to him. The air grows heavy with tension as the gravity of Fugaku's words sinks in. This is a secret I swore to take to my grave, he admits, his voice tinged with guilt. But I cannot bear the weight of it any longer, especially now that you have awakened your Sharingan. Obito's confusion deepens, his mind reeling as he tries to process the implications of Fugaku's revelation. Why are you telling me this now? He asks, his voice barely above a whisper. Fugaku meets his gaze with a heavy heart, knowing that his next words will only serve to further darken Obito's already troubled path. Because, Obito, he says, his voice laden with sorrow. With your Sharingan awakened, you have already begun your journey to becoming Madara's heir. Obito's eyes widen in shock as Fugaku's words hit him like a wave. What are you saying? He stammers, his voice trembling with disbelief. Fugaku's expression is grave as he kneels before Obito, his forehead touching the ground. I beg of you, Obito, he implores, his voice strained with desperation. For the sake of our clan, for the sake of Konoha, you must end your own life. Obito recoils, his mind struggling to comprehend the gravity of Fugaku's request, but, why? He manages to choke out, his heart pounding with confusion and fear. Madara will return, Fugaku explains, his voice heavy with dread. The news is spreading like wildfire through the village about an imposter Madara. But what if this Madara is the real deal? This is not a question of if, but when. If he gains power again, the consequences will be catastrophic. Our clan's already fragile position will be further destabilized. Obito's breath catches in his throat at the mention of Madara's name. Madara, he whispers, a chill running down his spine. He knows all too well the devastation that Madara is capable of unleashing. Fugaku nods solemnly. The Uchiha cannot afford to be seen as a threat, he continues, his tone urgent. Madara's return only adds fuel to the fire of suspicion and fear. If you truly care for our clan, Obito, you must prevent further bloodshed, end your life before it's too late. Obito's hands tremble as he struggles to process Fugaku's words. The weight of the decision hangs heavy on his shoulders, torn between his own survival and the fate of his clan. I don't know if I can, he admits, his voice barely above a whisper. Fugaku looks up at him, his eyes pleading. Please, Obito, he begs, his voice raw with emotion. Do what must be done to protect our people, do not let the ghost of Uchiha haunt us once more. Obito's mind thrums like a drum as connection after connection makes itself known to his head. A lot of things is making sense to him now. He looks at Fugaku. And he immediately realizes that a derivation of forbidden individual curse tag must have been put in him by Madara or even put in every Uchiha who had been made witness 10 years ago. If Obito is Fugaku, Obito will not take any chances and just murder Madara's heir, but no, Fugaku is not doing anything like that. This means Fugaku is promised to never touch or kill him. Obito grins. A lot of things are making sense now. Obito has to leave as it is almost time for dinner. See you again, Fugaku-san. I will go now. This meeting has been very fruitful, and just like that, he leaves the Uchiha main compound. Chapter 32. Night is almost upon Obito, and dinner is the last thing he has in mind. Obito walks home, his steps heavy with determination. Thoughts tumble through his mind like a chaotic whirlwind, but beneath it all, his heart beats steady and resolute. He knows what he must do. As he approaches his residence, he spots his grandmother in the yard, tending to her flowers. His pace quickens, and he rushes over to her, enveloping her in a tight hug. Grandma, Obito says, his voice tinged with urgency. I need to ask you something. His grandmother looks up, her eyes crinkling at the corners with a warm smile. Of course, dear, what is it? Obito takes a moment, gathering his thoughts before speaking. What were my parents like? His grandmother's smile softens, and she places a gentle hand on his cheek. Your parents were wonderful people, Obito. Your father had a heart of gold, always helping others without a second thought, and your mother, she was like a beacon of light, spreading warmth and kindness wherever she went. Obito's chest tightens at the mention of his parents, but he nods, grateful for his grandmother's words. Thank you, Grandma, that's all I needed to know. His grandmother gives him a knowing look, her eyes full of understanding. Just remember, dear, they would be so proud of the person you've become. Obito's resolve strengthens at her words, and with a determined nod he smiles, one that is filled with hurt. How is it that a smile can be so sad? With a smile faltering at the last second, his eyes narrow with a sudden intensity. His grip tightens on his grandmother's shoulders, and without warning, he draws a kunai from under his sleeve, plunging it into her abdomen. The air seems to freeze around them as blood seeps from the wound, staining her clothes and the ground beneath them. His grandmother's eyes widen in shock and pain, but there's something else there too, a flicker of recognition, of betrayal. Obito, she whispers, her voice strained with disbelief. Why? Obito's expression hardens as he steps back, the weight of his actions settling heavily upon him. You're not my grandmother, he says, his voice low and cold. The woman who is posing as his grandmother stares up at him, her features contorted with a mix of surprise, anger, and resignation. What do you mean? She manages to gasp out, her voice barely a whisper. Obito's lips curl into a grim smile as he reveals the truth. You should know, Madara, he says, his voice dripping with contempt. You may have fooled others, but you can't deceive me. Madara's eyes widen in realization, and for a moment, there's a flash of something akin to pride in her gaze. No. Not her, but him, which only proves Obito's point further as the grandma he once knew suddenly transformed back into her original shape. To think a transformation technique can be so detailed it changes the shape of a person to a cellular degree is beyond Obito's understanding. Male. Long white hair. Wrinkles. An active pair of sharingan. It is really Madara Uchiha. Impressive, he admits, his voice barely more than a rasp. Unfortunately, there is no reward. I wonder how you found out. Even if Fugaku ratted on me, you shouldn't deduce the truth considering the mental suggestions I have implanted to you. With those ominous words, Madara's eyes begin to swirl into an unfamiliar crimson, summoning his Mangekyo, and leaving Obito in a daze. In the blink of an eye, Obito is put under by Madara's Tsukuyomi, trapped in an illusion with Madara as its god. Obito now finds himself in a tight spot, but he is not one bit scared. The truth of his past, his parents, and the deception that had surrounded him, it all weighs heavily on his shoulders as he stands there, alone in the crimson world. But amidst the pain and betrayal, Obito's resolve remains unbroken. He knows what he must do, and nothing will stand in his way. What's next? Obito grins, though his heart is hurt by the lies presented in front of him, his mind has now calmed down. It all makes sense to Obito. You had the Uchiha in your pocket for a very long time, no wonder the Uchiha was being jackasses recently. With his mind whirling at super speed, Obito recalls his memories of the future where Itachi has slaughtered the whole Uchiha clan. The poor kid at that time must have learned something heinous from his father, prompting him to act the way he did. There is just no way could Itachi have decided to slaughter his clan at that time just because they were becoming a rogue element in the village. The will of fire is such a bullshit thing to believe. Obito believes Itachi is more level-headed than that. It just so happens that the will of fire is a convenient excuse. Come to think of it, the fact that the Hokage of that time did not even cover for Itachi speaks volumes of the suspicious nature of the massacre. The third Hokage approving such a daring operation is beyond reason, and it certainly could have been done better. Danzo at that time being an opportunistic jackass doesn't exactly help Itachi's case either. No wonder, Itachi had mistaken Obito for Madara back then. Obito finds himself standing in the Crimson World, facing Madara Uchiha, the architect of so much deception and pain in his life. Despite the gravity of the situation, Obito can't help but feel a sense of clarity amidst the chaos. So, Madara, Obito begins, his voice steady despite the turmoil within him. What's your next move? Madara regards him with a mix of curiosity and amusement, his sharingan swirling with power. Ah, Obito, always so direct, he says, a smirk playing on his lips. My plans are my own, but rest assured, they do not involve your well-being. Planning to torture me, huh? Classic Madara. Madara's smirk falters slightly, replaced by a more contemplative expression. Tempting, but no, I have something else in mind for you, Obito, he says, his tone laced with a hint of malice. Oh. And what might that be? Madara's gaze hardens with the weight of centuries reflected in his eyes. I plan to forcibly alter your mind. He admits, his voice echoing with power. The biggest bad of the shinobi war is definitely Madara Uchiha, but all past his flaws, he is just a man enforcing his ideology to the world. Obito's expression darkens at the revelation, a surge of anger coursing through him. You can try, he retorts, his voice tinged with defiance. But you won't succeed. Madara chuckles darkly, his amusement evident. Oh, I'm well aware of the risks, Obito. Altering your mind would create flaws in your memories, inconsistencies that even you would struggle to reconcile. In time as you grow stronger, you'll notice the discrepancies and then you will rebel. Obito's resolve strengthens at Madara's words, a steely determination settling over him like a cloak. I may not be able to stop you from trying, he says, his voice firm. But I won't make it easy for you. Madara's smirk returns, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Spoken like a true Uchiha, he says, his voice tinged with approval. Very well, Obito, let us see how long you can resist the power of the Tsukuyomi. In fact, I will make it fucking fun. With a maddened smile, and his lips rising ear to ear, Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan opens itself. Surprise, motherfucker. Madara's eyes widen in surprise as his Tsukuyomi breaks down under the pressure of an equally powerful mind. It has shocked his system beyond disbelief. The next thing he knows is a hardened pointy wooden stick poking right at his throat with deadly intent. He looks at Obito in fear. No, you are not Obito. Who are you? With blood leaking out of his throat, Madara's words come out in a guttural cry. The name is Toby, and I'd love to make an acquaintance with your insides. Let's go red. Toby, the split personality, activates a wooden release with a single thought. Wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon sprouts from the tip of the wand, ripping Madara apart, limbs flying, guts spilling, blood raining, and Toby cackling. Ha ha ha. This is the best. Even the house has been ripped apart. Oh, shit. I am so fucking high. The dark-haired boy presses his palm over his face, with his crazy smile having no intent to leave him. With his Mangekyo Sharingan, he looks at the pair of Sharingan falling in midair. Obito has been extra careful not to damage them. Do I still need Eternal Mangekyo when with Hashirama's cells, I wouldn't even suffer side effects of Mangekyo? Toby isn't asking anyone in particular, it is all rhetorical. Of course, I fucking do. They have such cool patterns. With a wild laugh, Toby revels in the chaos he's unleashed, his mind swimming in a haze of exhilaration. He lightly jumps and grabs the Sharingan from his fallen adversary. His so-called grandma's Sharingan, with a gleeful glint in his eyes. Unlike simply transplanting them, Toby transmutes the newly acquired eyes into his own using his wand as a tool, the process seamless and effortless. He grabs a mirror from a nearby cabinet, his hands trembling with excitement as he eagerly examines his new eyes. His reflection stares back at him, the crimson swirls of the Sharingan now a permanent fixture in his gaze. Wow, Toby remarks, a grin spreading across his face. Looking handsome, mate. His laughter echoes through the shattered remnants of the house, a testament to the madness Toby is capable of. He admires his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the reversed red and black with 3 red dots at the gaps from the middle circle. Dope, Toby grins. Madness courses through Toby's veins as he revels in the freedom of his newfound control. With Obito's mind suppressed by the force of Madara's Tsukuyomi, Toby is unleashed with a boundless sense of exhilaration. His purpose, once clear in guiding and protecting Obito, now feels obsolete in the face of his newfound autonomy. With a manic grin, Toby surveys the wreckage around him, the remnants of Madara's deception scattered like pieces of a shattered puzzle. But amidst the chaos, one target burns brightly in his mind: Danzo, the manipulative puppeteer pulling strings from the shadows. Toby wants to be happy, he mutters to himself, the words a mantra driving him forward. And happiness means purging this world of villains. With a swift motion, Toby dons his disguise, the mask of Obito concealing his true intentions as he sets off in a sprint, his footsteps leaving behind a trail of destruction in his wake. As he races towards Danzo's residence, a sense of anticipation builds within him, the promise of confrontation fueling his adrenaline-fueled frenzy. With each step, Toby's laughter echoes through the night, a symphony of madness in pursuit of justice or perhaps vengeance. The world blurs around him as Toby hurtles forward, his mind consumed by a singular purpose. In this moment, there is only the chase, the thrill of the hunt driving him ever onward towards his ultimate goal. As he draws closer to his target, Toby's grin widens, a wild glint in his eyes as he embraces the chaos of his newfound freedom. For in this moment, he is unstoppably a force of nature unleashed upon the world, driven by the whims of his own desires. Time to play, Danzo, Toby murmurs, his voice a dangerous whisper on the wind. Toby's coming for you. Spoiler: Madara is still alive. I don't want to spoil too much, so I'll stop at that. If you are so curious, just ask in the comments. I will answer the best I can. If there are also things you find illogical, feel free to express them, and I'll answer the best I can. Obito breaking out of Tsukuyomi might sound unreasonable, but given the state of his psyche, he has a good chance to break away from Tsukuyomi. Spoiler. Chapter 33. Obito wakes up abruptly, disoriented by the howling winds that buffet him mercilessly. As he groggily shakes off the remnants of sleep, he becomes acutely aware of his peculiar surroundings. Blinking rapidly, he realizes with a jolt that he's perched precariously inside the carved nostril of the Hokage rock, nestled within the colossal visage of the second Hokage. Whoa, what in the world? Obito mutters to himself, his voice barely audible over the gusts of wind. He swiftly springs into action, his shinobi instincts taking over as he agilely maneuvers himself to stand atop Tobirama's monumental nose. Okay, I knew I recognized that nose. This is unexpected. Obito murmurs, his eyes scanning the vast expanse of Konoha sprawled out below him. Despite the dizzying height, there's a strange sense of tranquility in seeing the village from such a perspective. Just breathe, take it all in, he tells himself, trying to calm the sudden rush of emotions. But then, without warning, a sharp pain pierces through his skull, causing him to wince and clutch at his temples. Memories, vivid and harrowing, flood his mind with a forceful intensity, blending with his own fragmented recollections. Not now, Obito grits his teeth, his voice strained with the weight of the memories assaulting him. Fucking Toby did it this time. The cacophony of images and sensations threatens to overwhelm him, but he grits his teeth, determined to push through the onslaught, and then he falls headfirst to the earth as the memories eat him. Toby, despite all the craziness he's capable of, hasn't yet plunged into the depths of insanity where he loses all reason. That's why he conscientiously wears his disguise before deciding to mess with Danzo. Moving with the silence of a shadow and his white mask concealing his intent, he slips into the Shimura clan's residence. The black robes swirl around him, blending seamlessly with the darkness of the night. With his Kamui activated, he materializes behind Danzo, his presence undetected until the very last moment. Surprise, Danzo, Toby whispers, his voice a chilling echo in the stillness of the room. Danzo's reflexes kick in just in time. As Toby lunges forward with his kunai, Danzo rolls away, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. With practiced precision, Danzo retaliates, hurling kunai back at Toby with lethal intent. Toby twists and dodges, the projectiles grazing past him as he regains his balance. You're quick, Danzo, he remarks, a hint of admiration in his tone. Also, before you start complaining this is not a sneak attack, I did say, surprise, like some warning before stabbing, all Uchiha know that it is basic not to shout a war cry or throw snide remarks during an ambush. Danzo frowns, his only visible eye looking at him with contempt. If this is your idea of an assassination, it is a very poor attempt, he remarks, his voice laced with disdain. Toby smirks beneath his mask, unfazed by Danzo's remark. And you are complaining not much for disclaimers, huh? You haven't seen anything yet, he replies with annoyance as he twirls his kunai between his fingers. Danzo's lip curls in disgust as he readies himself for another round of combat. You're nothing but a coward hiding behind a mask, he spits out, his voice dripping with disdain. You are an imposter, a random kid wanting to play Madara because he thinks of himself as infallible. You don't know Madara, but I knew a fake like you will never be capable of a tenth of the terror he can wield. Toby chuckles softly, the sound echoing eerily in the room. And you're nothing but a relic of a bygone era, Danzo, a relic that I plan to bury once and for all, he retorts, his tone filled with determination. As the tension between them escalates, shadows begin to stir around them. Shimura clan shinobis emerge from the darkness, surrounding Toby with their weapons drawn. Kid, Danzo sneers, a malicious glint in his eye. It seems you've overestimated yourself. I will pry that mask out of yourself, and punish you in front of the rest of the Uchiha. Toby's grin widens beneath his mask as he glances around at the assembled shinobis. Oh, I don't think so, Danzo, I believe you've walked right into mine, he replies confidently, his sharingan glowing ominously behind his mask. This is just perfect. With a swift motion, Toby disappears into thin air, leaving behind only a swirl of black robes. The Shimura clan shinobis look around in confusion, realizing too late that their quarry has slipped through their fingers once again. Only for one of them to so suddenly vanish. What is happening? Danzo frowns as a swirling black mass instantaneously devours one of his subordinates, a particular jonin whom Danzo pegs as quite a talented youth. Form 2 cell teams, watch each other's back. As chaos erupts in the Shimura clan's residence, Toby moves with calculated precision, his sharingan keenly tracking the movements of the jonin levels scattered in two-man cells. He transforms the ordinary-looking stick he has in the shape of a sword brimming with chakra. And cuts jonin into a bloody half. With a flicker of movement, he sidesteps a charging shinobi, sweeping another beneath his leg with effortless grace. You fools, Toby taunts, his voice echoing through the turmoil. You talentless ignorant fools. The jonin, undeterred by their comrade's demise, press on, their weapons glinting in the dim light of the room. One of them charges at Toby with a sword, but to their astonishment, their strike passes through him as if he were an apparition. What sorcery is this? The shinobi exclaims in disbelief. Toby, seizing the opportunity, disarms the bewildered jonin, swiftly driving the sword into the liver of another nearby foe. With a swift motion, he beheads the original owner of the sword, his dual-wielding movements are fluid and precise. As he tilts to the side to evade a kunai hurtling towards him, Toby's keen eyes catch sight of an explosive tag latched onto the weapon. Without hesitation, he lets go of his metal sword. Grabs the tag, and shoves it at a nearby jonin's throat, causing a violent explosion that sends skull fragments and brain mush flying in all directions. The remaining jonin, realizing they are outmatched, attempt to regroup and form tighter defensive positions. But Toby is one step ahead. With a sinister grin hidden beneath his mask, he vanishes once more into the shadows, leaving the Shimura clan's shinobi to panic, and even Danzo is helplessly looking around. Toby reappears behind a group of confused shinobi, his Manjikyu sharingan swirling with malicious intent. You can run, but you can't hide, he whispers, his voice dripping with menace. The shinobi whirl around, their eyes widening in horror as they realize Toby's proximity. Before they can react, he activates his kamui, and with a swift gesture, sends them hurtling into another dimension. Danzo watches with a mixture of shock and fury as his men disappear one by one. Impossible, he mutters, his hands clenched into fists. What kind of jutsu is this? This is the first time I heard of something like this. Toby's laughter echoes through the chaos, chilling the very air around them. It's a jutsu you'll never understand, Danzo, he taunts, his eyes flashing with amusement. But don't worry, you'll join them soon enough. With lightning-fast reflexes, Toby dodges a barrage of shuriken, his movements fluid and graceful. You can't defeat me, Danzo, he declares, his voice ringing with confidence. I am the embodiment of chaos, and you are nothing but an old dog desperately clinging to the glory of his past and his clan. Toby uses his kamui running in combination with his body flicker and intangibility to phase through solid matter as he takes advantage of his foe's blind spots. Once he gets in range of a befuddled shinobi, he only needs to use his kamui and send them to another dimensional space. It is a cruel but effective strategy. Stranding people to another dimension is almost a surefire way to kill his opponent. And it will be painful, dying by starvation is definitely not a nice way to go away. The Shimura clan shinobis fall like flies, and some are devoured like flies by his kamui. Danzo watches his shinobis either getting dismembered or devoured by the strange spiral dojutsu the self-proclaimed Madara is using until Danzo is the only one left. Faking his confidence, Danzo stands straighter in a very poor attempt to preserve his honor. But to Toby, the old man almost looks cute, like a baby gorilla making itself look big because the neighborhood gorilla wants to make babies with his mama gorilla cause stuff happens. Not the best analogy, but it is a funny analogy. Toby takes mental note of the joke. The Shimura clan like the Sarutobi clan are considered to be great households by virtue of their shinobi skills. Despite not possessing a bloodline limit, they manage to rise to the level of fame and influence they have however. Unlike the Sarutobi clan who has managed to stay afloat, the Shimura clan isn't doing well. The only thing Danzo has is his political clout, and there is no political clout he can use to defend himself. Danzo's eye is fixed on Toby behind the mask. What do you want, imposter? He demands, his voice tinged with defiance. Toby chuckles darkly, his gaze piercing through Danzo's facade. What do I want? He repeats, his tone dripping with mockery. I want world peace. Isn't that such a noble goal? Once upon a time, I tried to attain it by hook and crook. Guess what? Apparently, my methods and my teacher's methods are utterly counterproductive. Now, I am taking a different approach by getting rid of villains like you. One day, this world will be peaceful enough to not self-destruct. It is wishful thinking, but hey, cut me some slack, I am not really mentally okay. Danzo narrows his only eye, his grip tightening on his kunai. You won't get away with this, he warns, his voice filled with determination. The Hidden Leaf Village will hunt you down like the rabid dog you are. Toby's laughter echoes through the room, sending shivers down Danzo's spine. Oh, I'm counting on it, he replies, his voice laced with malice. Unfortunately, they will not even know I have been here and they surely will never be able to track me. You see, it's about drive, it's about power, we stay hungry, we devour, put in the work, put in the hours. Danzo's eye narrows further, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. You're delusional, he spits out, his voice tinged with desperation. You'll never succeed. Okay, I don't even know what I am saying, and I was hoping I might actually be mentally sound, but no shit. Toby's smirk widens beneath his mask, his sharingan glowing ominously. Oh, in case you are wondering, Danzo, he remarks, his voice filled with confidence. Do you know why I am taking my sweet time to talk to you? Why? Danzo replies, not keen on finding out. It is about impact, you know it is so that I can inflict you the highest amount of despair possible. Toby's nonchalant attitude grates on Danzo, which the old shinobi takes advantage of in great strides. As Danzo gathers his resolve for a desperate strike, he channels chakra into his lungs, preparing to unleash his wind release, vacuum blade. But before he can even complete the hand signs, Toby is already upon him, his movements a blur of speed. With a swift flick of his wrist, Toby's kunai intercepts Danzo's attack, shattering the vacuum blade before it can fully form. Danzo's eye widens in shock as he realizes he's been outmaneuvered once again. Tisk, tsk, Danzo, Toby chides, his voice dripping with derision. You'll have to do better than that. Before Danzo can react, Toby's Manjikyu Sharingan flares to life, engulfing the room in a crimson hue. Time seems to slow to a crawl as Danzo finds himself ensnared within the Genjutsu Tsukiyomi, one of the most powerful genjutsu in existence. Kansei or perfect replication has allowed Toby to perfectly imitate any bloodline limit technique at a certain number of times a day. Since he has only acquired this new ability, the best that he can do is once a day. But for Danzo, it is more than enough. No, this can't be, Danzo mutters, his voice trembling with fear. But Toby shows no mercy as he delves deep into Danzo's mind, unraveling his darkest fears and insecurities. In the illusion, Danzo is trapped in a nightmarish world where his failures and betrayals are laid bare for all to see. You are nothing, Danzo, Toby whispers, his voice echoing in the recesses of Danzo's mind. A relic of a forgotten past, doomed to fade into obscurity. Danzo screams in anguish as the illusion consumes him, his very essence crumbling under the weight of Toby's psychic assault. Using his Tsukuyomi, Toby traps Danzo in an eternity of illusion with each passing moment. His spirit, mind, and soul are torn asunder, leaving nothing but a husk of his former self. And as the last vestiges of Danzo's consciousness fade into oblivion, Toby's laughter reverberates through the darkness of the night. His usage of the new Mankyu ability is at full and brutal display. It is just perfect. Author, when it comes to the new MS ability for Obito, I am thinking between Tsukuyomi or creating a new one. In the end, I created a new one. In fact, I created two and debated in my head which is better for the story, 1-inch Kansei which means perfect replication, or 2 Jinsei which means human life or along those lines. On top of being fun, I think Obito's antipode should be related to mortalish. I am thinking of something like authority of humanity, call it Jinsei. A Manjikyu ability that nullifies the jutsu of others. I decided against Jinsei because it is way too OP, more OP than perfect replication. At least, I have leeway with Kansei, I can make it so that the number of times it can be used is less if compared to other bloodline limit techniques that are practiced to the extreme. If Sasuke for example can use Amaterasu indefinitely as long as he has chakra, then Obito will have to stop using it at some point after copying it. That's one way how to put it. I am more inclined to make it so that Kansei records techniques, once seen, it is recorded like a bullet, so after a perfectly replicated technique is used, Obito will have to reload again. Author. Spoiler fun tidbit, I have always found Obito's lack of EMS annoying in the series. Besides the badass eye patterns, Obito would be a lot steadier in technique and practice if he had a stable, second Menjikyu ability, because that way, he could develop and refine his techniques much faster. And deadlier. I don't really get why Sasuke in the series even after receiving Itachi's MS, Sasuke cannot use Tsukuyomi or maybe he doesn't like to use it. But Obito in the series just keeps on resorting to eye replacement like the Sharingan is some ninja tool, allowing him more abilities. For example, Obito casting limited Tsukuyomi. This is just a theory, if we follow this fanfic's plot, this is what most likely happened. A decade ago, Madara visited the Uchiha clan to start his prototype nurturing project for an air tool. To ensure, this tool's peak strength caps at a certain level, and doesn't go out of hand, and rebel. Madara made sure Obito won't form brotherly or sisterly love with the other Uchiha kids, thus ensuring that he doesn't acquire EMS. One requirement of EMS is for the Uchiha relative to willingly give their Menjikyu to their blood kin. By isolating Obito from the rest of Uchiha via his deal with Fugaku, Obito wasn't able to form bonds and real connections with his blood kin, thus removing any possibility of him acquiring EMS. Unfortunately, in this fanfic, Toby is skilled enough to overwrite some limitations, and experienced enough to take advantage of loopholes. Bless Toby's real grandma, her soul may rest in peace in Takamagara. Spoiler. Chapter 34. As Obito plummets from the Hokage rock, the world blurs around him. In that brief moment of unconsciousness, a jolt of realization strikes him like lightning. His memories of the split personality flood back into his mind. Crashing against his consciousness with the force of a tidal wave, when he blinks open his eyes, the realization hits him again, sharper this time. He's still suspended in mid-air, falling with alarming speed. Toby, that Fenji idiot. Panic surges through him as he attempts to activate his Sharingan, but it remains dormant, unresponsive. It must be on cooldown. He realizes frantically that this might be related to Toby somehow. With desperation gripping his chest, Obito employs the body flicker technique, kicking at the air in a futile attempt to alter his trajectory. The ground rushes up to meet him, unforgiving concrete looming closer with each passing moment. Finally, he lands with a bone-jarring impact, the force knocking the wind out of him. He lies sprawled on the ground, limbs splayed in a tangled mess. Toby. He calls out, his voice strained with urgency, but there's no response. His split personality remains elusive, refusing to manifest when he needs it most. A sense of defeat washes over Obito as darkness edges into his vision. With one final effort, Obito reaches out, his fingers curling in desperation. But it's too late. Consciousness slips away, and he succumbs to the void, his world fading into blackness once more. Broken bones, and torn muscles, they hurt like a bitch. Obito opens his eyes, seeing the familiar white ceiling. He understands immediately that he is in the hospital. Rin's voice calls to him. She holds Obito's hands with a worried look in her eyes. Obito, you're awake. Kakashi spats vindicatively beside Rin. Of course, he is awake. Rin tells Kakashi, don't be like that. Obito struggles to sit up, wincing at the pain shooting through his body. Rin, Kakashi, what happened? His voice is hoarse, barely a whisper. Rin's eyes fill with relief. You fell from the Hokage rock, that's what I hear. Thankfully, the nearby police patrols saw you, or else you might have died from your injuries, broken bones, several 3 ribs, and both of your limbs. If you didn't die from the shock, you could have died from your rib piercing your lung. You've been unconscious for days. Kakashi chimes in, his tone sharp, you almost got yourself killed, Obito. Obito winces, guilt and frustration intertwining within him. I don't remember much, Toby, he. Toby. Who is that? You need to get it together. Rin interjects, her voice is soft but firm, Kakashi, enough, Obito needs rest and support right now, not criticism. Obito nods weakly, feeling a wave of gratitude towards Rin. Thank you, Rin. Rin gives him a gentle smile, squeezing his hand reassuringly. You're welcome, Obito, just focus on getting better. Kakashi sighs, relenting slightly. Fine, but don't think this means I'm going to go easy on you next time. Obito manages a small smile, despite the pain coursing through his body. Wouldn't expect anything less, Kakashi, but thank you too. As Rin and Kakashi continue to fuss over him, Obito's mind races with fragments of memories, and the looming specter of Toby. He knows he needs to confront his past, or in this case, his future. Though Obito knows that there is something wrong with him. He has always procrastinated on confronting it. He reminds himself that he should never talk about his split personality with his friends. Last night has been brutal, and as Obito examines his memories, he only becomes more and more convinced that Toby is more than meets the eye. Transmuting the sharingan of another into his own eyes to forcibly create an eternal Manjikyu sharingan regardless of prerequisites is unrealistically impossible already. But more than that, the fact alone that Toby can use a second Manjikyu ability is enough to make Obito spiral into paranoia. Noticing his quiet, Rin calls to him. Are you alright, Obito? Huh? Obito has droned off so much that he lost his friends in their conversation. What is it? Kakashi replies, if we should go to Minato-sensei's house. Why? Obito frowns, and there is no helping him at all as he is out of it. Rin sighs and scolds Obito for not listening. Obito, we were just discussing going to Minato-sensei's house, she says with a hint of exasperation. Kakashi supplements, because Minato-sensei is currently under house arrest. Obito's brows furrow in confusion. House arrest? Why? Kakashi rolls his eyes. I give up on explaining anything to you, your attention span is less than a goldfish. Obito bristles at the comment. Save it, Kakashi, you're just being a sourpuss because you lost to me in the Showdown test, sissy. Rin breaks off the bickering duo, her expression worried as she looks at Obito. Guys, let's not argue, Obito, are you truly okay? Obito takes a deep breath, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. Yeah, sorry, I'm just, a little out of it. Rin's eyes soften with sympathy. It's okay, Obito, we're here for you. How's my grandma? Is she okay? Rin and Kakashi fall silent, exchanging a glance that Obito doesn't miss. What's wrong? He presses, a knot of dread forming in his stomach. Rin takes a deep breath, her voice gentle but solemn. Obito, your grandma, she's passed away. Obito's heart drops like a stone. What? His voice is barely a whisper, disbelief coursing through him. It is real, and it seems Toby did kill his grandma, or in this case, killed Madara, who has been pretending as his grandma. Obito doesn't know what to feel anymore. On one hand, he is thankful to Toby for saving him from being trapped in a Tsukuyomi. On the other hand, Obito is annoyed by Toby taking full control for a moment and going so far as to exterminate a whole clan while Obito is suppressed. Obito feels his stomach turn as he recalls the memory of Toby single-handedly slaughtering the Shimura clan. After he has incapacitated the Shimura clan jonins, what did he do next? His eyes narrow down, focusing on particular snippets of memory. His eyes tremble in fear and self-disgust as memories of him killing babies, children, and the elderly rewind in his mind. Obito feels like puking, but he resists. Obito. Rin comes to him, offering her hand to rub at his back. I am fine, Obito has seen worse from the shared memories he has with Toby in the alternate future. Don't worry about me, Rin, I am fine. If it is to some consolation, Itachi from the distant future has also massacred a whole clan, and worse, it is Itachi's whole family. Unfortunately, the thought of it did not console Obito. Reviewing the events of last night, Obito realizes Toby has been very careful in hiding his tracks. In fact, Toby has done a great deal to induce a picture of Minato Namikaze, who has slaughtered the entire Shimura clan. What the fuck, Toby? Did the fucking abomination just frame his Minato-sensei? Just a random ask, what is the reason for Minato-sensei being on house arrest? Obito feels his dry throat and realizes he is having a hard time talking. Rin helps Obito with a cup of water, noticing his dry throat and his difficulty in talking. Here, Obito, drink some water, she says gently, holding the cup to his lips. Obito takes a few sips, grateful for the relief it brings to his parched throat. Thanks, Rin, he murmurs, his voice still strained. Kakashi takes a deep breath before explaining, the Konoha military police force is prosecuting Minato Namikaze for the familicide of the Shimura clan. Obito's eyes widen in shock. Minato-sensei. But that's impossible, he stammers, disbelief evident in his voice. Of course, it is impossible. It is Toby who did it after all. Before Kakashi can respond, someone in a police uniform approaches them. The officer has white hair combed strangely, the hair accumulating and pointing in the front. It's a peculiar sight, and Obito can't help but stare for a moment before focusing on the officer's face. The officer's expression is stern as he addresses them. I'm here to speak with Obito Uchiha regarding the incident at Hokage Rock. Obito's heart sinks at the reminder of his fall. He nods, steeling himself for whatever questions or consequences may come. "That's me," he replies, his voice steady despite the turmoil within him. Kakashi and Rin look at each other, thinking about whether to leave or not. Obito quickly chirps in, "I'd like them to be with me if it is possible." The officer gestures for them to follow him to a quieter corner of the hospital room, away from the bustling activity. Once they're out of earshot of other patients and medical staff, he speaks again. "I need to ask you a few questions about what happened." Kakashi and Rin stand side by side of the recovering Obito, who is still wearing a patient's gown. "So, first, let me give you my name." With a fake cough to clear his throat, the ninja then introduces himself. "My name is Yashiro Uchiha from the Konoha Military Police Force." Obito nods, bracing himself for the interrogation. He knows he needs to be careful with his words. Especially considering the delicate situation with Minato-sensei's arrest and the suspicions surrounding him. If Obito doesn't know any better, he is almost certain at this point that Toby is trying to get him killed. The officer starts with the basics, asking for Obito's account of the events leading up to his fall from the Hokage rock. Obito recounts the moments as best as he can remember, trying to piece together the fragmented memories in his mind. Yashiro listens intently, occasionally jotting down notes. As Obito recounts the events leading up to his fall from the Hokage rock, his expression remains stern and focused, occasionally nodding as Obito speaks. Once Obito finishes his story, Yashiro takes a moment to collect his thoughts before speaking. "So let me get this straight," Yashiro begins, his tone serious. "You were planning to blow off the nose of the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, and in the process, you accidentally slipped and fell, is that correct?" Obito shifts uncomfortably under Yashiro's scrutiny, feeling the weight of the officer's gaze bearing down on him. Well, yeah," he replies hesitantly. "I was thinking of using explosive tags combined with a fire release technique, though they are all a lie." At the back of his mind, Obito admits that he is honestly entertaining such thoughts sometimes. "Obito, do you realize the severity of what you were planning to do? Attacking a Hokage, even in jest, is a serious offense. And endangering yourself in such a reckless manner is equally concerning. No, this here can be counted as attempted terrorism. Do you think we can let you go with this one as simply a prank misdemeanor or something? No. Fuck no." Obito's cheeks flush with embarrassment as he realizes the gravity of his actions. I know, Yashiro-san, it was stupid of me, I wasn't thinking clearly, but come on, I just kicked everyone's ass in the Showdown test. I kind of want to celebrate with explosions, don't you know? Explosion is art." Yashiro's expression softens slightly, though his tone remains firm. "You're lucky to be alive, Obito. Falling from the Hokage rock could have easily resulted in far worse injuries or even death. I hope you understand the consequences of your actions and will think twice before attempting something so foolish again." Obito nods earnestly, a sense of guilt weighing heavily on him. I do, Yashiro-san, I'm sorry for causing trouble and for putting myself in danger." Yashiro gives him a nod of acknowledgement. "Good, I'll make sure to include your testimony in my report, but remember, Obito, your actions have consequences, not just for yourself but for those around you as well." Obito bows his head in understanding, silently resolving to be more cautious in the future. "Thank you, Yashiro-san, I'll keep that in mind." With the interrogation concluded, Yashiro nods to Obito before turning to leave the room. "Take care of yourself, Obito, and try not to get into any more trouble." As Yashiro exits the room, Obito lets out a heavy sigh, feeling a mix of relief and remorse wash over him. He knows he's lucky to have survived the fall, but he also realizes the need to be more mindful of his actions moving forward and also to be extra careful of Toby. Kakashi raises an eyebrow incredulously. "Blow the second Hokage's nose?" Rin's expression shifts to one of disbelief. "That's wrong in so many ways." Obito's cheeks flush with embarrassment as he stammers out an explanation. "I know, I am sorry, okay? It seemed funny to me at first. It is not my fault. I want to blow him. It is not like I want to, but some part of me just feels like to." He finishes with a nervous chuckle, hoping to diffuse the tension with a touch of humor, though the crimson hue on his cheeks betrays his embarrassment. It is a weak excuse in actuality, but because it is Obito who is saying it, it is most likely that he is not lying. Kakashi shakes his head, a small smirk tugging at the corner of his lips despite his attempts to maintain a stern facade. "You never fail to surprise us, Obito." It is weird how Obito can picture Kakashi smiling despite the mask. Rin shoots Obito a sympathetic glance before turning to Kakashi. "But let's focus on what's important now. We should go visit Minato-sensei, he needs our support, especially given the circumstances." Obito nods in agreement, grateful for the change of subject. "Yeah, you're right, let's go see Minato-sensei. I need to get discharged." And for him to go see his grandma for one last time. He doesn't know what to feel exactly as he is reminded by his grandma Madara again, and the fight last night. Chapter 35. As Fugaku Uchiha arrives at the scene of the crime, the tension in the air is palpable. His presence commands attention, and it's evident that something significant has occurred for the chief of police to personally involve himself in the investigations. Form a perimeter. He orders briskly, his voice carrying authority as his subordinates swiftly comply, moving to secure the area. I want a 3-mile radius formed immediately. Surveying the grim scene before him, Fugaku's gaze falls upon the scattered bodies, a stark reminder of the violence that has transpired. Among them lies the prominent figure of Danzo Shimura, laid out in the center of the dojo. What a mess. Fugaku mutters under his breath, his expression a mixture of concern and determination. Chief, any leads on who might be responsible for this? Is it just me, or do I feel like the yellow flash just dropped off in Shimura clan and manhandled everyone? Assumption kills, and Fugaku likes to avoid being killed. Unfortunately, he has the same thoughts. The officers who initially came to the scene with the first responders also deduced the same thing: the yellow flash might have done this. With his sharingan at full drive. Fugaku discerns the unevenness around him. There are missing bodies, and possibly missing pictures. To the scenes Fugaku cannot derive the full picture of how the fight has developed. One thing that Fugaku is certain though is that a space-time jutsu has been used. Fugaku's jaw tightens as he considers the question, his mind already racing through the possibilities. Did Minato Namikaze, aka the Yellow Flash, possibly be the one who committed this manslaughter? Not yet, he replies, his tone clipped. But we'll find out soon enough. No stone will be left unturned until we unravel the truth behind this tragedy. Fugaku's eyes have landed on the terribly dead Danzo, whose eyes have bled and dried already. An overnight, Fugaku concludes. It has taken an overnight before the Konoha military police force has learned of this one particular crime. For the Uchiha clan, this won't look good in particular. Can it get any worse? As the Fuma shinobi reports the grim news of the complete slaughter of the Shimura household, Fugaku's expression darkens further. Say that again. Fugaku asks, disbelief coloring his eyes. The Fuma shinobi grits his teeth and repeats. Report, confirmed fatalities, no survivors, children, the elderly, all of them are dead, even infants. Fugaku nods in appreciation for the report, his eyes reflecting the weight of the tragedy that has befallen the clan. Send a missive to the Nara and Yamanaka clans, he instructs the Fuma shinobi firmly. We need their expertise in deepening our understanding of the crime scene. It is not time to get political, but being inclusive suggests that the Konoha military police force is not as Uchiha elitist as it might present itself. Moreover, it is a fact that Fugaku does need their expertise. Something big here is at play, making Fugaku painfully recall a certain young Uchiha whom he begged to commit suicide. Fugaku sighs. Lately, he is becoming more and more prone to sighing. Is that an old man's thing? Or is Fugaku just stressed? In all honesty, Fugaku prefers the former. He'd very much like to get old. But then again, being reminded a whole clan has been slaughtered under the nose of the Konoha military police force despite their guardian oath-bound duty doesn't sit well with him. Yes, it ruined the Uchiha pride when they were forced in the past to become an internalized military institution for Konoha. The Uchiha at that time wanted to actively participate in the war, but Tobirama strongly pushed for the Uchiha to become an internal military force. To the Uchiha, it is the greatest disrespect. They want glory on the battlefield and at some point, maybe to be welcomed to Takamagara. Though the Uchiha's protest is ineffective. The Uchiha clan manages to turn the Konoha military police force into something they are proud of. Truth be told, Fugaku has been proud of his Konoha military police force. It is unfortunate that political animals within the village are twisting the meaning of the police. While Danzo has been one of the said political animals, it is still not right that Danzo has died. Suspicion about Uchiha's involvement is definitely there, which urges Fugaku that at all costs, he must find the killer behind the Shimura clan's downfall. With the missive dispatched, Fugaku remains at the dojo, his attention focused on the body of Danzo Shimura. He observes the lack of external wounds, except for the stump where Danzo's right arm used to be. A recent amputation, it seems. A heavy feeling settles in Fugaku's stomach as he contemplates the unnatural circumstances of Danzo's death. This wasn't just a random act of violence, he murmurs to himself, his sharingan whirling as he analyzes the scene. There's a deeper plot at play here. Turning to his officers, Fugaku issues swift commands. Gather all evidence meticulously, I want every detail catalogued and analyzed, and find out everything you can about Danzo's recent activities and connections. As his officers spring into action, Fugaku remains deep in thought. His mind racing to piece together the puzzle before him. Whatever dark forces are at work in Konoha, he is determined to uncover them and bring justice to those responsible. Then a sudden thought strikes him: what if it is his clan who are on the receiving end? What if it is the Uchiha clan that has been wiped out today? While seemingly unlikely considering the martial strength a mature Uchiha can wield, the possibility is still there. Fugaku can imagine Madara Uchiha just erasing them for some morbid reason. Minato can also do it in the right circumstances by picking them apart: assassinations, ambushes, and all kinds of means. Though the Uchiha presents an invincible facet, while meaningfully true, it is not beyond reason for some unreasonable monsters to just exist out there like the one responsible for Danzo's death here. As Fugaku is deeply engrossed in his thoughts, he notices the arrival of the Yamanaka and Nara representatives. Inoichi Yamanaka, with his long platinum blonde hair, approaches with a neutral smile on his face, while Shikaku Nara, tying his spiky black hair into a ponytail, looks visibly annoyed. Inoichi formally greets Fugaku, his voice steady and respectful. "Chief, it's a pleasure to see you, although I wish it were under better circumstances." Fugaku nods in acknowledgement, appreciating the Yamanaka's professionalism. "Likewise, Inoichi, thank you for coming on such short notice. We could certainly use your expertise in unraveling this mystery." "What a drag, couldn't this wait until morning? I was in the middle of a shogi game." "Seriously," Shikaku frowns. "It reeks of blood." Fugaku offers a sympathetic smile to Shikaku, understanding his frustration but also recognizing the urgency of the situation. "I apologize for disrupting your game, Shikaku, but this is a matter of utmost importance. Your insight will be invaluable in our investigation." Shikaku grumbles something unintelligible under his breath but nods in reluctant agreement. "Fine, let's get this over with." Kneeling to observe the dead Danzo, Shikaku remarks. "No entry or exit wounds. But seems very dead. I don't know about genjutsu or conspiracy theories, but is it possible to get killed by genjutsu alone? That is the most likely explanation unless it is poison. But no signs of poison here. Color of lips is pretty normal, and so are fingernails. Have any medical team done a forensic already?" "Yes, forensic reports have been made, and no poison." "I thought the same as you did," Fugaku supplements Shikaku's observation. "I have to clarify first and foremost, we don't have a hand in this. While the sharingan is a very powerful dojutsu that amplifies genjutsu, we don't have a genjutsu strong enough to kill this way. Killing via genjutsu would still need the use of physical harm in any way, like forcing them to commit suicide. I am afraid this is different. It is a lie, something that Fugaku wishes to keep to his own. In their clan records, there has been mention of a powerful genjutsu strong enough to annihilate the mind. And 10 years ago, Fugaku stood witness to this in the form of Madara Uchiha. If you please, Inoichi, can you examine Lord Danzo's mind?" Fugaku makes his formal request from the Yamana shinobi. "Please be careful on it, because we don't know if there are any lingering traps here." It is only right for Fugaku to worry. Since the beginning, he has the suspicion that there might be involvement from Madara Uchiha here, and Fugaku for all of its worth knows that it is of utmost importance to be extremely careful whenever Madara is involved. "I will do what I can." Inoichi probes the mind of the dead Danzo. As they wait for Inoichi to delve into Danzo's mind, Shikaku furrows his brows in contemplation. The spacing of the battlefield suggests a swift and precise attacker, he muses, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. But it's highly unlikely that the Yellow Flash would resort to such methods. His style is more direct, and he wouldn't use genjutsu to this extent. I say in advance to remove Minato Namikaze as your suspect. Fugaku nods in agreement, considering Shikaku's analysis. Indeed, the Yellow Flash's techniques are well documented, and they don't align with what we're seeing here. Besides, the use of genjutsu of this magnitude is beyond his usual repertoire. Exactly, Shikaku adds, gesturing to the scene. And if you look closely, there's a pattern to the casualties. It's not random. It's almost as if the attacker was targeting specific individuals. Ninjutsu tend to be more discriminate. Hidden techniques meanwhile has a certain touch to it. I think we have a release user in our midst, and one who is proficient in combat. Fugaku's eyes narrow as he takes in Shikaku's observation. You're right, and the absence of elemental technique suggests that this was a highly specialized assault, likely carried out by a single individual. Shikaku nods, his expression grave. It's unlikely that this was a group effort. The lack of variety in techniques points to a solitary attacker, albeit a highly skilled one. Fugaku's gaze sweeps over the dojo once more, his senses heightened as he takes note of the subtle details. And yet, despite the precision of the attack, there are missing corpses. It's as if some of the victims were removed from the scene, or maybe the use of a space-time jutsu in effect has taken the corpses away. Shikaku nods in agreement. Now that you mention it, dust release techniques of the Iwagakure can be a likely technique that has been used here too. I guess we'll know if we find any dead bodies strewn some parts away. Oh sure, the use of dust release on top of space-time jutsu. That actually sounds scary. Before they can delve further into their deductions, Inoichi emerges from his mental probing, his expression grim. "I've examined Danzo's mind," he reports solemnly. "And what I found, it's disturbing." Fugaku and Shikaku exchange a concerned glance, urging Inoichi to continue. "There were traces of a powerful genjutsu," Inoichi explains, his voice heavy with dread. "But that's not all, there were also indications of mind manipulation, a technique so subtle that it's almost undetectable. It is weird, it is as if it has been purposefully left by the attacker." Mind manipulation? Are you suggesting that someone has been tampering with Danzo's thoughts and memories? Inoichi nods gravely. "It's a distinct possibility. Whoever orchestrated this attack has destroyed Danzo's mind, but not enough to destroy the evidence in his mind. The attacker has come here with killing intent, and killed Danzo as a result. However, the attacker has also exposed the tampered memories within Danzo. It seems this attacker is not our immediate concern. Can you explain it in an easy-to-understand way? A whole clan has been slaughtered here, Inoichi. What is more important than that?" "The fate of the village," Inoichi replies in cold dread. "In fact, we have to thank our mysterious attacker. Danzo's mind has not been tampered with by our mysterious attacker but by someone else. I don't know if I should trust what I saw, but distinct information about Madara Uchiha has been hiding in Danzo's head. Someone is playing tricks from behind the scenes. And I am afraid this is not my paranoia talking." Fugaku feels his heart clenching. Chapter 36. "Inoichi, are you saying that Danzo's mind contained information suggesting that Madara Uchiha is still alive and pulling strings from the shadows?" Fugaku asks, his voice tinged with disbelief. Of course, Fugaku knows. He has seen the old monster still kicking a decade ago, but someone has to enunciate them, and he willingly does just that. To Shikaku, however, this sounds too ridiculous to be true, judging by his facial expression of disbelief. Inoichi nods gravely. "Yes, Chief, it's highly disturbing, but the evidence is there. It seems that someone has been manipulating events from behind the scenes, and Madara Uchiha's involvement is a very real possibility. It is also a possibility whoever destroyed Danzo's mind has left this particular information to mislead the investigation." Shikaku lets out a heavy sigh, running a hand through his hair. "Well, if we want to confirm this unsettling information, the best place to start would be Madara Uchiha's grave. If he's truly alive, then that grave might not be as empty as we think. It is not wrong for Shikamaru to assume that the information is fake. But Fugaku believes this is the right track, and they are onto something big. Maybe, hopefully, Fugaku can lead Konoha's fangs to Madara, who left quite a mark on Fugaku 10 years ago about everything. The events a decade ago have changed Fugaku a lot in so many ways he cannot imagine. Everything he has promised to bring with him in the grave, not just because of the cursed tag embedded in his heart, but also out of some hypocritical self-sacrifice that maybe his descendants would be put as far away as possible from the curse of hatred that the clan suffers." Fugaku furrows his brows, deep in thought. "I don't know the location of Madara Uchiha's grave, but I know someone who might, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He's been around for a long time and might have some insight into this matter." A few minutes later, with the third Hokage leading the way, they arrive at a secluded patch of grass within the village. It is easy for Fugaku, with the help of Inoichi and Shikaku, to get a meeting with the third Hokage with urgency, so it is not beyond their means to drag the third Hokage to search for some grave. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the wise and aged leader of Konoha, explains the situation as they stand before the possibly unmarked grave of Madara Uchiha. His demeanor is somber yet resolute as he recounts the history surrounding the burial. "Tobirama Senju buried Madara here," Hiruzen begins, his voice carrying the weight of years of experience. "He made sure to keep the location undisclosed, to prevent anyone from attempting to unearth him for nefarious purposes." Fugaku nods, absorbing the information. He understands the necessity of such precautions, given the power and influence Madara once wielded. But now, faced with the possibility of his return, the gravity of the situation intensifies. "I'm afraid I don't know the exact location myself," Hiruzen admits with a hint of regret. "But I have my suspicions." Lord Second had his moments of secrecy, often coming here alone, especially when he indulged in a bit of sake. I don't know if maybe he is reminiscing, but he seems sad now I recall it. Hiruzen's reminiscence is interrupted by a mischievous grin, a fondness evident in his eyes as he recalls his sensei's habits. "We could split up and search," Hiruzen suggests, his tone hopeful. "But perhaps there's a more efficient method." Shikaku, ever the strategist, shakes his head in disagreement of splitting up, with a wry smile playing on his lips. "Allow me to handle this," he offers confidently. With a swift series of hand seals, Shikaku extends his shadows, manipulating them with his shadow manipulation technique. The dark tendrils stretch out, reaching across the ground like probing fingers, searching for any disturbances or anomalies that might lead them to the hidden grave. Soon, Shikaku feels something with his feelers. He points at a certain patch of grass and explains how he has felt a rigid geometric construct underneath. Perhaps a casket. Fugaku and Inoichi immediately go to work, the two of them having the foresight to bring shovels from a nearby garden storage. They need to be delicate after all in unearthing whatever dead body is to be found here. They cannot just use earth release or other jutsu to unearth a delicate corpse that should have decayed badly for years. With careful precision, they begin to dig. The soil yielding reluctantly to their efforts. Each shovelful is removed with caution, revealing the wooden lid of the coffin beneath. Fugaku's heart races with anticipation and apprehension, his mind flashing back to the memories of Madara's formidable power. Madara has been a true nightmare for Fugaku, and he is right to be afraid the old ancestor has gone mad, and disillusioned about a dream even now Fugaku struggles to understand. Inoichi's brow furrows in concentration as he assists, his mind racing with possibilities and implications of what they might uncover. The weight of the moment hangs heavy in the air as they work in silence, with the lonely sound of the scrape of metal against wood and earth. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, the lid of the casket is exposed. Fugaku takes a deep breath, his hands trembling slightly as he reaches out to lift it open. With a concerted effort, they pry it open. For a moment, they hold their breath, unsure of what they might find. But as the lid swings open fully, they are met with only emptiness. The coffin is devoid of any remains, confirming their suspicions that Madara Uchiha's grave is indeed empty. A sense of unease washes over them as they take in the sight before them. If Madara's body is not here, then where is he? And what does his absence mean for the safety and security of the village? Fugaku wants to confess and say everything that needs to be said, but he restrains himself. He will only be advancing his demise if he so dares open his mouth about 10 years ago. 10 years ago. The Second Shinobi War has left its marks on the Uchiha clan in so many wrong ways. There is even a certain period of time when no one within the clan has awakened a Manjikyu Sharingan. The Uchiha so desperately wanted the limelight in the war. And for them to advance their shinobi on the front line so that they could cultivate their Sharingan and at some point awaken their Manjikyu. Unfortunately, Tobirama Senju had a different vision for the war at that time, something that Hiruzen Sarutobi has so willingly adapted in his administration, forcing the majority of the Uchiha away from the battlefield. Fugaku Uchiha massages his forehead in annoyance as reports of dead Uchiha flood in his office. He has only become the clan head, and there are already so many complications. Apparently. For a long time, they have their first Manjikyu Sharingan user only to be sent to Amigakure to try hitting a peace talk with Hanzo. A peace talk of all things. It is stupidity at its highest. How in the world the clan elders are not doing any outmaneuvering to save their kin? Are the Shimura dogs just that good at politicking? Hanzo of the Salamander is bad news, and can even be considered a disadvantageous matchup for a Dijitsu user such as the Sharingan even with Manjikyu. With a fog of poison where vision is easily compromised, the fearsome Hanzo can worry less about any Manjikyu ability. So young, whispers a sudden voice. Has the elders of the clan has gone senile? You don't seem that talented. Not even has awakened a Manjikyu. And you are already reaching your 30s from what I recall, the criteria for picking the clan head are either old age or talent. Last thing I checked, when they mean old age, it means over 50 years old. Fugaku frowns as he stares at the strange old man. Suddenly inside his office he has white hair, a wrinkly face, and strange purple eyes with rippling patterns. Before Fugaku can even shout for guards, the world suddenly turns red and everything around him comes to a crawl. Fugaku is a well-read person, so he has an idea of what is happening. He looks at the sudden red moon hanging by the sky. This is Tsukuyumi. How do you? How are you alive? You are Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha smirks, his intense gaze locking with Fugaku's. Yes, Fugaku Uchiha, I am indeed Madara Uchiha, returned from the dead, he says, his voice carrying an air of authority. Fugaku's mind whirls with disbelief and a hint of hope. But, how? Everyone believed you were long gone, a legend of the past, he stammers, trying to make sense of the impossible. Madara chuckles softly, a sound tinged with bitterness. Legends have a funny way of resurfacing, especially when there are those who still believe in them, he says cryptically. But enough about me, I have come here for a reason, Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku straightens, his curiosity piqued despite his wariness. What reason could you possibly have for seeking out the Uchiha clan after all this time? He asks, his voice cautious. Madara's Sharingan glints ominously as he leans in closer. I have a proposal for you, Fugaku, one that could change the fate of the Uchiha clan and secure its rightful place in history, he says, his words laced with intrigue. Fugaku narrows his eyes, his suspicions rising. And what, pray tell, is this proposal of yours? He inquires, his tone guarded. Madara's lips curl into a sly smile. I offer you power, Fugaku, power beyond your wildest dreams with my guidance. you can lead the Uchiha clan to greatness once more, he declares, his voice resonating with conviction. And truth be told, Fugaku has been tempted. Fugaku's mind races as he considers the implications of Madara's words. Power, guidance, greatness, the very things he has longed for to lift his clan from the shadows of obscurity. But can he trust this enigmatic figure claiming to be the legendary Madara Uchiha? At that time, Fugaku was immature. And what do you ask for in return? Fugaku finally asks, his voice steady despite the turmoil churning within him. Madara's eyes gleam with anticipation as he responds, seeing the future is a very difficult affair, but I can manage. What I want from you is quite simple. I need an heir. In exchange, I will help your clan to nurture more Manjikyu Sharingan users. Chapter 37. 10 years ago. Madara's gaze sweeps over the gathered infants and children, his Sharingan eyes flickering with interest as he assesses each one. Once in a while, his eyes will transform to Rinnegan, making sure that he doesn't miss anything special. Fugaku watches him warily, his mind still grappling with the enormity of the situation. The Rinnegan is powerful, but it is not omnipotent, Madara remarks, his voice low yet commanding. That's why I have to make preparations. First, why don't you introduce me to every child the clan has under its care? Fugaku hesitates for a moment, torn between suspicion and curiosity. But ultimately, he nods, stepping forward to comply with Madara's request. He leads the way, introducing Madara to each child in turn, their names and lineage spoken with reverence. Madara nods politely as he passes by each child, his gaze lingering on some longer than others. But then, he suddenly stops at one particular infant, his expression unreadable as he stares down at the child. This one, he says softly, his voice carrying a strange intensity. This child possesses potential beyond measure. Interesting, if this one awakens a Manjikyu, he will be nearly invincible. Fugaku's brow furrows in confusion as he looks at the infant in question, wondering what could possibly set them apart from the others. But before he can voice his thoughts, Madara continues, his tone taking on a note of finality. I will take this child under my wing, Madara declares, his eyes flashing with determination. With my guidance, they will become a force to be reckoned with. He will stay with the clan for 10 years and then I will take him. Fugaku's instincts scream at him to protest, to question Madara's motives and intentions. But in the end, he remains silent, a sense of resignation settling over him as he watches Madara claim the child as his own. Madara is smiling. He truly has found a gem this time. Don't bother, Fugaku, it is either the sacrifice of one or many. The clan doesn't have to associate with me. In fact, don't look at this in a transactional manner, think of it as a necessary sacrifice, so that at least this child will be remembered as a martyr and not some Rio bundled in a piece of cloth to be paid to a strange peddler. That will be better, isn't it? It is sophistry, but Madara isn't wrong. Madara looks at the conflicted Fugaku, the younger man's emotion all too crystal for Madara. Fugaku must be thinking he can take Madara down given how frail Madara looks, like old, rickety, and seemingly weak. It is true, he is frail physically, but that doesn't make him any less of a threat. Fugaku Uchiha, in exchange for your cooperation, I shall bestow to you the secret method to awaken a Manjikyu Sharingan with the smallest risks available. As Madara activates his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the world around Fugaku warps and distorts, a surreal landscape forming around him. Pain, hatred, and suffering assault his senses as if he's reliving years of torment in mere moments. Fugaku kneels on the ground, tears of blood streaming down his face, his body racked with agony. The secret method to awaken a Manjikyu Sharingan is none other than using Tsukuyomi to forcibly replicate the stimulation that can awaken a Manjikyu Sharingan. Madara watches with a calculating gaze, his Sharingan spinning with power as he orchestrates Fugaku's awakening. Feel it, Fugaku, he commands, his voice echoing in the twisted reality of the Tsukuyomi. Let the pain fuel your strength, embrace the hatred, let it consume you, this is the path to true power. Fugaku cries out in anguish, his mind engulfed in a maelstrom of emotions and sensations. Yet through the torment, a spark ignites within him, a newfound awareness blooming in the depths of his consciousness. Suddenly, as quickly as it begins, the onslaught of suffering subsides, leaving Fugaku gasping for breath on the cold ground. He looks up at Madara, his eyes wide with disbelief and awe. Madara smiles with a hint of satisfaction in his expression. Congratulations, Fugaku, you have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. Fugaku's heart pounds in his chest as he tries to comprehend the magnitude of what he's achieved. What ability have I awakened? He manages to stammer out. Madara's gaze gleams with pride as he explains, you possess the ability known as Kansei or perfect replication. It is an enhanced version of the basic Sharingan, granting you extreme proficiency in genjutsu usage, sensory perception, and the unparalleled ability to perfectly record and replicate techniques, even blood limit techniques, though there will be limitations to it. Fugaku's mind reels with the implications of his newfound power. Thank you, Lord Madara, he murmurs, his voice filled with reverence and gratitude. At the same time, there is fear. Now, how about you do me a favor, and erase any recorded information about me within the clan? I'd also like to put a cursed seal on you and to those who I will be helping to awaken their Manjiki Sharingan. Present. Madara opens his eyes, his surroundings that of a rock. Living inside a cave for a decade straight without light has not been good for his health, but he has no other choice but to suck it up. He exhales in annoyance as he feels his connection with a Fission clone dissipates. Zetsu phases from the wall, his half-black, half-white visage shifting as he regards Madara with curiosity. What's the problem, Lord Madara? He inquires, his voice a blend of whispers. Madara sighs, the weariness evident in his demeanor as he turns to face Zetsu. The heir I have prepared, who is nearing his maturity, has exceeded my expectations, he explains, his voice laced with a hint of frustration. Zetsu's eyes gleam with interest as he absorbs this information. Exceeded your expectations? In what way? He probes, his curiosity piqued. Madara clenches his fists, his jaw tightening with determination. He has awakened abilities beyond what I had anticipated, his potential is greater than I had initially foreseen, he admits, a mixture of pride and concern tinging his words. It truly has been disappointing, I have been suppressing the young boy's talent as much as possible, and for him to fall in love more. Zetsu nods slowly, processing Madara's words. And what do you intend to do about it? He asks, his tone neutral yet tinged with anticipation. Madara's gaze hardens as he formulates a plan in his mind. I will continue to guide him, to mold him into the ultimate weapon for our cause, but I must tread carefully, his power could either be our greatest asset or our undoing. He replies, his voice resolute. Suddenly, a white figure with a spiral pattern on its face appears by Madara's side. Toby, with his characteristic curiosity, gazes at Madara intently, his single eye hole wide with wonder. Lord Madara, Toby begins tentatively. I've been wondering, why have I never seen you poop? Madara's eyes narrow slightly as he regards Toby, a hint of annoyance flickering across his features. Toby, now is not the time for such trivial inquiries, he states firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Toby's mask tilts quizzically, but he presses on, undeterred by Madara's stern demeanor. But Lord Madara, I am genuinely curious, is it a skill you possess, or perhaps a consequence of your immense power? Madara's stoic expression remains unchanged as he regards Toby with a hint of exasperation. Toby, I have more pressing matters to attend to than discussing bodily functions with you, cease this line of questioning. He commands, his voice firm and commanding. Toby nods obediently, though the curiosity still lingers in his eye. Of course, Lord Madara, my apologies for the interruption, he murmurs before fading back into the shadows of the cave wall, leaving Madara to ponder his plans in solitude. But then Toby's head pops up from the cave wall, seriously though, have you never pooped before? He is very curious about bowel movement and only recently has Toby gathered enough courage to ask. And no. This Toby is not the same Toby that Obito has. This here is vanilla Toby. Madara gives an exaggerated sigh, yes, I have pooped before, no, I won't tell you what it feels like. It must have felt glorious, Toby proudly remarks as he finally vanishes to the cave wall. Chapter 38. Obito stands before the graveyard, his gaze fixed on the recently built tombstone marking his grandmother's final resting place. While the others are mourning the deaths of the whole Shimura clan, Obito is mourning alone in front of his grandma's tombstone. The whole Shimura clan getting slaughtered is a big deal. Incomparably so to the sudden murder of Obito's grandma. Though the truth cannot be more terrifying, Obito still chooses to mourn for his fake parents' death. Obito has a lot to thank Fugaki for the discreetness of his so-called grandma's burial, also keeping the secret the said grandma is a very realistic clone of Madara Uchiha in disguise. Lost in his sorrow, Obito feels the weight of loneliness until Rin quietly approaches, her hand reaching out to clasp his. You're not alone, Obito, she whispers softly, offering him a semblance of solace in their shared sorrow. Feeling the touch of the one person he thinks is the reason why he has received memories of the future, Obito feels all sorts of conflicting emotions considering his recent altercations with Toby, his split personality. As Obito turns to acknowledge Rin's presence, Kakashi sneaks beside him, his solemn expression mirroring Obito's grief. We're here for you, Kakashi says quietly, his voice carrying the weight of their shared loss. Obito's heart aches at the sight of his friend standing beside him, offering silent support amidst the sea of mourning. He kind of expects Kakashi to appear as a show of support, but to think the stoic white-haired shinobi has spoken kind words to him means a lot. Though Obito has a lifetime worth of decades of memories in his head, he remains the pure child he is. Can you please give me some time alone with my grandma, he kindly requests to his two friends. Sure, Rin clasps his palm stronger. If you need someone to talk to, then don't hesitate to talk to us. Kakashi simply stares at Obito. What? Obito watches as Rin and Kakashi exchange a silent glance, understanding passing between them. Obito knows what they're thinking, that he needs some time alone. And truth be told, he does. With a bitter smile, he nods at them, acknowledging their unspoken understanding. Thanks, guys, he murmurs, his voice barely audible over the hushed whispers of the mourners surrounding them. I'll be okay. Rin squeezes his hand one last time before letting go, her eyes reflecting a mixture of sympathy and concern. Kakashi offers a brief nod before turning to leave, his posture still rigid with sympathetic grief, perhaps memories of his father resonating with Obito's situation. Alone now, Obito settles himself cross-legged in front of the tombstone, his thoughts swirling like a turbulent storm. Memories of his grandmother of the fake Madara flood his mind, each one a sharp pang in his heart. He closes his eyes, trying to find solace in the quiet of the graveyard, but the weight of his grief is heavy, suffocating. He feels the presence of Toby, his other self, lurking in the depths of his mind, a constant reminder of his fractured identity. But amidst the turmoil, there's a flicker of gratitude for Rin and Kakashi, for their unwavering support in his darkest moments. They may not understand the full extent of his pain, but their presence alone is enough to ease the ache in his heart, if only for a moment. And then Obito opens his eyes. He gazes upon piles of dead bodies in a monochrome world, and sitting upon the cold corpses is Toby as if he is on a throne, no, like a shrine. Who do we have here? Immediately, Obito understands he is inside his very own mental world. Obito recalls falling from up high the Hokage rock after Toby took control, seemingly attempting to kill himself. And then there is the very recent Shimura massacre, and now the unresponsiveness of his Manjikyu. Obito feels betrayed as he realizes the inconsistencies in his memories do not fit what he knows of Toby, like the different and mysterious techniques. Meanwhile, Toby is just sitting there on his improvised throne of corpses, unperturbed despite feeling Obito's emotions. They are currently in a mental world where their consciousness is as close as ever to each other. Obito's gaze hardens as he meets Toby's mask. What game are you playing now, Toby? He demands, his voice laced with bitterness and betrayal. Toby tilts his head, the single sharingan eye glinting behind his mask. Ah, Obito, always so quick to jump to conclusions, have you finally come to terms with who you truly are? Obito grits his teeth, memories of his fall from grace flooding his mind. I know who I am, and it's not the monster you've made me out to be. Toby chuckles darkly, a sound that sends shivers down Obito's spine. Is that so? And yet, here we are, surrounded by the remnants of your past. Listen here, I may look like this, but I am not the Toby, you know I am not the pet Madara has left for your emotional support, I am different and you know it, I am you. Enough with the riddles, Toby. I want answers. Why can't I access my Manjikyu? Why are my memories so fragmented? What have you done to me? Where did that second Manjikyu come from? What is the Jujutsu transmutation technique you did? How did you deduce Grandma has been a fake along? Why did you decimate the Shimura clan now of all times that the third shinobi war is coming? Tell me why. Toby's mask betrays no emotion, but Obito can sense the satisfaction emanating from him. Oh, Obito, you have always been a pawn in a much larger game, but fear not, for I have guided you every step of the way, that's what you only amount after all. Obito's eyes narrow, his mind racing with thoughts of Toby's betrayal and deceit. And what has come of the promise for our happy ending? Toby rises from his makeshift throne of corpses, his presence looming over Obito like a shadow. Happy ending? Do you hear yourself? Fragmented memories. You truly are deluding yourself, so willingly excising the disgusting parts and forcing them at me. I am your side of rational insanity, one capable of logic. And you? You are just one demented shadow of an ideal of what you wish to be. What do you mean? Obito begs the question, but he cannot utter them. We have done terrible things, glossing them with the idea of a better world, and we have been childish for a long time. I thought this part of us has changed since traveling back in time, but you are as insane as I remember. Toby's laughter echoes through the empty expanse of Obito's mind, a sound that fuels his determination. Obito. We are mad. And there is no helping us. When Madara Uchiha broke us, it was not because we had been enlightened, it was because we succumbed to the darkness. The Uchiha are the most edgy and emo clan to exist, but we have taken it too far. Obito doesn't understand. Remember, Obito. Toby's voice shakes the mental space. You might remember the tragedy, and the pain you have caused, but the emotions embedded in them have been so easily abandoned. You may know the pictures, but never the motions that have to go through it. But, Obito cannot offer any rebuke as Toby pushes more. Do you remember Itachi? Do you think he wanted to destroy his own clan? Fuck Danzo and Hiruzen, you have been the main motivator behind it. Don't even get me started with Madara. How about the wooden style and your uncanny mastery over the sharingan? Fuck the Uchiha, Madara, Indra, and even Hagoromo, you might have suppressed the parts that don't matter. But I remember you've experimented with the Ashura and Indra aspects so much, you can derive other bloodline limit techniques of the Manjikyu Sharingan. You've left rivers of blood. Not even feeling a thing about the evil you had done. Remember that one time when you used a limited Tsukimi to use on Naruto Uzumaki. And Sakura Haruno sent them to an alternate reality and you watched it like some voyeur piece of shit, ultimately failing to capture the 9 tails even then. You really enjoy having an ego trip. Huh. No wonder you are introducing yourself as Madara. And fuck no, I don't care about it being some elaborate plan for fearmongering. It is a fact you actually enjoyed it, and I knew because I share your fucking memories, you arrogant prick. Are you done, Toby? Obito sighs, his shoulders slumping down. No. I am not fucking done, you dimwit. I still want to criticize you. But I cannot think of more hurtful words to hurt you. I am only thankful your level has been capped and you failed to awaken a second Manjikyu ability back then. Or else you might have fucked the planet badly enough the power of friendship will be unable to recover from it. But still fuck. You just have to ruin my plans. My beautiful master plan. Enough of your rambling, Toby, what are you trying to achieve? What plans do you speak of? Toby's silhouette flickers before solidifying once more, his gaze piercing through Obito like a blade. Plans, Obito? Oh, you have no idea, my plans are grand, far beyond your comprehension, but alas, you were always too blinded by your own idealism to see the bigger picture. Obito clenches his fists, his patience wearing thin. Cut the cryptic nonsense, Toby, I won't play your games anymore, tell me what you want. You stone-cold killer. Toby's mask twists into an unusual smirk with its eyehole forming into a crescent imitating a smile, a chilling sight in the darkness of Obito's mind. What I want, Obito, is not just a happy ending, but a perfect happy ending, one where we don't exist. And that is why you made a trap like that. To drop me from a mountain with so little chakra and no access to Kamui. Toby's laughter fills the space between them, echoing off the walls of Obito's mind. Yes. Because the moment I killed Danzo, I had already changed the course of history. Moreover, I left something special in Danzo's mind, the real Madara Uchiha's fucking location. It is checkmate motherfucker, long live Konoha. I love you Rin. No matter how philosophical or sane Toby sounds, it is a fact that he is mentally deranged and unstable to the extreme. So what if Madara is destined to die now with Toby's manipulation? There is still Black Zetsu. Obito sighs. Personally, while Obito admits that he is delusional, Toby is on another level at the far extremes of delusional, he doesn't even realize it. Obito sighs for the second time. I ship Kakashi and Rin. They better name their eldest son Toby and younger son Obito. The Obito must be a girl and then the children will love each other like woohoo. Somehow, in the mental world, Toby can summon a pair of shadow clone who then uses transformation jutsu to change into very realistic versions of naked adolescent Kakashi and Rin. What the F? Before even Obito can cuss, Toby kicks the Kakashi clone in the nut and proclaims, I don't mind sharing Rin after I die, but not yet. What are you doing? Obito is on the verge of losing his remaining sanity. I am practicing, Toby calmly responds. So that when we die, I can easily let go of Rin, and pass away. I can't have it that I become a ghost and end up haunting her. I am not like you, I am not obsessed, I know how to move on. Toby. You are the one who is fucking haunting me. Author, how much is Toby telling us truths? Lies? Or maybe his every word is the truth, just that it has to be seen from a different perspective. Author. Spoiler, I found a perfect plot setting that would fit Toby, knowing more complicated and mysterious techniques, transmuting a Jujitsu as a method for creating EMS, and the secrets of the second Manjikyu ability. It lies on the Rinnegan. So here is an explanation. Reminder. Obito has already used mysterious means to cast limited Tsukimi in canon. According to the softer side of the lore, people who have experienced the Rinnegan for themselves allow its wearer to achieve a kind of special perspective, a kind of enlightenment on the world, giving them levels of understanding beyond mortal comprehension. The pinnacle of chakra practice is not learning some high-level jutsu, but the creation and inspiration of one, which is the true hallmark of a talented and powerful ninja. Obito must have crazy ideas of his own, and it is reasonable he has unrealized techniques he isn't able to develop because of a lack of understanding, or maybe he has other more productive priorities. After memory sharing baptism with Obito in Chapter 3, the Toby personality has gained self-awareness and has transformed into a more future-inclined version of Obito. This Toby deducing all kinds of possible methods, techniques, and creating them while running in the background is a likely development. Spoiler. Chapter 39. Minato steps into the third Hokage's office, the familiar scent of old parchment and incense greeting him. "You wanted to see me, Lord Hokage?" he asks, bowing respectfully. Hiruzen gestures for Minato to take a seat, his expression grave. "Yes, Minato, I've received word from the Konoha military police force about their progress in investigating the Shimura clan massacre." Taking his seat, Minato's brows furrow with concern. "Have they found any leads?" Hiruzen nods, his wrinkles deepening with worry. "Yes, they have, and it seems your house arrest is no longer necessary. I apologize for the inconvenience." Relief washes over Minato's features, though his concern remains. "Thank you, Lord Hokage, but what about the investigation?" It is a fact that the Hokage cannot show favoritism to his people, and that is why Minato has no hard feelings toward Hiruzen. More than that, it unnerves Minato that someone out there specializing in spacetime ninjutsu like him has set their sights on Konoha. It is a monstrously difficult feat to erase a whole clan within their home ground without raising the alarms. Even Minato is not confident he can pull off the same feat. In fact, it is unrealistic for someone to exterminate a whole clan without leaving any traces. Spacetime ninjutsu being involved changes things though. Hiruzen sighs heavily, his gaze distant. "The situation is dire, Minato, the possibility of another war looms over us. I remember the days when I was just a genin, dreaming of a future without conflict. Now, it seems like those dreams are slipping away." Minato nods solemnly, understanding the weight of Hiruzen's words. "What can we do to prevent it?" Hiruzen meets Minato's gaze, his eyes reflecting determination. "We must do everything in our power to maintain peace within our village and among the other nations. Someone is lurking in the shadows orchestrating rather disconcerting plans. I am going to send you on a solo mission." Minato clenches his fists with resolve, hardening his heart. "Give me the details." Hiruzen nods in agreement, a flicker of pride in his eyes. "I know I can count on you, Minato. This here is the documented investigation by Fugaku about the Shimura clan downfall." Hiruzen hands a piece of document to Minato, who quickly reads the report. He frowns, his brows knitting together as he absorbs the details. Madara Uchiha, possibility of a trap, his location. Minato mutters under his breath, scanning through the information provided. His eyes widen in surprise as he reaches a particularly crucial section. "Madara Uchiha still lives," he says aloud, incredulity coloring his tone. "But that would make him at least 90 years old. For a shinobi, that was an impressive age." Hiruzen remains calm, though a shadow of concern passes over his face. "It's not certain if the information is true," he says, his voice steady. "But that doesn't mean we can afford to ignore it." Minato nods slowly, his mind racing with the implications of such a revelation. "What do you need me to do, Lord Hokage?" Hiruzen leans forward, his gaze piercing. "You're the only qualified shinobi for this mission, Minato. I need you to verify the truth of Madara's existence. If he truly lives, we need to know his intentions and potential threat to Konoha. There is a reason why Danzo has strange memories of Madara, and I don't like its implications." A sense of duty settles over Minato, driving away any doubts or hesitations. He straightens his posture, determination shining in his eyes. "I'll leave immediately, Lord Hokage. Konoha's safety is my priority." Hiruzen nods, a sense of pride evident in his expression. "I know you'll do whatever it takes to protect our village, Minato. Be cautious, and may the odds be in your favor." With a final bow, Minato exits the third Hokage's office, his mind already racing with plans and strategies. The looming threat of Madara Uchiha's possible return hangs heavy in the air, but Minato is prepared to face whatever challenges lie ahead to safeguard Konoha's future. In the strictest sense, Madara can be considered a rogue ninja. The last time Madara has been confirmed alive is during his duel to the death with the first Hokage, who has arisen victorious from the event, only for Tobirama to stake claims to Madara's corpse. Minato frowns at the thought of confronting a shinobi from the founding generation of Konoha. It is intimidating, but there is no reason for him to balk. He is Minato Namikaze, and he knows he is the only one who can do this mission. Arriving at his home, he proceeds to pack up his stuff to his ceiling tags. He fills his pouch with the right necessities from camping tools, and the like to an arsenal of weapons that he might be using in this mission. As Minato finishes packing his gear, he feels a pair of arms wrap around him from behind. He startles slightly before relaxing into the familiar embrace. "Kushina," he says with a chuckle, feeling her playful nip at his ear. "You scared me." Kushina giggles mischievously, her breath warm against his neck. "Sorry, Minato, I couldn't resist," she says, her tone teasing. "But where are you off to in such a hurry?" Minato turns to face her, a soft smile playing on his lips. "I'm going on a mission, Kushina," he explains, his eyes reflecting determination. "It's an S-rank assignment from the Hokage. Kushina's expression shifts to concern, her brows furrowing slightly. S rank? That sounds dangerous, she says, her voice tinged with worry. Is everything okay? Minato nods reassuringly, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Don't worry, Kushina, I'll be careful, he says, his tone confident. It's just, there's something I need to investigate for the village. Kushina's grip tightens around him, her eyes searching his face. Promise me you'll come back safely, she says earnestly, her voice barely above a whisper. Minato nods, his gaze meeting hers with unwavering determination. I promise, he says softly, pressing his forehead against hers. I'll be back before you know it. I'll come back, I promise. Kushina's eyes soften with emotion, a small smile gracing her lips. I know you will, Minato, she says, her voice filled with trust and love. Just, be careful out there, alright? Minato nods once more, his heart swelling with love for Kushina. I will, he says, his voice steady. With one final embrace, Minato reluctantly pulls away from Kushina and makes his way out of their home. Minato turns to a corner, and when he doesn't feel Kushina's gaze anymore, he uses his Flying Thunder God technique and reappears at Kakashi's residence. Minato softly knocks on the door, his knuckles rapping against the wood in a rhythmic pattern. After a brief moment, the door swings open, revealing Kakashi standing on the threshold, his sleepy eyes widening in surprise at the sight of his sensei. Minato-sensei? Kakashi blurts out, taken aback by the unexpected visit since he with Rin and Obito had just visited Minato yesterday. Hey, Kakashi, Minato greets him with a warm smile, stepping inside. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Kakashi shakes his head quickly, feeling a twinge of guilt. No, not at all, please, come in. As Minato enters, Kakashi's gaze shifts downwards, his expression clouded with self-doubt. I'm sorry, Minato-sensei, he says quietly. I haven't been able to fulfill your expectations, I'm still stuck at the level of a chunin. It has been a week already, and only now does Kakashi show a mopey face for his unexpected defeat against Obito during the Showdown test. No matter how mature Kakashi presents himself, he is still a child to his core. Minato places a comforting hand on Kakashi's shoulder, his smile gentle yet reassuring. Kakashi, you haven't failed me at all, he says sincerely. You're an incredibly talented shinobi, and your journey is your own, don't compare yourself to anyone else. Kakashi's shoulders relax slightly at Minato's words, a flicker of gratitude crossing his features. Thank you, sensei, he murmurs, his gaze meeting Minato's. Minato reaches into his pouch, withdrawing a scroll and holding it out to Kakashi. Actually, I came here for a different reason, he says, his tone becoming more serious. I remember you once expressed interest in learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Recalling that one time when Kakashi is hesitating whether he wants to learn it or not, Minato cannot help but chuckle. Flying Thunder God technique is a difficult jutsu to master and turn into your own jutsu. Kakashi's eyes widen in surprise, his fingers hesitantly reaching out to take the scroll from Minato's outstretched hand. Why yes, I did, he admits, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. But, I wasn't sure if I was ready for it, or even if I wanted it. Minato nods understandingly, his expression sympathetic. I know it's a daunting technique, Kakashi, he says softly. But I believe in you, you have the potential to master it, just like you've mastered so many other jutsu. Kakashi's chest swells with a mixture of emotions, gratitude, and determination warring within him. Thank you, sensei, he says earnestly, his voice unwavering. I won't let you down. Minato smiles proudly, patting Kakashi on the back. I know you won't, he says confidently. And speaking of not letting anyone down, I need to ask you for a favor. Kakashi tilts his head, curiosity sparking in his eyes. What is it, Minato-sensei? Minato's expression turns grave as he explains the situation to Kakashi, detailing the urgency of his upcoming S-rank mission and the need for someone to watch over Team Minato in his absence. I need you to take care of Rin and Obito while I'm gone, Minato says, his voice firm. Keep them safe, Kakashi, and continue training. Kakashi nods solemnly, a sense of responsibility settling over him. You can count on me, sensei, he promises, determination shining in his eye. I'll do whatever it takes to protect them. Minato claps Kakashi on the shoulder once more, a proud smile tugging at his lips. I know you will, he says confidently. Take care, Kakashi, and remember, I'll be counting on you. When I return, I will check up on everyone's progress. Chapter 40. The sunlight filters through the curtains, casting a warm glow into Kushina's cozy kitchen as she lays out the table for her unexpected guests. She hears a knock on the door and rushes to open it, revealing Rin, Kakashi, and Obito standing on her doorstep. Rin. Kakashi. Obito. Come in, come in. I'm so glad you kids could make it. Rin's eyes light up as she steps into the familiar surroundings of Kushina's home, immediately enveloping her in a warm hug. Thank you for inviting us, Kushina-san, it's been too long. Kakashi bows respectfully, his silver hair falling gracefully over one eye. Thank you for having us, Kushina-sama, your hospitality is always appreciated. Obito, on the other hand, grumbles under his breath, kicking at the floor like an annoying brat. Yeah, whatever, can we just eat already? I'm starving. Ungrateful brat, this kid needs to learn manners though that can wait for another time. Kushina feels a wave of sympathy for the boy who has just recently lost his grandma. Of course, Obito. Dig in, everyone, this is my favorite made with extra love. As they settle around the table, the atmosphere fills with chatter and laughter. Temporarily chasing away the boredom that had settled in Kushina's heart because of Minato's absence on his S-rank mission. Today, she finds solace in the company of her lover's cherished pupils, grateful for the bond they share. The aroma of the salty broth wafts through the air, mingling with the tangy scent of fresh noodles. Steam rises lazily from the bowls, carrying with it hints of rich pork and savory spices. Each bowl is adorned with slices of tender chashu pork, perfectly cooked eggs with silky yolks, and a generous sprinkling of green onions and sesame seeds. Wow, Kushina-san, this looks amazing. Thank you so much for cooking for us. Kushina beams with pride at Rin's reaction, her heart swelling with happiness. You're welcome, Rin dear, it's my pleasure to cook for such wonderful guests. Kakashi nods in agreement, his visible eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, Kushina-sama, your ramen always exceeds expectations. Obito, his grumbling momentarily forgotten, eagerly grabs his chopsticks and dives into his bowl with gusto. His eyes close in bliss as he takes his first slurp, savoring the familiar flavors. This is so good, thanks, Kushina. Kushina chuckles warmly at Obito's newfound enthusiasm, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over her. You're welcome, Obito-kun, eat up, everyone, and make sure to leave room for seconds. Recently, Obito has been on a rebellious streak. Kushina sighs, recalling hushed whispers about Obito trying to explode the Hokage rock some time ago. And then there is Kakashi who has become overly respectful for some weird reason. Kushina is reminded of that one time when Kakashi called out her age. The sweetest thing here is definitely Rin. Eat up, guys, so that you grow strong and tall. She remarks. The village streets bustle with life as merchants peddle their wares and villagers go about their daily routines with smiles on their faces. The towering Hokage rock stands as a symbol of strength and unity, overlooking the village with a watchful gaze. Within the village walls, the academy teems with eager young minds, ready to embark on their journeys as shinobi under the guidance of skilled teachers. At the heart of this tranquil scene lies a sense of camaraderie that permeates every aspect of village life. Bonds forged through hardship and sacrifice now serve as the foundation upon which the village stands. Whether it's the friendly banter exchanged between teammates on a mission or the laughter shared over a meal, the spirit of cooperation and mutual respect prevails. Even in times of peace, while fragile, people still try their best to unite themselves. Indeed, the threat of rogue ninjas or external forces seeking to disrupt the harmony of Konoha is ever present, requiring constant vigilance from its protectors. Yet, with leaders like the third Hokage Hiruzen at the helm and a new generation of talented shinobi rising to the occasion, the village remains steadfast in its resolve to defend its way of life. From afar, standing on a tree branch, Minato looks over the distant silhouette of Konoha, the village hidden by tree leaves, for one last time. I will be back soon, and then he vanishes with the wind. The end.